I don't know. I don't know. I get it. It's fine. Yeah, you're a better pet earther than I am.
No one said anything about that. That's not even how I think. We still have Moniker in here. Moniker, I could hear you coming through, although you're extremely low. Think you could solve that? Do you want to chime in here? Tell us the measurements of the parallel light that you have. Maybe later.
How do you know if somebody's a flat earther? You don't, ladies and gentlemen, and that's the point.
Well,
Yeah,
if they're a critical thinker, that's a good sign.
You're also probably more handsome than the average man, also.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Probably.
I don't know why this subject tends to attract all the attractive people. Flat Earth has the most beautiful, most handsome, smartest. For some reason, I don't know why. It's weird.
No bias or anything.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's a weird phenomenon. Couldn't tell you.
Well, you know, I don't want to point out a couple of exceptions. I don't want to name names.
Yeah, we'll say it's like a bell curve, except
Yeah.
he's leaning a little bit more towards the more handsome and beautiful side.
No, but you're right. You don't know. I could secretly be a dinosaur earther.
A very handsome dinosaur.
Well, I have a good reason to believe that you're actually a flat earther at this point, T-Dub. You
Why?
two
Because he's
lads.
handsome?
I mean, you both have got the FE tag, so that's one. So you're repping the clothing, and you're in here a lot, so you obviously care about it. And,
Well, the thing is, right, we have people repping band t-shirts that know nothing about that band, right? So we could just have the tag and not actually be flat earthers.
Yeah, I know the tag thing was a little bit of a joke, but then the real part is that like T-Dub, for example, he's in here. He's always defending the flat Earth philosophy, so.
I'm wearing a water doesn't curve shirt right now. And I just was at the shops a couple of hours ago.
Right. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you know
yeah.
T-Dub is a flat earther. He's got the water doesn't curve shirt on.
Yeah. This guy walked past me and he's like, looked and then he like to turn away and then he like looked again, like turned his head back real quick and read it. It's like, and then he's like had this look on his face. I just kept walking.
That's actually kind of cool. I kind of want to get one. It might spark interactions.
T-Dub is out here making people think, ladies and gentlemen.
Bro, you should have added change my mind to the bottom. That would have been good.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, I wear a hat too that says, most people don't, I don't think they read it. They don't even notice it. It says, Earth is flat. Didn't you know that? And it's only sparked up one conversation so far, and which was quite cordial. And yeah, the guy was like, I've never spoken to a real flat earther before, like in real life, It was cool.
Holy shit, a real life flat earther.
I've never been able to find one yet. Tonger, based on your own standards of being in this room often, you're in this room quite often. Are you a secret flat earther?
No, I'm not.
No, okay. We can throw that one out the window then.
Yeah, I make it loud and clear that I'm not a flat earther.
So what keeps you stuck on the ball?
Gravity, of course.
Oh, like actually? Like literally gravity? I think that's the reason why you can't move on from the globe.
Why is that? I was laughing at the comments and such.
Oh no, I was just saying, is that like the literal reason why you can't move on from the globe paradigm?
What's the reason I can't move on?
Gravity?
Oh, no. There's. I don't. Yeah, I don't have a reason to move on beyond it. There is nothing to move beyond. Like, really.
Like the
So,
lack of Earth curvature measurements doesn't bother you. The lack of gravity's capability of pressurizing a gas gradient adjacent to the air for lower pressure doesn't bother you.
The second thing you said definitely doesn't bother me. What is the first thing?
Lack of Earth curve measurements.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me.
Yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough. I mean, I don't know about you, but that bothered me. So here I am.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I can't knock you for that one, but I would just say that there are other ways of knowing.
Other ways besides direct measurements and gravity's incapability of pressurizing a gas gradient.
Yep, lots of ways, like the sunset, for example, or looking at the moon.
So looking at two things that's not on the ground,
Yeah,
two things that are independent of the surface of the earth.
I mean, we also have pictures looking down at the Earth, and we can see that it's a ball.
So let me just give you this analogy, vice versa. If I told you I looked up and I saw a bird fly over the earth, therefore the earth is flat, you'd think that's a dumb argument, right?
Say that again about a bird. What?
I'll say that if vice versa, if I was to present to you an argument, I looked up, I saw a bird fly over the surface of the earth,
Oh,
therefore the earth is flat.
the Earth is not a bird, my friend.
Well, no, I didn't say anything about the earth being a bird. I'm saying that the earth is flat because I saw a bird.
Yeah, those things that's incoherent.
Yeah, because the bird is independent of the surface of the earth, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yep.
Yeah, so you look at two things independent of the surface of the earth, being the moon, the sun, independent of the surface of the earth. So your argument is analogous to what I just
Well,
said.
no. Well, I have this category in my mind of celestial bodies. I believe, and the Earth is in space, so you'd have to
Yeah, I have.
you have to start knocking a lot of things away. Like, okay, I can't believe in space. I can't believe in anything because it wouldn't work. But if you take some basic things, like, okay, there's celestial bodies like the sun and the moon and planets. They're round. We look and see them. And it's
Okay.
safe to assume that the Earth is also a planet and it's round and we're on it, brother.
Well, then just go right back to my analogy of the bird. I could claim that the earth is a bird because I looked up and I saw a bird. I see a bunch of
No.
birds, therefore it's safe to assume that the earth is a bird.
Well, no, the word the celestial body.
Well, yeah, that's even closer. We have a bunch of birds flying in the sky. Therefore, the earth is just a giant bird. It's a flat bird.
I mean, I really don't have the energy to explain logic to you, but that's not working. It's not working. You're not tracking.
Well, I don't think you're tracking. I'm just following your logic. I'm just doing the same thing
No,
you're doing.
You're not. That's what I'm telling you. You're not.
Okay,
And
so
I'm
what
not-
direction
I'm
are you
not-
looking?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to waste the effort because you don't. If people don't get it, I just tried twice. If you don't get it on the second time, I don't think you're going to get it.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so I'll just try to make this as analogous as possible. You're looking up, you see lights. I look up, I see birds. We're both looking at things independent of the surface of the
No.
earth.
No, dude. Okay,
No.
I'll give you one more try, and then if not, you struck out. So
Sure.
the moon and the sun are big, massive things in the sky,
Okay,
right? We know that they're big.
sure.
Okay? The Earth, we know the Earth is very big. So
Well, that's a
yep.
supposition. Okay, sure. But
So
yeah, go ahead.
So any super huge thing in space is pretty much going to be a ball. That's it.
Yeah,
How do you
another,
determine the size?
yeah, that's
What's
another
that?
supposition, but okay.
we know the Earth is big, brother, and we know like the moon and the sun are big. We know it.
Okay, so once again, you looked up, you made assumptions
What assumptions?
that they're big.
No,
For one, that's one assumption.
well,
You made a
dude,
second
okay,
assumption of
okay. We're
outer
assuming the
space
Earth.
being real.
We're assuming the Earth, moon, and sun are big. Sure, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so you made assumptions about the lights in the sky.
I would think that's one of the safest assumptions you could possibly make. Yep, go ahead.
Okay, and then you projected that to the thing that's underneath your feet.
Yep.
Okay, so I look up, I see birds, same thing.
Okay.
Literally
Is a
the same.
bird a celestial object? Is a bird a planet? Let's just use the word planet so you can track. This is gonna be the last try.
What,
Is
a wandering star?
Is a bird
No,
a planet?
a bird is not a wandering star. So how have you proven the Earth to be a planet exactly? Well, not you specifically, I guess. You can cite somebody, but
Right,
how has
so-
that person proven the Earth to be a planet?
Dude, you're like an NPC, bro. I'm not gonna waste my energy. Have a good night.
Okay. I think it's the first
That
time
was
I
some
ever
of the
got
worst
taught.
Dunning. That was some of the worst Dunning-Kruger confidence I've ever seen.
I don't think I've ever got Twonger to leave on his own before. That was actually pretty good. GG, I guess. I think I got the gears in his head to finally start turning a little bit. I can almost see the cobwebs. Like, oh
Yeah,
shit.
that cock
Yeah,
hit.
yeah, it's like,
That cock just hit him. He bounced.
yeah. I think he realized it. It's like, you know what? Maybe the argument I'm using is bad. Because once you realize that you made an assumption that the Earth is like those things in the sky, and I ask you the question, how did you validate that? Of course, you'd have to come up with measurements, because even if I was to grant him that everything in the sky were big balls, what are the measurements that prove that the Earth is also a big ball? It always comes down to the measurements.
Salats, are you really 60?
Oh no, dude! I just tell people that I like come up with a new age every time. It's like throwing people off. I like telling people that I'm a 60-year-old kindergarten dropout. That way, when I prove them wrong, it'll hurt that much worse for them because I hold credentials to such a high degree in their paradigm. And older people tend to have a lower cognitive function too. So, on average, yeah. I mean, I don't think it really does anything, but I like to claim it anyway. Damn, I'm surprised you remember that, honestly.
Flat Earth.
Holy shit, you can read.
Flat Earth.
What have you guys been thinking critically about today?
How to maximize gains at the gym.
Okay. Any confirmation of mass attracts mass at the gym?
I have no evidence of mass attracting mass at the gym. All the weights would be touching each other then.
Well, next time, rent a gravimeter, bring it to the gym, and put more more mass underneath it. See what happens.
Where can I get a gravimeter at?
You can rent one at a construction rental, but that's the more sophisticated rental places for oil industry and stuff like that.
Wait, and it measures gravity?
No, it measures acceleration.
Due to gravity?
I don't know, due to what? Due to the mass being placed underneath.
So if I was to increase my elevation above the surface, like if I take a reading or like if I place it on the ground and then I move it up, it should read more acceleration because there's more mass of gas underneath it, right?
Well, you'll have to find out.
Wait, nobody's done it yet?
People have, but we don't look at what other people do.
Well, I'm just curious what the readings have been so far. I mean, I don't have a gravimeter to be able to say that they would or would not read more or less.
Let's think critically what the prediction of the statement mass attracts mass would be, right?
Okay.
So I like it that you said the mass of the gases, right? Well, let's say the gravimeter is resting on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Would the mass of all the air above it attract it upwards?
Yeah, there should be some pull, yeah. If mass attracting mass is true, yeah.
Good critical thinking so far. So the resulting vector of acceleration that the gravimeter measures, that's the only thing it measures, would be the mass below attracting it downwards and the mass above attracting it upwards, right?
Sure.
So is it measuring mass?
In some sense, yeah. So then, it's actually, a gravimeter is just a fancy spring scales. I mean, some of them are electromagnetic and they suspend objects in electromagnetic fields, the super precise ones. But in the end, it's the equivalent of a spring scales. So,
well, hold on. Does it measure mass in free fall, like in zero gravity?
I don't think so. I didn't say gravity, so I'm not worried about gravity right now. Or free fall. Just saying that that's what it measures. So then, if the mass of the gas is above is pulling it up, and the mass of, let's say, the Earth is pulling it down, then when we elevate that gravimeter, there will be more stuff below than there was before.
Yeah. So it would read. So that's what you're saying. It would read. Would there be more mass being pulled down?
Let's think critically. We also know that the change in the rate of acceleration that gravimeter measures is a function of two things. One, the mass. Two, the square of the distance from that mass. So now the question becomes, is the addition of the air, the mass of air below, does that have greater impact than the increase in the distance from the mass in the ground? If the mass, I would propose that if the mass in the ground is much greater, then the increase in distance will result in a decrease in acceleration, even though there's more air mass. It will just overpower that. That'd be my guess.
So even though there's more mass, there's less acceleration from mass attracting mass, is what you're saying.
Yes, because it's a function of mass and the square of a distance. So a big impact, right?
Wait, I thought you said mass attracts mass. So if there's more mass, why would there be less acceleration?
Right. So mass attracts mass is the correct statement would be mass attracts mass inversely proportional to the square of the distance between the masses.
I'd like to do this in free fall so that you can set up a controlled environment.
Yeah, you should totally do that.
Wait, I could do this.
See how easy it is to think critically?
First thing, if I did this with like an empty propane tank I could place it underneath your gravimeter, I could pressurize the tank with more gas, and it would create more acceleration in the gravimeter. Is what you're saying?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Like, can you show me where this has been done?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Okay. So this is all just based off of like the
Critical thinking.
presupposition that mass
Yeah.
attracting mass is true.
Well, that we know. Who is snoring, you guys?
Yeah, I'm gonna save him the embarrassment. I'm just gonna mute him. Hey, Midnight, if you actually are there, just type in the side chat, bro. I'll mute you. Making knocked out. Yeah, I mean, I would like to see this validated somewhere if possible. When I know you're just saying, like, if this is true, then this would happen. It's like if I was to say, if Superman was real and he was to fly in the opposite direction of the Earth's rotation, then he could hypothetically reverse the spin of the Earth in the opposite direction. Presupposing Superman in the first instance.
Well, that's just because you don't know what I know, but that's yes.
Yeah, but would Superman actually make time go backwards, or would he just make the Earth spin backwards but time progress?
Presupposing Superman's real, I would say that maybe if you could spin the Earth in the opposite direction faster than the speed of light, maybe. Well, I wonder if Santa Claus could do the same thing, actually, considering the speed that he'd have to be moving to travel to each house on Earth in the span of one night. We could probably do it too.
Yo.
Archangel, can you turn your camera off, please? It limits the room, dude. You know this. Thank you.
How does he do that every time? Weird, like he just wants to be seen. Oh, what's up, Pantheos? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Chilling, bro.
Yeah, I was on here like an hour ago. Well, I don't know who it was. Someone sent me these videos of that Red Bull guy, the guy that jumped off 28,000 feet.
28,000?
Yeah.
I think it was 100.
Sorry?
I think it might have been over 100,000 feet.
100,000 feet.
Yeah,
Was it 28,000?
No, that's lower than a commercial aircraft.
All right, now, hang on a minute. So you're assuming it's 100,000? That's like how many miles is that? Like that's like a lot, right? That's like 100 miles or something.
I'm not sure of the exact number. Let me get it for you.
What do you see like when you're 100,000 feet in the air? What do you see? Do you see like what do you see? Flat or curvature? What is it?
So I've never been there.
It was 128,000 feet.
Yeah, because I mean I watched it. I did. That guy Felix, and then some other guy sent me Neil deGrasse Tyson video saying that it's flat, something like that. I mean I didn't know what it was on about, but yeah, I watched it. I analyzed it, but it's a curvature, bruv. It's a curvature. I mean, I watched it, and I'm pretty sure there's a curvature there. I'm just saying, I mean, like I watched it 2 times. I saw curvature.
Which camera?
It was the GoPro. You know, do you remember that one? You know, the Red Bull one when the man jumped out.
I know what you're talking about. I'm just talking about which camera view are you talking about? You're talking about the one with the GoPro, right? What about the one that's inside the capsule? The camera from inside the capsule shows a flat horizon, but the GoPro shows a curved horizon. So which one's true?
I mean, there's a couple of them, isn't there? Like, how many cameras were there? Like 2 or 3 of them? I mean,
at the moment, I'm just pointing out that we've got a stark difference with 2 cameras, one on the gondola, one outside the gondola, showing 2 different horizons, one flat, one curved. Now, if somebody sent you the video of Neil deGrasse Tyson, you turn around, I ain't got a clue what he was talking about. He was talking about being as high as the International Space Station and Felix Baumgartner and what you would perceive of the curvature of the Earth. He isn't high enough to perceive that amount of curvature that was seen in the GoPro camera. That's what he was on about.
yeah, it was that, yeah. But I mean, he never said it was flat, did he? I mean, there was a 20-second short YouTube video mentioning it was.
I'll go and get the video. He said that stuff is flat. To quote him directly.
All right, can you put it up? All right, okay, so I remember seeing that as well. It was a 20-second video of him saying that, but I think there's more content to it.
Sorry, so you do remember him saying that stuff is flat then?
Yeah, but I mean, on lower altitudes, you see it as flat. But the higher you get, it curves. I'm pretty sure I said that.
He was talking about Felix Baumgartner's jump, specifically that instant, saying that he shouldn't been able to have seen the curvature from that altitude. He has to be higher, if not further, than the International Space Station, because he's only perceiving about 3% of the surface of the Earth. From that vantage point, that stuff is flat. So just to put everything into context for you, mate.
Yeah, all right. Okay, I know where you're getting at here, right?
Good.
Look, I mean, I listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson a lot, right? I listen to a lot. I mean, it's quite complicated, the stuff that he says. I'm not like a scientist or anything, but he said from a high altitude, you don't see the curvature with your naked eye. That's what he said, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, our perception is limited, isn't it? Human perception with limited altitude, it doesn't mean a curvature detector.
With a wider angle of view. You brought it up, dude. It's the GoPro camera. You must understand that if you want a wider angle of view, you're going to curve horizontal lines, which is what a GoPro does. You know this.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, look, the fisheye thing, right? Yeah.
Dude, this is why I put up the different cameras. The one inside the gondola shows a horizontal flat horizon, but the GoPro camera shows a curved horizon. So just in that instance, dude, which one's true? The flat one or the curved one?
The GoPro one. I mean, I'm going to have to go for the GoPro one.
Horizontal line, so you get a wider field of view.
Well, yeah, I mean, I did. Which one's the other one? The gondola, you said?
Like, dude, I'm trying to lay this down logically. Now you're coming to these conclusions. It's fucking, I don't know. You've got Neil deGrasse Tyson telling you that you shouldn't see Felix Baumgartner, wouldn't be able to perceive the curvature of the Earth. I've given you 2 camera angles from the same fucking thing that shows a horizontal line and a curved line. We understand that GoPro cameras curve horizontal lines, and you're still spluttering. What?
Yeah, but have you got a video of the other one? Not the GoPro one, but the other one. Have you got? Which one is it? Did you put it on the side chat?
I'll go and find it for you.
Okay. All right, no rush, Jedi. No rush. No, but I'm a truth seeker, bro. I mean, I'm looking for the truth, man.
Really? I've just pointed out a contradiction to you, and it should leave you in a conclusion. Well, you don't know then. Because you're already relying on other sources, and the other sources are contradicting themselves. Right, Truth Seeker?
If you can't see curvature from 24 miles up, dude. If you can't see curvature from 24 miles up, what makes anyone think that they see curvature at the beach or from an airplane and so on and so forth?
Yeah, I mean, you can't see it from the beach because our perception is limited, isn't it? Like, we obviously can't see it. our eyes are not that. I mean, we're not psychics, are we? I mean, we can't see that, can we? Yeah.
Not
Right. So
psychic.
what evidence do people have to believe in a globe in the first place if nobody's ever seen any evidence of curvature for like all of human history?
Do you believe that Neil Armstrong went to the moon?
Why are you asking a different question, dude? That's a different question.
Simple question. But, I mean, okay, but what I'm trying to say, the higher you go, I mean, the more obvious it is, isn't it?
How 24 miles is still not obvious enough, is it?
No, that's obvious. I mean, yeah, if you're going to go 8. I mean, I'm pretty sure Felix did see the curvature. I mean, like, he was high, you know, like he was really not as high as I am right now, but he was high.
Sorry, when you say he saw the curvature, what, with his own eyes, or the curvature that we see with the GoPro camera, or the horizon that we see with the other vantage point from the gondola inside the capsule? What do you mean with his own eyes?
I mean, yeah, I don't want to go circular, but I'm pretty sure with his own eyes he did see the curvature because he was 18,000 feet in the air, wasn't he?
Yeah, but Neil deGrasse Tyson would tell us that from that altitude, that stuff is flat. With our own perception.
Yeah, but you did mention that. I watched the video myself, I did, but I mean, was that the whole content? Have you got like a full video of it? Because I'm pretty sure that was just cut off from somewhere. I mean,
No. He said, I quote, "You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat."
From a low altitude, yeah. Obviously, it looks flat.
That's what he's referencing, Felix Baumgartner. That's why he's talking about the curvature of the Earth. From that altitude, my God.
Are you sure he wasn't being sarcastic?
Yeah.
I mean, look, think about it, Jedi. I mean, like, it might have been sarcastic. I mean, like...
The science communicator who's trying to communicate science, just so everybody is clear, he was going to use sarcasm. He's American. Don't get sarcasm.
Yeah, he wasn't sarcastic at all. Listen, when you actually work out the geometry of what the Earth should be if it's a globe, and how much curvature should be present and available to your eyes from all different heights, including 24 miles, you arrive at the same conclusion that there's not enough. If Earth is a globe, there shouldn't be enough curvature for your eyes to perceive, period.
Yeah. Oh, I agree up to a certain amount, but I mean, Neil deGrasse, he did also mention that, you know, satellites only work on a curved Earth and stuff like that. You know, like the globe, what the globe people say. You know, I've seen his I need to look into it, which one it is, but I'm pretty sure in some of his podcasts he did mention that the Earth is.
We're not saying he's a flat earther.
We use him as a hostile.
Exactly. Yeah. He's not a flat earther. Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he definitely is not a flat earther. Yeah.
In this instance, we're using him as a hostile witness. He says, who's a science communicator, he believes the Earth is a ball. From the altitude of Felix Baumgartner, that stuff is flat. That's a globe earther, science communicator. A hostile witness in this point. Somebody on your side who tells you what to believe.
I need more evidence, my G. I need more evidence. I need to look into it more. I need more evidence. The math isn't working out, bruv. I'm trying my best, but I swear I'm trying my best. It's not working out.
What math?
Don't you believe in mathematics now?
No, I'm asking you what math isn't working out.
Because the higher you go, the more it curves.
You're saying it's not working out. Now you're telling me how it would work. What math isn't working out? It's what you said. The math ain't working
I'm just
out.
saying to you, my G, I'm just saying to you, right, the higher you go, your perception opens. It's like you go up and you see people like ants, don't you? The more high you go, the more small things become down. So then the Earth curves, it does, and you go into space.
Pantheos, I just posted in the chat the math. I worked it out on a spreadsheet.
What is that? Let me check it out. All right, what is it?
Yeah,
what is
so I'll show you the formula. So from 25 miles high, you are seeing 0.3% of the surface of the Earth. Would you expect to see curvature when you're only seeing 0.3% of a ball?
No, it's not possible.
Exactly.
No, it got to go higher.
That's how high, right, so that's how high weather balloons go, and that's how high Felix Baumgartner went.
Which one is it? Is it the weather balloon? 25,000, isn't it?
Yeah.
Real quick, you guys, we're treating this guy seriously. It's Friday night.
What about the satellite? No, you mentioned
he's just saying random shit.
You mentioned the satellite as well on the chart, right? There's a satellite. So you believe in satellites as well? You believe that satellites can go that high then, right? Higher than the balloon?
Maybe they do.
Satellite there.
Well, yeah, I mean, I take their claim of what satellites do, and I plug in the math.
I thought you didn't believe in satellites. I thought you said it didn't go to space.
I'm testing their claims.
Yeah, but you put it in your chart, right?
Yeah,
okay,
so
when we go to the satellite, so all right, Master, when we go to the satellite, can we see the curvature then? What do you see in that then? 40,000. What do you see then? Oh no, 400,000. Sorry.
Well, it depends on the satellite at that height. I don't know if anybody's got any footage from that height, but if you are at that height, that's how much curvature of the Earth, if it's a globe, should be present to your available site.
Bingo. And I'm pretty sure people have gone that high.
Really? What, in the satellite? What the fuck? Who's gone that high, dude? You're talking about people who went to the moon?
I told you, bro. Neil Armstrong.
Neil Armstrong. Okay.
Yeah, in the 60s. Yeah.
How did they know how high the moon is?
Oh, the thing, light speed, takes about, 8 seconds it does, doesn't it, for Earth to go to the moon, doesn't it? The laser
No, it doesn't.
No.
Okay.
No, that's the
I'm telling you guys, this guy is drunk and he's just trolling.
I'm not, Peter. I'm not drunk. Don't drink. I've been sober for about 5 years now.
Yeah, 5 minutes maybe.
Except for weekend?
Oh, no, man, I'm serious, bro. I'm sober, bro. I'm serious, man.
This is you not being drunk, then fuck.
Yeah, that doesn't help you. That doesn't help your case.
Yeah, do yourself a favor and stay sober then.
I mean, all jokes aside, right? I mean, look, I believe in the moon landing and stuff like that. I mean, I come on, man.
You're a patriotic American.
Patriotic American.
Go Trump, right? Moon landing. First of all, the moon has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. So why do you even bring that up?
Right, Peter, let me ask you a question then. How long does it take for the sun to hit the Earth?
Like crash into it?
Like prediction is 5 billion years, I think is the prediction.
It takes 5 billion years for sunlight to hit Earth.
Oh, sunlight.
No, you said the sun. Like the prediction is that the sun will expand. The global prediction is the sun will expand and engulf the Earth. I think I might be guessing, but around 5 billion years from now.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I think. I mean, yeah. So you're a psychic. You can see the future. Yeah. All right. So yeah. All right. But I mean, like the sunlight. I mean, like how long does it take for the sunlight to hit Earth?
8 minutes. I'm educating you on your own model. 8 minutes.
Great. So if I get like a big laser and if I push it towards the moon, how long will it take for it to hit the moon?
1.3 seconds.
Oh, that's how long. That's how you find the distance to it, right, Peter?
Yes, I'm not in disagreement with that. You just said it's like 8 seconds or something. You don't even know your own model. So this here is an advanced flat Earth discussion server. So when you come here, you gotta at least know your own model. And still, you're not gonna prove the globe, but you need to know your own model at least. You're nice and sussed up, Gov. So you're just not in the position to have a serious conversation, especially with people like Jedi.
Okay, Mr. Smarty Pants, I apologise for getting a few seconds off. Not to be sarcastic with me. You're so smart, you know everything, don't you, Peter?
I mean, few seconds, you overestimated it by a factor of 8.
I gave an average approximate. I gave an approximately. I didn't know it off by heart, right?
All right.
I
Your
swear,
thinking
man.
was
People
in the
like
right
you, bro. I
place.
swear, bro.
They use
You think
time.
know
though.
everything, bro.
Again, this is an advanced server.
Oh, come
advanced
on, bro. What's wrong
community.
with you,
This is
man?
not like
So cringy, bro.
Earth Shape 101. Learn the basics. This is you got serious argument. Let's go. Otherwise, just sit there
Such a
and listen.
nerd, bro. I swear, man.
Yes, I am a Shape of the Earth nerd. Yes.
It's so much fun. And Peter, it warms my heart that you get it finally. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I've always been here.
That's right.
Well, you found your community. Enjoy.
You've been here too, Pantheos. You've been here on Flat Earth the whole time.
I have. I'm even in the server myself. I listen to you guys a lot. But maybe I got a few seconds mixed up. I apologize for that, Peter. Please forgive me. I know you know everything. I know you're so smart. Yes, please forgive me. But
Do you listen to us a
make
lot?
mistakes.
You're forgiven. You're forgiven.
You do realize that, don't you?
Do you listen to us a lot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
every now and then. Yeah, I go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why do we say the Earth is flat?
I mean, I don't know, Jedi. You come up with all sorts of stuff, man. I mean, one day you say this, and one day you say that. I mean, a bit all over the place. I'm not here to mix the soup. Don't get me wrong, right? But
Who's your favorite Flat Earther?
My favorite flat earther?
Yeah, do you have
all
a
of you
favorite?
guys. All of you guys. I love you all.
Okay, well, who's the most annoying Flat Earther? How about that?
Oh, the most annoying one? I'm gonna have to go for. Let's see. I think Peter. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go for Peter.
Oh,
yeah.
Peter, I'm sorry.
Yeah. He's the annoying one because he's Mr. Smarty Pants. He thinks he knows everything. Yeah.
Well, think about it. I'm annoying because I'm triggering his cognitive dissonance, so I take that as a compliment.
Oh, are you a psychologist now? Oh, you must be so smart. Can you please give me a therapy lesson? Come on, bruv. I haven't got money to go to a therapist. You're so smart.
The right amount. Can you string the right words in context to form a conductive sentence? You just seem to pick random words and cobble them together. Therapy.
I'll give you a therapy. I'll give you a therapy session for free in 15 seconds, which is less than it took you to ask me to give you the therapy session. So here it comes.
But what?
Just can you shush it for 50? I promise to time box it to 15 seconds. So just put a stopwatch on, and I'll tell you when to click it. Click it now. Here it comes. Go outside, look around. The Earth is flat. You observe it as flat. Deal with it. Actually, it was less than 15 seconds.
Thank you for that. But what you're doing right now isn't evaluating evidence, it's confirmation bias. You've already decided the conclusion.
We evaluated all the evidence with people way more knowledgeable than you on the topic. So we're just telling you what we already know, and take it or leave it. If you want to confront us on it, be precise, be to the point. Don't just say, ooh, maths doesn't add up. Dude asks you, what maths? Well, it shouldn't be that way. Okay, what maths? I don't know. Yeah, that's your argument.
I wouldn't say that's my argument, but your belief isn't being challenged. Your identity is, and that's why you're defending an interpretation instead of a quote.
That's how you sound. It sounds like this. Maths doesn't add up. Okay, show us. Well, it shouldn't be. I don't think it works that way. That's your argument. Bro, I didn't even give a full argument. You didn't. You just said, well, I thought about it, and something doesn't add up.
Hey, Peter, got a question for you. Does math attract math?
Yes, it does. Math actually generates more math. So in some sense, math attracts math.
Math attracts math.
Yo, Stark, mic up, bruv. I want to have a little chat with Stark. Oh, man, I've gone all quiet.
Seriously, no offense, bruv, but you're a little bit of a waste of time, not because we're hating on you, but because you come in here with actually you don't even have the basics about your own model. What can we tell you? Like, you're gonna have these very high level responses, like, oh, it doesn't make sense. We're beyond that level, okay? So no offense.
What are you? Are you God or something? What do you mean,
right?
Peter? What are you on
You're in
about?
the Premier. I'll explain it to you. You're in Premier League. You should be in that. What is that? There's Division 1, Division 2, Division 3. Then you guys have some kind of local, amateur clubs. That's the level you're in, and it's actually it's good, right? Those guys can play soccer or football, as you would say it, but they cannot show up and face Arsenal, right? So that's the way it is. Don't worry about it. You're still a good player.
Yeah, but when you start to status shame, right? The thing is, Peter, when you start status shaming, it means that you've run out of content, and your belief is under cognitive threat. So your ego,
on your performance. Yeah. This is I have assessed your performance, and unfortunately, you're not the only one. We get baby glurfs here every 5 minutes. They come in.
Yeah, but I mean, what's your major anyway? I mean, what have you studied, Peter? Like, what's your major? Like, what are you anyway? Are you? And I know you're delusional, yeah, but I mean, what are you supposed to be exactly? Like, are you? What did you study? What's your major? Tell me that. I'm not going to bully you, I promise.
Okay, but why does that matter?
It does matter because the way that you're speaking is very horrible. It's not normal. That's why there's something wrong with you.
And my major, that's just me being an asshole. How does that my major...
Well, I know you're an asshole, yes. But the thing is, you don't know how to have a conversation. That's your problem. You don't know me. I don't know you. Like, what's your issue?
This is the internet, man. It's nobody knows anybody. This is all just random people. And here, at least,
it is. I agree with you, but calling me low level isn't a rebuttal. It's avoidance strategy. Because when reasoning fails, your ego reaches for hierarchy.
I've been
listening.
You are a low life.
The evidence of the Earth into the side chat, and we'll discuss.
I mean, there are other Globers that come in here that perform much better than you and in a more engaging way and actually engage on more facts. And, we still don't believe
You've got no emotions, Peter. That's just it. You've got no emotions.
You're just bored.
Yeah, I mean, you're horrible. You're a horrible person.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Evidence of the Earth, please. Thanks. What is your claim?
Not at the moment. I'm just listening in at the moment.
Well, I'm listening to you cry, and I would like to get back on topic because you don't want to talk.
Yeah, let's get back on topic.
Because apparently, talking about people and their emotions is, proof that you don't have content. Please, you're here to help us make content. What is your evidence of the Earth?
My claim is simple, all right? I mean, I came an hour ago, mentioned it before Peter tried to put me down, right? Gravity, all right? Because, look, I just want to know more about it. I want to know your perspective as well. I come in peace. But people like Peter tried to put me down, right? It's a low life. Anyway, look, my claim is very simple, right? Gravity it's a theory, it is, yeah, but at least it's measured, it's repeatable, and in my opinion, it's our best current explanation that mass energy curve space-time, right? I mean, you don't have to like the explanation, but the predictions work.
All right, so does gravity cause things to be flat or sphere?
I mean, sphere. Yeah, sphere, yeah. Gravity, yeah.
Hold on. Can I ask him? Are you sure?
Water's on the Earth. Hang on.
No. Don't worry about water.
I'm going to let him have his gravity. I don't care to argue about the gravity, right? You have gravity.
But he's
You
wrong
have a
about his
sphere.
own
You
model.
have water on the sphere. Now the water's causing, or the gravity is causing the water to actually conform to the shape of the sphere. Now, can you tell me how to measure the curvature of the Earth?
I mean, I personally don't know how to measure it myself. I've never measured it myself, but I mean, according to like my research and what I know, like when you look at like huge celestial objects like the moon or something, they're all spherical, even though no one's actually touched it, according to you. But you measure the Earth by measuring how the horizon, how it drops with distance. So the higher you go, that's why I was mentioning about that Red Bull guy, Felix, before, right? The higher you go, the more you see. I mean, I don't know the specific measurements. I mean, yeah, Peter did have a go at me.
I hear you came back after watching those videos, and I'm the one who brought up Felix. It's flat.
There we go. How you doing, bro? Nice to see you, man. Yeah.
Like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, it's flat, didn't he?
Yeah, I watched it, Professor.
Yes,
Look, I watched it.
Welcome to Flat Earth. You're the new Flat Earther. Remember, you said we give you the videos, you'll go watch them and be a Flat Earther.
Yes, I watched it, but I'm still skeptical. Triangle, look, I'm still skeptical. I am. Like, I mean, I did watch the video and all that, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, stars, right? For example, stars, right? They shift the position depending on the latitude or the longitude, whatever, and the season, right? It only works from curved Earth. It does, and yeah,
that only works from a flat surface. Yeah, you can only measure that from a flat surface. You actually can't take any angles from a curved surface. So whoever told you could needs their teaching license taken away.
Okay, this is just my education, I guess. I mean, maybe I'm not on like your level, like, or Peter's level, let's say, the very smart person, the Peter that knows everything. Maybe I'm not on his level, but I mean, I believe that your statement is actually false because you can measure angles on curved surfaces. That's what geometric is. Yeah.
Please describe the method that you would take in order to get an angle measurement to a light in the sky.
Well, I mean, I can't just get a ruler and do it. I mean, you measure the curvature.
Angle to a light in the sky. That you're right. You wouldn't do that.
Yeah, you use a stick, like not like a literal stick. Like use a thing. How do you pronounce it? Gnomon. A gnomon. Yeah.
All right. What do I do with the stick to get an angle measurement to the light in the sky?
All right, so you measure the sun's angle, all right, at the same time of the day. Sorry?
Okay. I thought we was talking about stars. Okay, so I have a stick. I have the sun in the sky. What do I do now?
All right, great. So now you got the stick, and so I'm gonna go step by step, right? 2 sticks, all right, at the same length. The sticks are gonna be the same length, all right. So you level the ground surface, the north and the south. Like
I thought you said I didn't need a flat Earth. Why am I having to level the ground now?
You have to level the ground, you do, because it needs to be like the same length. Like the 2 sticks need to be like the same length, all right? So
it sounds
you
like
tape.
what Mr. Angle was talking about, how you need a flat Earth, and you're like, no, you don't need a flat Earth. You just need to level it.
Well, I mean, yes, you need to level. Yes, you need to level it out. You need to ground it. Like put 2. Like just imagine, right? Have you got 2 sticks?
I don't have 2
We go
sticks.
step by step. Okay, just imagine it. Like just close your eyes, right? Close your eyes and listen, right? Right. So you get 2 sticks, broom handles, and they need to be the same length. And you ground the surface at each location. You get a tape measure, right? For stick height and for the shadow length. And then you need to have a friend like somewhere else in like a city, like either north or south, like maybe like 300, 400 miles apart or something. And then you put the stick on the flat ground. You use a plumb line. You know what a plumb
There you
line is,
go.
right?
There you go. You're accusing
Yeah.
accusing everybody of using a flat Earth again. You cannot use a plumb line on a ball, and you can't make an angle to something in the sky from the surface of a ball. That's why you got to keep flattening everything
Hold
out.
on. Why can we not use a plumb line on a hypothetical ball?
Because
It
you don't
works on
have
any.
Where's the plumb line going to point to, Peter, the smart guy?
Well, in the globe model, to the center of the globe.
No, yeah, but you don't have any center.
All right, he's got a plumb line.
What do you
He's
mean?
made a plumb line fall to the ground. Now what? What's next?
Yeah. Okay. But this plumb line, it works on any surface. All right. So flat, curved, it works on any surface, right? It doesn't care if the ground is flat or curved. It aligns with, what does it align with? Tell me. Gravity, all right? Yeah.
Okay, perfect vertical. Now we have vertical. What's next?
Okay, so now, so you got the sticks. So now we got a measure from the thing, the sun, right? So what we're gonna do at two different locations, your friend, let's say, is in the north and you're in the south, and you use the stick and you measure the shadow angle relative to vertical. Now, how do you do that? I'm not a scientist, okay? This is not my major in this, but I'm sure you have the coordinates for this, because I mean I don't know it off by heart. I'm not gonna lie. But I'm sure Peter will know, because Peter's really smart. Maybe we can get some advice from Peter, maybe. Peter, could you tell us, please, the exact maths on this? Because, you know, you're so smart.
Yes, I could. And I will. So first of all, you don't need a friend. You could just measure these two locations yourself 1 year after another, right? Same day of the solar year. Second of all, yes, you put the stick in the ground. I will explain the Eratosthenes argument, right? You put the stick in the ground, you measure the angle of the shadow, and then you draw, on a sphere, you draw the relationship between the arc. So the distance between the two cities is the arc length, right, over the sphere. You have the difference in the angles, and from this you calculate the radius. Like there's a cosine.
And nobody ever did that. Nobody ever did that.
Sure. So the point is that
Peter, I'll just get rid of you. I'll just get rid of you when you say sure to me, because nobody's ever done that. You can't go out and do it.
Nobody has ever done that.
Do it.
Nobody has ever done that. But that's the argument. That's the Eratosthenes argument. Now, dude, just to show you what I meant earlier. Somebody asked you, does gravity form things into spheres? And you said yes. Can you tell me why, in your own cosmology, asteroids are not spherical?
Oh, well, asteroids are spherical. I mean, it depends on the shape. Like, some asteroids are spherical, some are like weird shapes and stuff like that. But they're not spherical because they don't have enough thing for it. Or is it mass? You know, they don't have enough mass for the gravity to overpower. Yeah.
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah,
just
because,
step by step.
yeah.
I promise. These are pointed questions. Give me pointed answers. Don't give me your entire manifesto. I know you have a manifesto. Just don't provide it.
I'm so sorry. I know you're so smart.
Okay,
I'm very sorry. Yes, please carry on, Peter. Yes.
So what do you think is the reason? So I think you're right. There's not enough mass, but like, what's the issue there? Why do we need more mass to form a sphere?
Well, I mean, that's a really good question. Because look, we need more mass because gravity is proportional to mass. Without the mass, gravity is too weak to do anything. You know,
but why is it too weak? I'm going to give you a hint. Is there something in its way?
Well, I mean, look, low mass is weak gravity, isn't it? So high mass is strong gravity. No mass is what? No gravity, right?
I understand, but low mass would still generate acceleration in your model and form a sphere. So there has to be, this is a strong hint now, there has to be some other force in the way of gravity in that situation of an asteroid. Yes?
Well, But it's not God, obviously. I mean, even massless
No, it's
particles
not
like
God.
light, like
It's
photon, they change direction in the field. That's not the same
okay.
thing as
Here's
gravity.
the answer: the electromagnetic interactions between the particles forming the asteroid are strong enough to overcome the gravitational attraction. If the asteroid, I'm explaining your own model to you. If the asteroid is much bigger, then the gravity will overcome those internal structures of the asteroid. So the correct end form a sphere. That's your own model. So now there's actually an equation that tells you how much mass of a rocky object would be required for that to happen. Now, so the correct answer to the question you were asked is sometimes gravity forms spheres and sometimes it doesn't. And it depends on the internal rigidity of the object and its mass. So if I told you that the Earth was flat, but still told you that mass attracts mass, as your own model says, I could then say the internal structure of the Earth can prevent it from forming a sphere. So that's thinking critically right here.
Okay, yes, all right, but I mean, I don't know what side you're on because you're giving my model and then you're turning it into like your own world. I think you're doing some psychological manipulation here, right? But I won't
First
fall
of
for
all,
that.
I'm
All right?
using this opportunity to teach you your own model because, like many baby glurfs that come here, you don't even know it. Secondly, I'm trying to show you where the disagreements are and where they are not. As a flat earther, I'm telling you that the issue of mass attracts mass is not directly related to the shape of the Earth. It's not an automatic win if you said, oh, look, mass attracts mass, boom, we live on a sphere. No. There are more factors here that you would have to rule out and explain to arrive at that conclusion. And so far, nobody has.
Well, yeah, look, Peter,
Which is
I know
why
what you're doing,
I would
right?
prefer we stick to the topic of curvature so that we can identify whether the Earth is a sphere or not.
Absolutely. Let's just do that. Let's not talk about gravity unless we want to talk about gravity.
All right, exactly. So since you don't believe in gravity, we can just hop to another topic then because you did a really bad way of.
I believe in gravity. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
There's a difference between saying it's one of the inputs into the shape of the Earth and saying it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's just some of the forces that cause a mass to accelerate. So it's the sum of the forces, and it's one of the inputs.
In some sense, everything has to do with everything, right? Protons, electrons have to do with the shape of the Earth because the Earth is made of protons and electrons, like everything else. So, in some sense, everything has to do with everything. Yes, you're correct.
See, I think that's a disambiguation as well. I'm not saying everything has to do with everything. I'm saying that's probably, you only need 2 or 3 input forces to derive the amount of mass you need for things to become, asymptotically approach the shape of a sphere, right? So we're not a perfect sphere. We're an oblate spheroid with higher harmonic, mass changes around the surface. That's why you get the geoid model.
Who's the goofball talking? Is that Josh? Josh, you don't know anything about that. You don't know anything about mass attracts mass. Please, don't give us a lesson.
I'm just letting you know.
All right, curvature of the Earth. Where is that measurement at?
So why is it that everybody knows how gravity works, but nobody can tell us how gravity works?
We understand the effects of gravity. We don't understand the causal function. That's where you get into Higgs boson and why does mass have mass, right? We understand that there's certain materials, there's elements that are made up of different, amounts of protons, neutrons, electrons. And then if you have, a certain amount of those atoms, moles of an element or a compound, you multiply that by, a constant, which is, little g, and you can figure out what the acceleration of all of the other mass around it would be towards that, control volume of mass. And because of that, we can figure out that, because we understand, these different elements and these different volumes and different densities, we can figure out, we can normalize everything by those amounts and drive towards a little g constant. We don't know why it's that, but we know how to apply it to that. So it is a bit of a pragmatic fallacy. I agree.
One more time, avoiding the curvature of the Earth. Please, someone make another one.
That's the point of why Globers come in here. We ask them, hey, you got the curve of the Earth? Gravity. Gravity makes things into balls. I say, no, gravity makes things flat. That's why your horizon's flat. Oh, yeah, no, that's refraction and gravity.
I was going to say, Yoder, I disagree with that, because you can look at the other planets and you can derive their composition and understand their angular resolution combined with their composition.
No, you can't.
What? Okay, so celestial spectroscopy is just out the window.
Yes, it's out the window. You can't look through air and decide that whatever's on the other side of all that air is something else.
I disagree with that assertion, but I'm glad you acknowledge the fact that you're throwing that out the window.
Yeah, still not Earth curve measurements. Talking about everything but the thing that would actually prove.
You wanted to talk about what planets are made of when you shine a flashlight at them.
Well, you're not shining a flashlight. It's a spectrum analyzer, because when elements reflect light, or when things decay, or basically any spectral emissions, there's unique fingerprints that are one-to-one representations of the chemical compounds that it's composed of. We do it in the lab, right? It's accurate in a lab.
In a lab is different. You don't have a bunch of air you're looking through.
Oh no, you can do it across the room in a lab, right? You do the experiment in high school chemistry where you lit some stuff on fire.
You can do it farther than 250 miles. Then do it 260 miles and tell me what you get.
Oh, you can do it over any distance if you have a sensitive enough sensor and you understand the atmospheric conditions that you have to zero out for. It's kind of like noise canceling headphones.
Okay. Now, you've done some spectroscopy on an object on the Earth that's 206 miles away. At what height were these two objects when they observed each other?
Oh, you can do radar ranging on any of the planets to understand how far away they are.
Yeah, I'm talking about this thing that was done here on Earth. All right, you've looked at an object using spectroscopy on the Earth that's 200 miles away. What height were these objects? The looker and the thing that's being looked at.
This is all hypothetical. I think you misconstrued that we were discussing an actual experiment at some point along this conversation.
Yeah, and I'm trying to identify whether it can be done on the Earth, and if it's done on the Earth at 200 miles, what is the amount of curve that's between those two objects, and was curve observed, period? Because if you're at 6 foot observer height and you see 200 fucking miles away, what the fuck's going on? It's definitely not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. If you're at 3,000 feet, 200 miles is not functional. What the fuck's going on?
Yeah, assuming there's no medium around us, correct?
So we have to assume there's no medium, so we have to do it in a vacuum chamber. Who's got a 250-mile vacuum chamber I can borrow?
Or you could just, go to a high enough vacuum or high enough altitude where there is a vacuum naturally.
No such thing.
Disagree with that assertion as well.
It's not an assertion. You made the claim. Go ahead and prove it.
No, you just made a claim that there's no such thing.
Yeah, there's not.
Okay, and then I'm telling you I'm disagreeing with that assertion.
You're all over the place, Glover. Stick to a point.
No. Just trying to keep things civil and understand when you're saying you're making a claim that there is no such thing. I would love evidence of that.
Yeah, prove a negative.
I point you towards the standard atmosphere from 1976 that proves that the pressure density of the atmosphere using weather balloons asymptotically approaches zero.
So does Absolute zero approaches zero. When do you hit it? At what point do you hit absolute zero?
It's not possible.
He said asymptotic, to be honest. He said asymptotically approaches zero, which means it never becomes zero, right? You know what an
This is
asymptotic
true.
function looks
Yeah,
like.
there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
You guys are breaking up. That's why I can't hear everything. I'm driving.
Okay, he said asymptotically approaches zero, which there's an echo, which means it's never zero, but very close to it.
How do you know it's not zero? And how do you know it's close to zero?
Well, I'll point you towards, once again, the external pressure sensor REL system that's on the outside of the ISS and has publicly published pressure sensor data.
They must have just put that out there recently, huh?
No, it's been published for a while. It's in my profile if you want to go read the paper.
No. Yeah, it sounds like they put that up there recently.
No, REL's been up there. I think it's since mid 2010s, early 2010s. I'll have to double check. But the primary author on the paper, if you're interested in reaching out to them, as well as the engineering unit, which you can go, test and verify that this thing works like they're claiming it works. I think it's at the University of Arizona in Phoenix.
I'm just going to go buy one and put it in my vacuum chamber and see if it works.
I'm just trying to provide you evidence.
I agree with you. I'm going to get your evidence, go buy one, put it in my vacuum chamber and see if it reads what my vacuum chamber reads.
Okay. But there's no such thing as a pure vacuum, and because of that, combining high altitude weather balloon data, you don't even have to believe in space to identify that the pressure gradient of our atmosphere as you go up in altitude asymptotically approaches zero. So there is a specific altitude where once again, Newton's second law, sigma F is equal to ma. There is an altitude where the pressure is low enough that the force of gravity even if you don't believe in gravity, right? You can see that there's a downward acceleration at 9.81 meters per second square. There's an altitude where those two cancel out and you have equilibrium.
What is this conversation about even? I'm so lost.
Yeah, not the curve of the Earth, that's for sure.
No, just gas not needing a container.
Jesus, you're gonna unpack this now. My God, do you have a list of all the trigger topics and tangents that you want to go on, and you're just going down the list like click, click, click?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I believe the way we got there was someone was asking me if we could do long distance terrestrial observations without the medium, and they asked where we could get a vacuum chamber that is long enough to do these types of measurements. And I posited that there is a very large vacuum, just 100 kilometers up. So
yeah, but they were very specific. They said terrestrial. They meant a person standing on the ground, observing another point on the surface of the Earth over impressive distances. Can we do that without the medium? The answer, Josh, is no, we cannot. Right. So, saying just no, we cannot would be a much better thing, moving the conversation forward, than nerding out on fucking density gradients.
I appreciate that. I do identify as a nerd.
Well, I also identify you as a nerd, so we have that in common.
Yoder just doesn't like Cavendish, it seems, in the comment section.
Why would you talk about Cavendish in 2025 when discussing mass attraction?
Holy shit, dude!
If you have gravimeters, if you have superconducting gravimeters, that put Cavendish to shame.
Oh no, I agree. It's just the beginning. There's been a ton of technological advancements that you're able to get 5-10 more significant figures on small g. But it's just it's the watershed paper, so it's the one I usually refer to.
Wow. Well, yeah, we've never heard that before.
Oh, I understand that.
It's like today, thanks to you, we've heard about Cavendish and Eratosthenes, I believe, or was it the other guy? Sorry.
No. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So those are foundational. For moments for our VC here. What else are you going to tell us?
I don't know. I just like to listen to the conversation and sort of provide my perspective.
How about curvature?
As needed.
Could you tell us something about the curvature, maybe?
From a terrestrial point of view, I don't believe it's observable.
Oh, okay. Well, when I was a kid,
or at least.
So, from a terrestrial point of view, you don't think to see the curvature of the Earth? I really want to be clear, right? You're meaning from left to right, not away from you. Right? The reason why the sun disappears and the reason why we can't see that boat is because of the curvature of the Earth. That will be your claim. I just want to be clear which type of curvature you're talking about.
Well, from a terrestrial point of view, I don't think that anybody in this conversation understands the properties of the medium well enough to definitively say what's causing these effects. Which is where we run into the interesting dynamics surrounding reliance solely on your five senses and direct observation of phenomena, as opposed to
what effects are you talking about, Josh? What effects are you talking about?
Oh, the effects of the medium. Looming, miraging, just light traveling through a medium.
How come on your globe Earth everything is flat?
I'm not saying everything is flat. I'm just saying that we don't understand the effects of the medium well enough to definitively have a conversation where we can convince the other party of anything.
We don't understand the medium that we shoot light through well enough to target things at distance. Like
whether or not to understand where the optical location is the same as the actual location.
What the thing that we blow up with a targeting system, the most accurate targeting systems are lasers. You're saying we don't understand how light passes through the medium when we use it all the time to, these days, protect our borders and countries and early warning systems and blow that shit up. Right? Directed energy weapons.
Do you know where the early warning systems are?
Do you understand what I'm talking about? You're saying that we don't understand the medium, but we use it all of the time. It's just a stupid claim, dude.
I disagree with that, but that's fine.
We don't understand the medium, Jedi, so we're not allowed to have airplanes anymore. Call the FAA.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to use lasers anymore to target things at distance or to find range. Can't do that anymore.
You get the visual feedback. I'm just saying you don't understand it. You don't understand it enough to claim that the actual position is the same as the optical position, right? So with the laser, you get the feedback of the targeting.
At the speed of light targeting system.
Oh yeah, at the speed of light. Correct.
At the speed of light, blowing it up with a laser weapon. It's a targeting system, and it's also light.
Do you understand how a PID controller works? It's every single time step for the weapon system that you're guiding using a laser is using the visual feedback.
Stop talking.
I'm saying it every single time. I'm saying it is accurate, but it's due to it's a differential control system. So it's at every second, the sensor on the weapon is looking for the laser light, the feedback, and that it controls and points towards that place. And every single time step, it still does that at whatever time step the control system is tuned to. And as you get closer and closer to that object, the error due to the effects of the medium approaches zero. So it is accurate, but from that initial distance, the delta between where the object, the laser actually is reflecting from and where it visually looks like it's reflecting from could have a decent amount of error.
Sounds like we understand the medium perfectly well.
Well, no, we just have a good control system that's able to eat through that error over time.
Target things.
Oh, I guess it sounds like we.
What would you say your 2025 FE highlights have been? Conversations in here, or just general interviews and news stories? What would you put up there for 2025?
2025. Well, one of the highlights would be the I can't prove I've got hands.
Oh yeah. That was awesome.
That stands out.
That's peak 2025. I would say NASA, flat earthers turning NASA into a spy agency.
That's a good one. That's a big one, yeah.
That is a big one, right? Because now, I mean, that was really their whole argument when you get down to it. I mean, I know they'll say like, oh, the pendulum, oh, gravity, but what they really mean is, I believe the space cartoons, and now we just say, yeah, but they're a counterintelligence agency, aren't they? They do professional lying, and they have to be like, oh shit, yeah, I guess. I'm just waiting for them to be like, but they weren't at the time. They didn't used to be. What else? That interview with the astronaut and Bart Sibrel. And it's not strictly flat Earth, but it's on theme. I still haven't listened to it properly, but I kind of got the gist. Another embarrassment for the Globe narrative.
Right, yeah, that old coot didn't really know what he was doing.
Poor guy. What the hell did they tell him? He was like, wait a minute. As soon as Bart Sibrel was like talking like he doesn't believe in the moon landing, that guy's like, wait a minute, what interview is this? I'm trying to lie in 2025 live on a podcast about something that you were supposed to have lied about like 50 years ago. Taking over the English hub. Just a good highlight.
Sorry, what was that?
Saying taking over English hub and starting a flat Earth movement in India.
That's a good one. Yeah, because quite a few have now like come back since encountering us there, and have gone, "Hey, listen, guys, I've been thinking, and I'm looking into this, and like,
yeah,
it's good."
Yep, India's turning. Big domino.
You got old DJ, the India Whisperer.
Wait a minute, didn't India just go to the moon?
That's right. I'm seeing this. People are telling me that they photographed the Apollo craft or something. Look, there it is, guys. America totally did it. Little simps.
From what I saw of India's moon landing, you look at the 80s Atari game, though. Kind of sad.
Yeah, they weren't very inspiring.
Tiny budget.
What year was it that those boys decided to dig a hole at the beach, and then the news crew came by and was like, "This was a comet or a meteor or an
Oh,
asteroid, whatever."
I posted that in the mods channel not that long ago. Again, that was that in Ireland? I think that was maybe in
It was
Ireland.
UK. I know that because
Might have been last year. I think it might have been last year. But that was a good one.
Yeah, I would make that my before
Lopez.
then.
Getting so excited. It was like this local globehead that was on the news who was supposedly some kind of meteorite expert, and he was like, I just was walking down the beach and I saw this big hole and I thought, that's not a normal hole, and look, I found this little rock inside, and you can actually see the scorch marks for where it entered the Earth's atmosphere. And the reporter's like, whoa, cool. And then it cuts to like an Instagram clip of two boys just digging a big hole in the beach the day before, like, way. And it's not a black hole. These fools. Come on, someone find me some glowbirds, or it says who banned them all.
Yeah, I just looked over the panel. I don't see any spinning globe enthusiasts. Maybe there's somebody, though. Anybody got any globe evidence? Go ahead.
Don't you know the laws of physics are suspended for a flat Earth?
Yeah, I've heard that. They don't work. Physics doesn't work on a flat Earth.
There's no horizon on a flat Earth because that's only globe physics.
Globe physics. Oh,
How many courses in physics did that guy fail? Like all of them?
With that kind of mindset, you'd pass with flying colors. As long as you say globe enough times, I think they just pass you now.
I think as long as you pick the multiple choice that says oblate spheroid, you get an A+.
Is this Hebrew Hammer guy? Is that the same guy who's come in the last few weeks and is just totally brain dead and clueless?
Could be. What do you say, Hebrew?
I say you guys cannot get internet in Antarctica without satellite.
That's him.
Sounds like it. Internet in Antarctica. Wow. That's what you're starting with?
Yeah.
Is that how you prove it's a spinning ball?
Yeah.
Wow.
Damn.
You need satellites, don't you?
Rip. What do you mean satellite? What are you talking about?
You need satellite coverage to get internet and cell service in Antarctica. There's no service for usual service, as you got in other continents, like you got in Antarctica.
What do you mean when you say satellite?
You know exactly what I mean. Satellites you get for telephones and internet.
Telephones? No, I don't think they're using satellites as you understand them. No, they're just like cables and towers.
You think there's radio towers in Antarctica? Yeah.
Well, maybe not in Antarctica, but generally, phones, internet.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about generally. That's why I brought it up.
Well, they could have a whole number of technologies. I mean, they could have little ground stations, communication stations, all kinds of things. So what do you mean when you say satellite specifically?
I'm saying exactly that. I'm saying the whole of Antarctica. The only
Could you show
service
me?
there.
Could you show me a photo of what you're talking about?
A photo of a satellite.
Yeah.
Sure thing, buddy.
Wait, don't they launch satellites from Antarctica?
Yeah, so that they can get internet in Antarctica.
Yeah, aren't they attached to balloons?
Who told you that?
They did.
I saw a video of it.
What about if I give you a video of a satellite orbiting in outer space without a balloon? What will you say there? It's a CGI.
Well, let's
Is that the
see.
one where the giant head pops up in the background? The giant human head.
Show us what you mean about this satellite in outer space. Post it in the
Sure.
chat.
And I sent it in the goddamn the side chat. Yeah,
All right, I'll have a look.
that's satellite for you. See what I mean? Huh?
Yo, what ranked level do I unlock the science
So is that
ending behind flat Earth?
Let me see. I don't know. This looks. I don't know. Is this a real video?
It's a real video, man.
How'd you know that?
Because if you go by is a real video, then every video from space is fake, yeah? And why would Starlink fake its own launch? Huh?
That doesn't make any sense. What you just said. How did you verify that this is a real video? Is what I'm asking.
Because Starlink posted it and said it's a real video.
All right. So, because a person said it was real, that means it's real. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's obviously not the case. So you don't know it's real. You just believe it.
Okay, so are we talking about, so you are denying any satellite orbiting the Earth, yeah?
Well, I just asked you for evidence of what you were claiming, and you've just given us a video that you don't even know is real.
How do you
What
know?
evidence would you have
How
of
do you,
it? Like,
how do you know any evidence
because I
you
just asked
see?
you how you know it's real, and you just said you don't. You just believe it because the person said it was real.
I don't believe it. I know it because my body sent also satellite in space. Yeah?
No.
So I know satellites work.
Nope. You just
What do you mean?
watched a video on YouTube or something and believed it. It sounds like.
My body sent a satellite in space with his college group, and they
Oh,
received.
did he? Cool story, bro. Cool story, bro.
And he received signal from it. So.
Okay, show us
I know.
that then. Post that in the chat.
By the way, we're using satellites to communicate to each other. Appreciate it.
No, don't mind him.
He thinks the internet runs off satellites.
Okay,
You think the
so
internet's from satellites?
so taking my explanation of what a satellite is, yeah, and showing you a video of it. Well, let's say let's disregard the is it like a fake video or what? You wholeheartedly disbelieve in every satellite that billions of people claims exist, yeah?
Well, it's not really a question of what I disbelieve or not. You just made the claim. We asked for evidence. You gave us a video that you don't know is real. It's not evidence.
Okay, then how do the people get that satellite signal in Antarctica?
What people? Who are you talking about?
People who live in Antarctica. Let's take the South Pole Station. Yeah, where is the neutrino observatory? Yeah. How do they get there?
How they get it?
I can show you a video of a guy telling you how they get it.
Okay, and what does he say?
He say they get it from Starlink.
What does he say Starlink is?
Just what I told you, man. They have a dish which connects to the satellite. Yeah. You understand how satellites
Did he verify that video himself as well? Like you did?
So okay, so it's fake. They're putting out a dish, getting the internet connection by I don't know what. Is there
So,
like a radio?
there's no little floating metal boxes in a vacuum.
Well, let's go by deduction. Is there radio towers for signals in Antarctica? Do commute them?
I don't know. Which part of Antarctica did you check?
You can check. Is there any in Antarctica at all?
Okay, so did you check?
I looked for it. Yeah, I researched it. There isn't because there's.
When did you check?
Yesterday.
You went to Antarctica yesterday?
No, I searched it up online.
Oh. Well, how do you know what's written online is true?
Because I don't need to do something myself to know if it's true or not.
That's again not an answer. See, you can't. You're not telling
It
us
is
how
an
you
answer.
verify any of these beliefs you have. You're just saying you believe them.
So you have to check everything yourself to know if it's true. Yeah. You don't
I'm just
believe
asking
anything
you for
you
evidence of
didn't
your
check.
claims, and you're just saying, "I just believe what I read online."
This is the most bullshit
And you're saying online.
There's no way there could be satellites and space is fake.
Yes, correct.
You're
Space
saying
is fake.
so. You're saying nothing online is factually correct. Yeah.
No, that's obviously not what I said. Cool story, though.
That's exactly what you said.
No, it's not.
So if you don't check what you read online, it's not factually correct. You don't have the evidence to prove it. Yeah.
Well, if your argument relies on something you're reading online, then it's very reasonable to say, how do you know that what you've read online is true and accurate? And if you say you can't, then you don't know.
Judging by that logic, anything you read in books, in online,
prove it's false.
in magazines, in libraries,
No.
nothing is true
Okay, someone's got
until you prove
confused.
it.
Who was the guy who just said something about don't you have to prove it's false?
Isn't that burden on you?
No. The burden is on the one making the claim, right? So if you claim in Antarctica there's floating metal boxes in a vacuum sending them signals, that would be on the person claiming there's floating metal boxes in a vacuum sending signals to prove, wouldn't it?
Oh, so they would just send a picture of satellites and radio towers in Antarctica, and then now you would have the burden to disprove that.
Well, no, but so he can present an image or a video of a floating metal box in space, quote unquote.
He did.
And we ask him, how do you know that's a real video? And he says he doesn't. He just believes it.
Okay, and he sent you a video. Now it's your burden to disprove it, no?
No, it's his burden to prove that it's authentic.
It's by Starlink.
Yeah, that doesn't mean it's authentic.
So if New York Times tells me there's a new word, is that authentic or what?
Well, a new word is a bit different than a floating metal box in a vacuum. But
if Elon Musk tells me he sent shit to space, is that authentic or what?
if Elon Musk said he flew around the Earth on a unicorn and he showed you a video of it, does that mean it's real?
Did I see the unicorn launch into the sky?
No, you might have seen a rocket launch into the sky, and then they'll show you a video where they unleash the unicorn from the rocket, and then you see on the video he's riding around the Earth on a unicorn. Does that mean it's real?
There's full video proof of it. Yeah.
You see the unicorn from the ground?
I'll believe it if
No,
there's.
you don't see floating metal boxes in a vacuum.
You see satellites. You can see satellites in the ground. You can.
Oh yeah, well you can see a little light in the sky.
No, get a telescope. You can zoom in. I'm telling you.
Yeah, you can see a little light in the sky.
SpaceX one. You can see it.
Yeah, you can see a little light in the
Your
sky.
burden to disprove the satellites. What? I don't get. I don't know why you're so mad at.
Prove it. There's not a burden to disprove a claim.
He just
no evidence.
proved that something is flying in the air above our Earth.
Something is flying in the air. Okay, that wouldn't be satellites then, because satellites would be in a vacuum.
Above
our flying through the air.
Floating.
Would be the fastest thing
okay,
ever
can you prove to me? Can you prove to me that you can make a metal box float with no propulsion?
Yeah, it seems impossible, right?
Yeah.
Without a little something called
gravity. Or orbit.
Called.
Yep.
He was going to say gravity. You going to say gravity?
Orbit, gravity, yes.
Yes, orbit and gravity.
Yes. I thought gravity.
Otherwise, impossible. Otherwise, we're looking at something that is impossibly high, going impossibly fast across the sky.
Wait. Doesn't gravity pull things down?
Gravity is actually a thing, by the way.
How gravity pulled things down?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so this is.
So how
you
is
need
it
to
making
learn
the
more
box
about how
float?
gravity works. This is
How's it making the box float?
Okay, yeah, this is an education problem.
Yeah, educate us. So your claim about a force that pulls things down is somehow making these floating metal boxes in a vacuum float. How does that work?
Because if you go high enough, if the force pulling you down is equal to the opposite force, then you will not go down.
What opposite force?
You understand that, right?
What opposite force?
Well, it can be from relative density. It could be from
relative density.
It could be from literally propulsion.
No, because they said they're not. They're not propelled. They don't have thrusters on them.
Eventually, I'm trying to explain this.
Yeah,
like
but
the reason you have the rocket in the beginning, the reason you have the rockets and not an airplane and something else is to achieve going that high, escape velocity, so on. It's
yeah, and then you've got a metal box
I would say it's not
floating
rocket
with no
science, but
thrusters or
there is some
propulsion.
rocket science in it.
So what's propelling the box to fly around?
Well, once you're in orbit, you don't need further propulsion.
That sounds like a cool story. So can you demonstrate a floating metal box in a vacuum?
Again, this is. Did we say vacuum?
Yeah,
there's
space
random.
is supposed to be
There's
a vacuum,
vacant
no?
particles in space.
But it's supposed to be a near perfect vacuum.
Near perfect vacuum. It's. I mean, it's supposed to. What do you mean supposed to? Who told you it's supposed to? There's vacant
story,
particles
isn't it?
in
Outer space is a vacuum. No, has that changed now?
What?
It's a vacuum without air, but I'm pretty sure it still has shit in it.
Yeah, there's stuff in space.
Yeah, but it's a vacuum. It's like the highest pressure vacuum you can imagine.
I don't think. I think. I think you're having trouble.
You are genuinely like a 4-year-old.
You guys are getting confused about the whole vacuum story, huh?
There is. I can look through my telescope.
Is there a vacuum beyond the sky, like they tell us?
Comets, sun. And you're telling me there's nothing?
Are you just saying words now?
Yeah, but notice how you say it's not a perfect vacuum. It's a
yeah.
almost.
Like on Earth, you get vacuum chambers where you can pull the air out, and it'll be a very low pressure environment in that vacuum chamber. Space is supposed to be way more of a vacuum than anything we can achieve on Earth. Yeah.
Well, the vacuum. I mean, the pressure. We have the ways in which we test. Vehicle, machines that we fly up. We have testing facilities for low,
Okay. So can you show us them showing a floating metal box in one of their big vacuum chambers?
Again, it's about gravity. Like,
okay, is that a no? You can't demonstrate that.
Like, so basically, okay. I'll explain it in a few seconds if you really don't understand this. Mass attracts mass. If you're on Earth, the center of mass of Earth is going to pull things towards Earth. So,
but you're saying it doesn't.
This is why you don't have, 2 bowling balls or 2 baseballs on Earth.
Well, that's what I said earlier.
Together,
you're saying gravity is supposed to pull things down, but you're saying it's not. They're floating around.
No. I'm trying to explain this to you. Okay. So if you have a force that attracts, that's generated by a large mass that pulls things towards it, eventually, the further away you go from it, the weaker the force is going to be. It's like a magnet. So once you get to far enough outside of it, the force pulling you down is going to be virtually zero.
But you just said it was gravity that was causing them to float. But now you're saying it's not gravity. Gravity's got zero effect.
No. Gravity and the lack thereof of when it's acting on you.
Hold on, dude. Pause the button here. You're not even repeating the correct pseudoscience. Their story is that
to someone.
You're not explaining it right. Listen,
No. I don't need to hear this if you don't.
You're failing to explain it right. Their explanation has nothing to do with gravity. If they say the reason why something orbits is that it's falling towards Earth, but Earth moves out of the way before it hits the ground.
Yes, there will go slightly down. Yes, this is why eventually. This is why satellites. The way they come out of this is why the way they come out of
don't know what you're talking about.
The way they come out of service, though, is through falling down. So correct.
Falling down
slowly. They will. They will come down.
Don't fall down.
Wait, what is the crux of this argument? If gravity is real or not?
It's no. It's not an argument. The guy asked. The guy is asking how things orbit.
We're gonna stop derailing. Let's get back on topic.
Yeah,
you get a lot of mic time. You don't need to derail when we got new people here.
Yeah, the contention is these guys are saying that there's some floating metal boxes in a vacuum beyond the sky, that are just floating around the Earth in orbit.
You mean like satellites?
Yes, exactly. They're claiming that those are floating metal boxes in a vacuum, and we're asking them for some evidence of that.
Evidence of satellites being real?
Well, specifically floating metal boxes in a vacuum.
Well, do you agree that we see metal?
Was that question? You finished? Or did you get cut off?
Yeah, I heard, do you agree metal? Yes, I do like heavy metal indeed.
So what's the evidence of floating metal boxes in a vacuum? Beyond, they told us so.
Well, there's a bit more implied there. They're floating around a sphere, and the sphere bit is the thing that we are most interested in, to be honest.
Yeah, Gunslinger left. The guy you're talking to originally. This is why it's important to keep some of these squawkers on mute, because that Gunslinger was the one you were talking to, and so once he saw an opening, he ran away.
No, I'm sure it was Gunslinger was the original main. But then we went on to a second guy, didn't we?
Oh, I just thought it was just a bunch of squawkers, and then Gunslinger left.
No, we went for the second guy. There's a couple of American guys.
One of them was JJ Fish, or whatever the hell he is.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, Lumerd. Isn't that JJ?
Just picture in gravity and satellites and the whole globe fantasy. Yeah, that sounds like him.
Yeah.
Just butchering it. I mean, it's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, this is what I'm saying. You guys you always side with Google. Your framework is to Google it. But then when it comes time to repeat what you read on Google, you can't even regurgitate what Google said. It's like all you got to do, like your whole worldview is you type a question to Google and repeat back what you read, and you fail to do so.
It's mass attracting mass. That's how the boxes float in a vacuum. Or did all the satellite guys leave?
Yeah, I mean, just type in, how do satellites float? It's not gravity. Because the Earth is a continuous state of free fall, or because they are in a continuous state of free fall, constantly falling towards the Earth, but the Earth is moving out of the way.
I don't think they're ready to have their minds blown and bent as the globe would require. They've made their own little vague idea. To be confronted with what the actual claim is would melt their brains, I'm sure.
Yeah, they'll come in here and say the reason why satellites float is because they get to a spot that's so far away from Earth, they're effectively weightless. It's like, the gravity isn't affecting them anymore. If that's the case, then how are they falling towards the Earth, but Earth is moving out of the way? It's like, at least take some time to at least try to read what the experts are saying that you say you trust. You trust these people. If you trust them so much, why not say the weird thing? Say the weird thing. Earth moves out of the way. The satellite would hit the ground, but by the time the satellite gets to where it would hit the ground, Earth has moved out of the way.
Yeah.
And they want to say, oh, I think you flat earthers have an education problem. Really? Because all I did was read Google. That's more than you can do. Like a 7th grade reading level.
I love that. That's what I'm really looking for. I'm looking for that great balance of immense Dunning-Kruger and massive ignorance combined. So I'll say, well, the problem here is you need to be educated. So this is what's going on. And then they proceed to just butcher the entire globe claim.
Yeah, like any way you type the question now, any format, like format or ask it, why do people say satellites float? How do satellites float? It tells you they don't float. They're not floating. They're falling.
So you guys are against the idea of satellites because if the Earth is flat, then that wouldn't make any sense, right?
No, it requires motion of the Earth. Your explanation of satellites requires the Earth to be moving at breakneck speeds. Where is this motion detected?
It requires a curved ball Earth. It requires a ball Earth that's in motion, and it requires a ball Earth that's in motion through a vacuum. You need all of those things and more, really, but those are just three big, obvious ones, and we have none of them.
Yeah, Arnold, your pre-assumption that we're against anything is incorrect. We actually just want any kind of evidence, that is empirical to prove that these things exist. The first thing we would need is a sphere Earth for them to be falling around. So that's the thing that we're looking for right now.
Okay. Yeah, when we're saying satellites, and you're like, oh, you don't believe in satellites. I mean, we're not denying that there's aerial technology in the sky, right? Which when you say, I see a satellite, all you see is a moving light in the sky. We're not denying.
Sure nobody can see satellites from Earth.
Okay, so
you
then
just said you did. That was your first proof. You saw them. You looked up and you saw something moving across the sky.
But you mean
no? Those are planes moving across the sky. I'm pretty sure satellites are out of our field of view. I mean, I could be wrong. Like, I'm not arguing that.
Well, now people claim that the little lights in the sky they see are satellites, and yeah, you could call them that. But there's a big distinction between recognizing moving lights in the sky and potential aerial technology, and saying these are little floating or falling metal boxes in a vacuum around a spinning moving ball, Earth. So that's what we're disputing, because there's no curvature of Earth's surface, so it can't be a ball. There's no motion of it, so it can't be a spinning, wobbling, tilting ball. And there's no vacuum of space, because we can't have a high-pressure system just existing locally in a little section of a vacuum. It doesn't work like that. So we're not in space. So the story that they tell us about floating metal boxes in a vacuum of space just isn't real.
Okay.
Well, if you think you've got evidence to the contrary, feel free.
Because that would come next. Your evidence would come next, and then you could have a platform to say that we've denied something, we don't understand it, until you present the evidence. Just saying that we've rejected it is a massive copium hit. That's a massive.
Okay, well, I misunderstood.
Yeah, hold on, dude. You are, at that point, not you, the royal you, the person, would be failing to present evidence because of somebody else would be the causal agent of that. Like, hey, I would go do this. Like, junkies, I can get cleaned every day, but my ex keeps, hound or something like that. This massive amounts of copium. That's
well, let's just check with them. Let's just check with them. Now that you've heard our position generally, would you challenge that? I think we do have curvature, motion, or space to be evident in reality.
Honestly, I don't want to fight you guys. I'm just here for the party.
No, it's not a fight. I'm just asking you a question.
Well, I don't want to argue with you guys.
I don't want to argue either. I'm looking to avoid.
He didn't say anything.
I would like to have a conversation. You want to have a conversation?
It's like,
yeah, we're not talking about usually
turn into arguments.
No. There's no need for it to turn into an argument as long as you're just honest and don't use any weird tactics or fallacies unreasonably. I mean, we're just looking to discuss the empirical evidence of where we live, because as far as we can tell and measure, it's just flat and motionless, which is contrary to what they're teaching everyone in school, right? Showing on the media, all that. So I would ask you how deeply you've looked into this. Have you found any good evidence?
Yeah, we're not looking for a contentious debate. This is not even necessarily a debatable topic. It's objective. So in an objective topic, you would just present the measurements and the evidence that proves your position. There's no arguing about opinions. So if there is evidence that doesn't beg the question or affirm the consequent, we would love to see it.
Okay.
Can you think of any? Like, what's the evidence for the globe in space?
The evidence for space? Well, I mean, I think the planets that we see are kind of a good sign of that. I mean, you know, it's space, so
yeah,
it's
how far
kind of
away are the planets?
ocean.
How far away are the planets?
Couple million miles or some shit like that. I don't know.
How do you know that?
Assuming symmetric speed of light, you can do radar ranging.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the medium that it's in?
I don't know. That's not my department.
A lot of assumptions go into that.
This is the problem, though, because when you say, well, planets are evidence of space, you're basically saying you observe a light in the sky that we call a planet, but then you're just accepting the story that you've been told about it and what medium it's in, how far away it is, and all that. The light itself doesn't tell you what medium it's in or what it is or how far away it is. It just tells you you're observing a little light in the sky. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
So when we're looking for evidence of a globe in space, as in the ground we walk on being a spinning ball in a vacuum, it's not really sufficient to say, well, you can look up and you can see lights in the sky. Yeah, those could be any number of things, and it doesn't tell us what we walk on. So what we're really looking for is measurement of the surface, and measurement to be consistently showing that it is this ball that they've told us, and that it's flying around at millions of miles an hour, even though no one detects any motion whatsoever. So can you think of anything like that? Has anyone measured the Earth? Has a scientist ever come along and measured a globe? You ever heard of one?
Pretty sure some ancient Greek guy did something like that. I forgot the name of him.
Yeah, that's the story they tell of a guy called Eratosthenes. He didn't measure the Earth. They say, and I mean, this is like a apocryphal story at this point. There's no primary documentation of this, but they say he erected depends which story you read. He had a well and a stick, or a well and a statue, like an obelisk. Basically, he took angle measurements of the shadows being cast by the sun on these points, and he assumed that if the Earth were a globe, this would be the circumference, etc. But he already had the assumption of a globe. He wasn't trying to prove one or measure one. And you could do the same test, if you want to call it that, on a flat surface, and it works out perfectly fine. So he didn't measure it. And
We didn't measure what?
He measured shadows from sticks. So we're looking for measurements of curvature, motion of the surface.
Yeah, the surface, yeah.
You ever thought about that, the curvature? Like what that actually would be physically?
The curvature as in just how the angle at which a globe would be?
How much it would drop down and away from you over a distance if the Earth was this globe that they're telling you. Do you know the claimed rate of the curvature? Like per mile or per kilometer?
Not off the top of my head, but I'm going to try to find it out.
Yeah, have a look. have a guess first, actually. 10 miles, how much do you think it dropped due to curvature, the surface? Over 10 miles.
It says, what is it? 8 inch per mile squared, so not 10 miles, but just per mile.
Okay, so what would that work out as 10 miles?
80 inches per 10 miles, I think.
No, because it's squared, remember? Per mile squared. So it's 8 inches per.
So 80 squared, so that's 640.
You need to square the miles.
Yeah, square the miles, and then that's yeah. So if you square the mile, then you multiply that, times 8, and then you divide that by 12 because it's inches, right? And that gives you the amount of feet of drop over distance.
Oh. So wouldn't that be 80 squared? Because if you're asking for 10 miles, so then it's
you almost had it right. You just needed another 0.
Yeah.
So
10 times 10 times 8. So that's 800.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, my connection or something dropped there, so I might have been talking to some people. So where did we get to?
800 feet, was it? Inches?
No, 800 inches, and then you divide that by 12, and that gives you your feet of drop over 10 miles.
So what would that be?
66.67. Well, technically it's 66666 and then 7, but
66666. Oh, that's a weird coincidence. That's weird. Why is that? It's like the devil number or whatever, isn't it? That's weird. Strange.
Well, it ends with a 7. It's only how many 6s is that? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4.
When you have an infinitely looping 6, what do you do at the end?
You round it up.
There you go.
Okay, so we're saying 66.6 feet of devilish curvature. Is that right? Over 10 miles?
I suppose.
Okay, so do you think that's ever been measured in reality?
I don't know. Time to find out.
You think it should be possible, right? I mean, they're telling us that they're landing little robots on the light in the sky we call Mars and driving it around for a few years, like the most amazing remote control RC car you could ever imagine. You think they can measure 66 feet of drop over 10 miles, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. So, I mean,
it'll surprise you to learn then that no one has. And no one can. Because it doesn't exist outside of the calculators. But anyway, I'm going to have to drop off, but that's a good point for someone else to take over on. Let's figure out where this 66 feet is coming from and if it's real in reality for the Earth to be a globe. But anyway, good chats, boys. Happy Boxing Day. So, peace.
Peace out, Cyclone.
Peace out.
So yeah, the crux of the argument is this is a claim that there should be, right? 66 feet of drop between point A and point B over the distance of 10 miles, vertical drop that we could measure. And we've been looking and looking and looking, and we're not finding that. So we're wondering where this claim came from. And we've even measured the Earth ourselves to see if this drop exists, and we're not finding it. We're actually finding zero drop. And that's why we're here. Because in reality, this claim does not hold up.
Do you think there's an ice wall?
No, the United States military does, though. That's what they call it down there in Antarctica or whatever. That's what they call that. Nobody here is claiming any ice walls. I have no idea.
I saw some map of like the flat Earth, like ideology, and there's like a bunch of places outside of the ice wall.
Yeah, it's kind of a straw man
conjecture. It's
the ice
purely
wall.
Speculation. So anybody making a map on top of an azimuthal equidistant projection, which is a projection of a globe, which is a polar coordinate system, so it's a map of a map, a projection of a projection. That would be silly for any flat earther to do and say that I live on a flattened out globe. I have no idea why they would be doing that.
Yeah, a map really is just where the stars are located in the sky, not based off of a person's perspective, not where anything is on Earth. It's a cool story. It's about as cool of a story as, outer space. It's fiction and unprovable. That was odd. He left quickly. Who was the guy we were talking to a minute ago? Not before this last one?
Arnold, I think.
Arnold?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
So anyways,
go ahead.
We're not looking for any kind of arguments, that oddly enough, it is sort of sometimes where it evolves into is people badgering one another, but we're honestly just looking for any evidence of Earth curve measurements in reality. And there are none being proffered to us, only calculations if they beg the question of a ball Earth in the first place. So I'm hoping that, our conversation is not contentious or anything like that, but that you might kind of scratch your head and go, that is interesting. Where are the actual curvature measurements? Because the surveyors, the people who measure the Earth between points, well, they're assuming that the Earth is flat in their measurements, and they're creating elevation profiles of a flat plane. And then they'll take all of those measurements and they'll wrap them around a presupposed ball and call that geodesy. So the presupposed ball, if it doesn't exist in reality, is just another way of thinking about the Earth, even though you just measured it flat.
And if you really want to get technical, it's more about how you see things in the sky and not how the Earth is perceived. Based off of each person's own personal sphere of vision. But, go back to Eratosthenes a little bit, just to give you a little bit of background, right? So he had two angled measurements. He had a 90, and he had an angle from another location that wasn't 90. And he had to assume that, number one, the Earth was a ball, and that number two, the sun was casting parallel light rays onto the Earth, and number three, that the sun was an infinite distance away from the Earth. With those three assumptions already, I'm just going to go ahead and poison the well a little bit. We don't even know if Eratosthenes even existed. Any story that was told about him came several hundred years, supposedly, after he would have been alive. So there's no documents supporting that he was ever even living. But anyway, to go back to that story, right? The the cities of Syene and Alexandria, they're not even on the same longitude or the same latitude, which you would expect them to be if you wanted to get like a straight line arc segment of the Earth, based off of the sun being in its location. Yeah. Other things that come into play is he was in one location, somebody else was in another location, supposedly. And how did they communicate? How did they know that that was solar noon at the other location? And how did they communicate? Did they send a text message? Hey, now take your measurement. It's directly overhead. Now take your measurement. It's just a weird story. Anyway, when you look it up, that's the only story they give about the measurement of the Earth. Since then, nobody's ever measured it. Now, here's the trippy part, right? So now that you have numbers, right, you know a size. From that size, you can derive a distance to the horizon where the edge of the sphere would start to curve away from it. And based off a 6-foot observer, 5.5 feet to 6 feet, you're looking at roughly about 2.8 to 3 miles to that horizon. And then anything that goes beyond that is going behind the curve of the Earth. And now you can make the claim, oh yeah, we could see a really tall object like a tall building behind the curve, right? Or we could see a really large boat behind the curve, because it would still be sticking out, but the curve would be blocking the bottom portion of it. The problem is when we actually go out and do measurements, we end up seeing, the ship 10, 15 miles away, and then the supposed curve that should be blocking the boat in front is actually behind that. Now you can make the argument, oh, what about a bigger ball? Well, then there's a lot more assumptions that come into play. But now your orbits of your satellites are gone, because the orbit of satellites require the Earth to be a certain size, because you're making a concentric circle around the Earth. The distance to the moon is gone. The distance to the sun is gone. The entire cosmic story hinges on the Earth being the size 24,900 miles in circumference. 3959 miles for the radius. Completely hinges on it. If you don't have that, the entire story is wrong. And then, if you have the surface of the Earth not curving, that means the surface of the Earth is flat. And if the surface of the Earth is flat, whatever is happening in the sky, no matter how weird it sounds, it's only happening over a flat Earth because you measured the Earth to be flat. So what do you think about that, Arnold?
I mean, makes sense.
Yeah, I don't want it to get lost that the people in here that are of the flat persuasion didn't start out like we did start out believing the same thing that everybody else believed, that they lived on a spinning water ball flying through an ever-expanding vacuum. We bought that story hook, line, and sinker. But the more that we observe the Earth and the distances between points that we can see, without any obstruction of Earth curvature in between those 2 points, has made us start to ask questions. We are simply people asking questions. And so the more that we ask questions, the less reliable that story becomes. Because if the Earth is indeed curving in reality, at a consistent rate, which it is supposed to do, and people will come in here and say, "Oh, well, it's a it's a what do they call it? It's a geoid, or it's a spheroid, an oblate spheroid. But then we look at the claim, the dimensions, which is around the equator versus around the poles in this particular mathematical model. The difference is 0.3%. That means that it is 99.7% perfectly spherical or spherical shape. So any deviations from the sphere are going to be, let's say, 0.3 off. They won't even tell us where the irregularities occur. So we have to operate on the assumption or the claim that it's basically a perfect sphere.
No,
and we have no curvature.
Like, you have mountains, you have valleys, you have like.
Yeah, but even at a very high altitude, it would be smoother than a cue ball.
Yeah, so the irregularities as far as topography are concerned on this spheroid, the heights of the mountains aren't even really a factor because the percentages are so low, it will not really augment the sphericity of the object.
Yeah, like let's say you have hold on, bro. Let's say you have let's say you have a mountain that's like 2 kilometers high, right? That 2 kilometers is minuscule in a diameter that is 12,500 kilometers. You're talking about 2 pixels out of 12,500 pixels.
Yeah, but these 2 pixels are not the only pixels. The whole world has mountains, valleys. So all of them combined, yeah, it makes sense that it will like impact a bit.
What's 2 pixels here, 1 pixel there, 3 pixels here, 2 pixels there? What is that in the grand scheme of 12,500 pixels wide?
But all of those 12,500 pixels, they are not perfectly aligned. So there will be...
Dude, you know what a diameter is, right?
I know.
Hold on, sheepdog. We'll just end this argument real quick. That's why we measure over water, because the water is supposed to be equidistant from the center of the presupposed sphere. So we're not talking about mountains and valleys, we're talking over the surface of water. What are the irregularities that you are claiming and can be measured over the surface of water?
Yeah, that's a good point. Like I am not like a specialist.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the water, because the water is supposed to be maintaining a level, which, by the way, the definition of level is having no point higher or lower than another, which does refute the idea of a sphere. But let's pretend, let's say that the definition of level is equidistant from the center of a sphere. That would dictate that the curvature rate would be approximately 8 inches per mile squared. Or if you were an observer at the beach looking over the water, your geometric physical horizon for a 3-foot observer, a 6-foot observer would be 3 miles away. And that's giving you a couple of tenths.
No, it depends.
Okay, so what does it depend on?
Depends on where you are on the earth, because
we're talking over water, sea level.
It's not a perfect sphere. It's not a perfect sphere.
Okay, where are the irregularities? This is fine. He's making a claim. Where are the irregularities so we can compensate for? I thank you. What is the place that we can find? Thank you. You can keep saying geoid. We're talking about 0.3%. We'll go ahead and fudge your 0.3%.
So basically, if you just take like the water level, if you just
think you're roboting,
basically it is oval, and also there will be like
how much of an oval? How much of an oval?
I don't know. I don't have the data.
What we do, and you're welcome to look it up. The polar radius versus the equatorial radius, the difference is about 13 miles. So you're looking at about 13 pixels over a 4,000 pixel radius or an 8,000 pixel diameter with 26 pixels. It's a perfect sphere, bro. It's as perfect as you're going to get. It's more perfect than a basketball.
It is still not.
Neil deGrasse Tyson says it is smoother than rounder than a billiard ball or a pool ball. Do you know what a billiard ball looks like?
Yeah.
Okay, so Neil deGrasse Tyson, one of the world's premier science communicators, says that it is smoother and rounder than a billiard ball. So, once again, I'm asking you, where are we going to find the curvature on this cue ball that we're measuring?
So you think it's a globe? What would be the best way for me to understand a method that I can know that the Earth is a globe? Give me like a method I could test.
I'm not here to prove nothing. I'm just listening.
Oh man, come on, bro.
It's all
Hey,
right.
I'm just listening.
We don't
man.
bite.
Bill Cat, honestly, don't even try. These are just mental retards. Don't even.
Oh, come on. No. We're here actually demonstrating that nobody can prove it, and nobody ever has.
Shut up.
So it's all fun and games, right? You think we're joking? It's all fun and games until like you hear us talk to satellite engineers and surveyors, and they can't prove it either.
This is my point of view. Is even if flat earthers are correct, that it doesn't really matter because it's like, well, everybody agrees otherwise, and so if I start saying flat Earth stuff, then people are gonna think I'm a fucking quack.
Yeah. Okay. So guess what? That's what makes this so much fun.
So, yeah, I don't like being a quack. I like being like part of society.
No, I mean you're not quack. You're correct, right? I mean there's a difference.
Plus, I love NASA as a kid, so fuck that. You know,
I still love NASA. Okay, I love NASA as a flat earther.
I can name the solar system from heart. You know, I love NASA.
Yeah,
still believe in Santa too?
The fact we're flat earthers because we study the globe more than you do.
I'm sure.
Right.
All right, so like me just telling you that, and you just deferred to like, well, there's no way that you can prove it. So doesn't that show you that most people are like you? They just believe that it's a globe. And well, like you're saying,
what it tells me is that this is like a topic that you like obviously talk about over and over. Receives like some prepared arguments and stuff. And for me, this is something where if I put an equal amount of preparation into, I absolutely could prove my position. I guarantee it to you.
Well,
I would love for that to be the case.
It's just me going from voice chat to voice chat, casually listening. You know, so it's like
but check this out, man. I like that you're actually saying that. So like you say, we have something prepared. Well, we do. But the other side of it too is like we're telling you, what I am, is that people don't know that the Earth is a globe. We've spoken to the people whom you might think know, and even those guys defer to other people. So nobody actually knows. We just get like
example. Imagine we had like an like a 24/7 no oxygen channel, right? Where they're saying that when you breathe, like hear me out on this. When you breathe, there's no such thing as oxygen. You're just breathing like something else. I don't know. Let's say there's pretend that's a thing, and I join the channel, and I'm like a person who thinks, okay, when we breathe, one of the things we breathe in is oxygen, along with nitrogen and other things. But so I'm a person who thinks that, and I join the channel. I'm just listening. I don't have like a scientific dissertation prepared in my head to explain that. Oh, we breathe oxygen. That's what I've been taught.
Bro, we just need a measurement.
Shit,
Yeah, but the surface of the Earth is something that you encounter every day of your life, and not only that, you have the same experience that we do when we talk about the Earth. So it's not unlike you to say, well, I'm not an academic, so I can't speak of the matter, because you experience the same Earth that we do. So let's put it this way, Bill Cat. Hold on. What I'm saying is, I get your point, right? You can't deep dive into it like, the quantification of the like math or whatever. I get it. But what I am saying is that you can, like what we say, what we see, our experience, and what we observe is the same thing that you would. It's not any different. So it's not like we're talking about two different kinds of Earths, if that makes any sense. We're not doing that. We're just saying what we see.
What I'm trying to tell you is, if we're going off of just purely our firsthand observations, right? I have flown several times.
No, we're not.
And in the course of flying, well, he just said experiences. So he's telling me what we.
That's the foundation, dude.
So can I get a sense out? Like, you're asking me questions, you want a response, you have to allow the other person to respond like a mature adult.
But you're mischaracterizing what we're claiming.
You have to let the other person respond if you want to have a mature conversation.
I'm going to stop you from mischaracterizing what we're saying, though.
Yeah.
What is being mischaracterized? Please.
Yeah, our experience is the foundation only. What we've come to the conclusion of flat Earth based off of measurements. Okay, this goes beyond just looking at it. This goes beyond just what's in your visual space.
So what I'm responding to is the person who was previously talking, not you, but the one before them. I didn't say I phoned many times. I phoned a couple times. So I'm specifically.
Okay, so
you said, okay.
Hey, previous person, do you agree with what I said or no?
What is the point of having a conversation here if you're just going to talk over me every time?
Well, if you're just going to mischaracterize what our position is, right?
What are you like?
What's the point of a conversation?
What are you, a collective consciousness? Our position. I'm responding to one person's statement, not yours, and I don't even remember.
Well, you're mischaracterizing what that person said. Now, maybe the previous person would like to weigh in.
What did that person say? And who was it?
Well, I couldn't finish because you jumped right in after I finished saying that we observed the Earth.
You for 5 minutes talking.
You're doing now, like you just did.
Go ahead. Good.
All right. So when we make our observation, the common human experience is that we see a flat Earth. So that's what we're all seeing, a horizontal plane. But then when we start to actually take it to the next step, which is the point of measurement, we're going to do tests to actually verify that it's not just that what we see, but we can also measure across the surface of it, like in the case of measuring over large bodies of water, which is going to give us the information needed to make the statement that the Earth is not just observably flat, but it's also measurably flat. And we're going to take distances that are going to equal to above and beyond the expected amount of Earth curvature that should obstruct the line of sight distance or a targeting distance, which would be like laser targeting or mirror flash targeting. Anything that we use from point of observation to a target distance, and we can say over a safe distance, right, 15, maybe 20 miles, we're going to be able to tell you that it's not just observed as that, but it's also measured as such. So it's far beyond that too. We navigate across the surface of the Earth as if we're traveling over a horizontal plane. So there's a lot to it, man. Like, and for us to get into it, you're going to have to allow it for the conversation to unfold and not mischaracterize us like the gentleman was saying.
I don't even know what point you're arguing at this point because truthfully, you just I don't know. It's gone on so long and long. I understand. Yeah, you believe I've mischaracterized you. I'm not trying to mischaracterize you. Yes, you believe you have measurements. That's very interesting. The only point I was making is you had mentioned that oh well, yeah, you're not an academic and I'm not an academic and I don't have to have some academic thing prepared and you're happy that I'm honest about that and you were honest about that, etc. And my point was that okay, well, if you wanted to talk about like a firsthand experience, I've flown like 3 times in my life, right? I don't know why this guy's like yapping inside chat and lying and saying I've flown many times. Never said that. Said I've flown a few times. I've flown 3 times in my life, and of those times I flew, 2 times I had a window seat and you could see curvature of the Earth, right? That pretty much cemented it in my brain. You could see the curved outline of the Earth. So.
Okay, I didn't want to interrupt you. Did anybody else want to jump in before I start? Okay.
No, take it away. Thanks.
So basically, you made an observation, is what you're saying, right? What you were telling me, you were actually mischaracterizing, or you were starting to, but then Yoder jumped in, and now I made my point clear. So the very thing that you said, you didn't want to, or you were saying that you were going to mischaracterize my position for just making an observation, is exactly what you've done. And so you're saying you saw the Earth looking curved, so therefore it is curved. Is that what you're saying? Just based on an observation?
Saying I, from a first-hand observation, have seen the curvature of the Earth.
Right, that's fine. Would you make the declaration that would solidify that the Earth is a globe based on that observation?
I would say that I have made the observation the Earth is curved, and from that I can conclude that if it continues to curve and curve, it would be circular and then globular because we're in a 3D reality. So.
Okay, so based on your observation, though, right?
Yeah, based off just seeing the curvature.
Okay, see. The thing that you were trying to tell me, because I see a flat Earth, then I'm declaring that it's flat. You were saying that's just incorrect. You can't do that. So now you're doing it. You're basically a hypocrite. You're now doing the thing that you said that I was doing.
You got to be like a little more cohesive on what you're actually trying to say, because I'm not tracking here. I'm listening very.
So you're looking outside of your airplane window, and you see the Earth looking like a globe, right? It's curvature.
I see the curvature of it, yeah.
Right. So now you're making the declaration that I see this curvature, and I've been told all my life that it is a globe. Therefore, now I know it's a globe because I've seen it with my own eyes. Right?
Yeah, I can Google that, yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty
all right.
sound.
Well, it's not. So we're going to have to actually figure out, okay, so you saw the curve of the Earth from an airplane window. But I'm here on the ground, and I'm saying it looks flat to me, man. I'm making my observation, and it looks flat. So we're going to now compare. How do we know who's right? You saw curvature up there. I'm seeing a flat Earth down here. And even some people listen to this. Listen to this. Even some people next to you on their plane could say they see a flat Earth. I don't see a curve. I see a flat Earth out there. And you're like, no, I see a curve. Look, it's right there. And they're like, I don't see a curve. I see flat Earth. So how would we find the deciding factor?
You just kind of created this hypothetical.
Yeah, we just wait until I'm done, and then you'll just wait till I'm done. You're very rude by interrupting me. Wait till I'm done.
You've done several times.
Wait till I'm done.
You had Master Yoda cut me off when he was mischaracterized.
Yeah, but wait till I'm done.
Your position according to you, and you cut me off during that.
Oh, because I wasn't done yet.
I'm going to cut you off right now and say you're mischaracterizing. I don't know what this is right now.
No, I'm not mischaracterizing you. I'm not mischaracterizing you.
Well, what if your fellow passenger said the Earth was flat? It never happened though. So what do you?
Yeah, it does, because there's people in this room that have flown in a plane.
It didn't happen on the flight that I was on. So what are you talking about?
It doesn't matter. People have flown in planes and said that the Earth looks flat. All right, so people have done that. There's people that exist, and they're in this room right now that have flown in a plane and said that the Earth is flat. That has happened. So okay, let me just tell you this. I want to get to my point. So if you're saying that the Earth looks curved from an airplane window, and somebody says it looks flat, what would be the deciding factor that gets us to understand whether it's one way or the other? How would we know?
I'm not going to engage in a hypothetical, which hasn't happened.
No, this isn't a hypothetical. People actually fly every single day.
I was in an airplane. Nobody on the flight said it. You said, "What if your fellow
doesn't matter, dude? Listen,
passenger said it."
You're not the only person. Listen, brother, you're not the only person who's ever flown in a plane. So you can't just make it like only you and the passengers in your plane. Because anybody who's flown in a plane at the altitude that you've been at, they could see the Earth for themselves, and they can make the declaration like you did, whether it's a globe or flat based on what they see. And there's a lot of people that say that the Earth is flat from an airplane window. I know that because I've heard of it. People always say it.
When have I ever said they can't do that?
Well, right now you said, well, not in my plane. Well, it doesn't. I'm not talking about just your plane.
You said your quote, exact quote, my fellow passengers. Exact words.
So if your fellow passenger, one person would be arguing with you, would be like, dude, how would you find? It doesn't matter. What I'm saying,
they're not my fellow. Just say other people.
Listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. It's a hypothetical and it's practical because you didn't ask every passenger either. You didn't do that either, so you don't know. So what I'm saying is, though, if somebody was to say that to you, how would you find out what the real meaning of what you see is? How would you be able to know whether or not it's curved? So you'd have to be able to measure it, wouldn't you? Go back down to the ground and see if you can measure the curve. Because if you've seen it, it's there. Therefore, when you go back down to the ground, it would still be there. It wouldn't go away. It would still be there. And so the guy who thinks the guy who thinks he saw the Earth as flat in the airplane window would be proven or disproven based upon a measurement on the surface. Then at the surface level, you could say, okay, let's do this. Let's test to see if we have this drop over distance because we have a curving surface. The surface of the Earth being a geometric shape like a globe, it would have the property of the surface having that curved path, along the line of sight. So if you have a line of sight and you say, okay, at a far distance away, we can't see anymore, and that's because the Earth is cutting it off because it's dropping away. We can't see further past the curve. That's fine. If you're able to prove that, then the guy who's sitting next to you, hypothetically, like I said, would be able to say, okay, you've proved your case. The Earth is curved because you measured it. There's at a certain distance away, it's predictable to say that we can't see anything farther past that because the Earth's curve would be in the way. So therefore, you would be able to prove to him that not only did you see it up there when you were in a high altitude, but you proved it because it was measured as such on the surface.
Such as this, for example, right here. Here you go.
Such as what?
You said you wanted measurements on the ground.
You gotta be kidding me. The Netflix special?
All right. Yeah, but they didn't measure the surface of the Earth to be curving. Okay, so if that's your evidence that
you're disagreeing with their methodology,
no, I'm disagreeing that the fact that you use somebody from the internet, like a YouTube video, instead of pulling from academia. I'm disappointed that you didn't pull from academia and you actually pulled from YouTube video of some guy. You said,
funny because earlier you said you were giving me you mischaracterized me again. I'm going to talk over you for a moment.
No, I'm gonna have to hold you to this, dude. You're using a guy who's a known
And
Who said he was a flat earther? Yeah, dude, no one's going to be able to hear us because you're just over talking me.
I think we need a different tact with this, guys. I think our friend
talking down to
me. I think our friend should.
Quiet.
Bill Cat, why don't you walk us through the details of what they did?
Oh, what do you mean?
Please walk us through the details of what they did in the link you provided. Okay, the audience wants to hear you explain it, especially for those listening.
So what they did, right, is they had two different people at like two different positions, and they had them like talking on radios and shit, right? And they had one person like really fucking far this direction, and then one person really fucking far the other direction, right? Far enough where if there was no curvature of the Earth, they would be able to point a laser through a hole, and it would be able to go straight and then reach the other people, right? It would be able to reach the other piece of, like, I guess they're using like a piece of wood or something like that, and it would be, you'd be able to see the laser, right? But because of the way they do it, and when they do the curvature of the Earth and they try to adjust for it, you can still see the laser even though you shouldn't be able to see it.
Just quickly, just a question, because you keep saying laser. Would a flashlight count as a laser, do you think?
I don't think that's concentrated enough, is it?
Like a flash, like a regular flashlight, would you call that a laser? Like, would that be comparable to a laser, do you think?
Close enough, yeah. Like for the purpose of the experiment.
You did a lot of things incorrect. Like, you didn't state for the audience what the distance was away. You were very ambiguous. It's too far. It was far away, far enough. That's not an actual numeric value. You have to give a known distance to actually get an
explanation. You just asked for like a general what's going on in the video.
Yeah.
Well, they have this.
Yeah, how they determine how high up they were? How high up from what?
I gave you like a layman's explanation of.
Yeah. Okay. So how'd they determine how high up they were? And how high up from what?
I don't remember. I just had a layman's explanation of it. They just had like one.
So you don't know how they measured their own heights?
Dude, you got to calm down. I'm just having a
No, I'm just pointing out that you have no idea what you're fucking talking about because I know you didn't watch it. Want to know how I know you know? I know that you didn't watch it. It's because they didn't use a fucking laser. That's how I know you don't. You never watched it.
English not my first language.
Obviously not. So why are you presenting something beyond your ability to? Why are you presenting something beyond your ability to detail for the audience?
You're criticizing me now because it's not my first language. Like what are you, dude?
Well, hold on. The other guy, DJ, just asked if you knew the difference between a laser and a flashlight. You clearly did.
Beyond my comprehension.
So now you're lying.
Now you're just making shit up.
No, you're fucking lying.
Now you're just making shit up.
No, it's because the previous guy, DJ, basically had you clarify the difference between a flashlight and a laser, and now you're telling us that you didn't really know the difference between a flashlight and a laser.
What is the difference?
So you don't even know the difference between a flashlight and a laser? It sounded like I thought from DJ you told him you knew the difference.
I don't know this language. Well, clarify for me.
Sorry, I mean I'm not going to teach you the difference.
I'm not either.
You know it all. Can't explain very basic thing to me.
Collimated light. All right, now go Google that shit.
Collimated light? Can you be more specific?
Collimated. Yeah, there's a collimator. Do you know what a collimator is?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, you don't know anything about the claim that you presented to us as proof of a globe.
Huh?
So you're going to have to go back to the fishing hole and find something else because we threw this fish back in the water. It was fucking lame.
What are you talking about, man? I just posted some YouTube video and I was like, hey, here's like a layman's explanation of it.
You don't know anything about it, dude. It's not a layman's explanation. A layman would be able to tell it in some kind of way, make sense of it. You couldn't even do that.
Yeah, that's what layman's are good
You
for.
asked for like a layman's explanation. I just gave you like
Yeah, layman should be able to break it down in clear terms for the average man.
Yeah, they have
You're not doing a layman's explanation, dude. I'm sorry, but you're not doing a layman's explanation. You're not doing that.
Yeah, you're bullshitting, dude. That's what you were doing.
You're bullshitting. That's
a layman's explanation, man. I don't know what.
No, you're not.
What am I
not
bullshitting about? What am I bullshitting about?
You don't know anything about this.
We should rename Bill Cat Bullshit.
Yeah, you don't know anything about this. You presented something confidently, like you knew what you were going to do, and then at the end, you had nothing about it.
I didn't present anything confidently. I just presented a clip, and you said we need measurements on the ground. I'm like, well, here's a measurement on the ground.
Yeah, what's your native language, Bill Cat?
I'm very unhappy, bro. I understand why. I just posted
What's your native language?
And that was it.
Yeah. What's your native language, Bill Cat?
Hey, I'm not doxing myself. Fuck that.
Doxing yourself? What? You speak a language of what? Like, I'm the only one who speaks Klingon.
Only 55,000 speak this language. Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Or whatever. All right. So we found out that you don't even know anything about what you just presented. Not even a layman's explanation, as you said. You didn't even do it as a layman.
I just gave like a layman's.
No, you didn't. Absolutely not. No, you didn't. That's an absolute lie. You're bullshitting your way through something you thought was evidence.
I just gave like a layman's explanation of it, man. That's all I did.
It's bullshit, dude. Admit it. You're just bullshitting your way through. You're not giving a layman's explanation. That's a bunch of shit.
You just asked for some measurements on the ground, so I'm like,
and you didn't prove it. You did not prove it.
Did I make any claim to prove? I just
you said I got here are the measurements right here. Here's a video. There's a video. There's a measurement.
I think you're assigning a lot of like emotional, like ego language to this that didn't really happen. You know, I just like the video in the side chat. You know?
Yeah, which you didn't know anything about. That was clear.
I gave a pretty good layman's explanation.
No, you didn't. You're bullshitting your way through. Thought you were going to get away with it, but then now we're pointing the fact that you didn't know anything about it is showing you're just bullshitting your way through it.
I think I gave a pretty good layman's explanation of it.
No, yeah, in your own head. But what we listened to was somebody bullshitting their way through something.
Please calm down. Take a breather. Whatever disagreement we're having here, we can talk about civilly. Okay. We can talk about
civilly. What we're talking about civilly is your inability to be able to articulate any point that you have to offer.
In the side chat for you, okay? I think this is going to help you out here. Let me take a look at that. What do you think of that, man? Can you give me like your explanation on that generation lead right there? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, so you're not going to talk about the subject matter at hand. You're going to talk about something else.
Well, for a while,
you eat paint chips.
About my
tell us how many paint
where
chips
I'm
you like
from
to eat.
and things like that. I mean, Yoder was going on.
We really don't. He was trying to ask you to be honest, but we really don't give a shit what language you speak, dude. Honestly, I don't give a fuck.
Why would you? I'm just some guy on the internet.
Yeah, who's randomly coming in here thinking he knows what he's talking about, and he doesn't. Just like every other Glober that comes in.
Dude, I literally came in here to be quiet. What are you talking about? You engaged me over and over and over. I just sat here and I was like listening quietly for like a good 30 minutes, just quietly.
Your accent's so unique, I can hardly place it.
But it's very clear you don't know.
Like every time you try to like add some emotional language, I just kind of push it back.
Yeah, whatever, dude. It doesn't matter. Like right now, all we need to know is if you're able to tell us how you know the Earth is a globe or not, and just admit, hey, I don't know. I'm just a belief.
I just went up in the plane and I saw it. I fucking saw the curvature of the Earth. That's like my solid.
Yeah, you
beyond that is
somebody.
Like,
listen, brother.
Listen, you asked me how I knew from personally me, right? I don't know the scientific explanation for it. I just looked out the window and I saw it, and I was like, okay, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, what's funny is you were ragging on me when I was telling you I observed the Earth is flat. Oh, you observed the Earth is flat. How do you know it's flat? You seeing it's flat?
Well,
you were telling me a lot of shit, dude. And then you go and do an observation, and it's just fucking hunky dory.
If you don't like airplanes, you can go up in a hot air balloon.
No. We're talking about an observation. You make an observation, and it's the bee's knees. But when I make my observation of flat Earth, you're like, oh, well, it can't be. It's no flat Earth. Like,
please calm down again. Calm down. I'm trying to extend the olive branch.
Dude.
I've tried to extend the olive branch to you several times and said maybe we just have different perspectives, literally in physical reality, based off.
So how can we determine that the Earth is one way or the other? Is what I was getting you to realize. What's the determining factor?
You started talking about measurements on the ground. I said, "Well,
that's how you determine.
You just shoot a satellite straight up into the air. Well, we'd be able to get like a perfect perspective of everything.
No. Listen, brother. Listen to me when I say this. You don't leave the Earth to measure the Earth. You don't leave it. You stay on it. You're on the Earth. The Earth's surface. Listen to me when I say this to you, man. The Earth's surface should follow a curvilinear path because it's curving. It's a globe.
A lot of scientific mumbo jumbo, but let me tell you,
no, it's not, dude. You're being a dumbass right now. No, it's not.
Did you ever go hunting before? Let me answer that. You ever go hunting?
No. You're not answering my question, brother.
Ever in your life have you?
I'm not going to answer your bullshit question right now.
If you can't engage with a simple hypothetical, then
dude, listen to me. Listen to me.
Take a breather and look at yourself.
Shut up.
I'm just trying to engage you calmly.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're being a weasel. You're being a weasel. Nope.
Anyone here gone hunting before? Anyone at all?
I'm going to count to 3, dude. You better let me finish what I'm saying.
You're going to count.
What you need to do. Shut up, dude. Shut up. What you need to do is measure the surface of the Earth to determine whether or not what it is. You're not going to be able to do it, but you're not going to be able to do it going further away from the surface like you want to with your satellite. You can't do it with that. You have to do it on the surface.
Baseless assertion that you have to measure in the particular way you demand.
It's the way that the surface would be conforming to if you're on it.
I'm trying to engage with you, right, in a conversation, but you just continue to insist that
so
you're...
Did you just say a satellite measures the Earth?
Yeah, he's trying to get away from the surface. I'm like,
oh, great. Can you provide the deets?
This is a lot of emotional and angry conversation. I'm trying to engage with you all, honestly. This is like
shut your dumb ass up, dude, with your bullshit ass. I'm just calm. You're not calm. Shut up.
This is the lead brain aggression is what happens with these older Gen Xers, probably about 40 years old, is the amount
of... Skip the meta, skip the meta, and get to the... Skip the meta.
The lead aggression.
Skip the meta. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Skip the meta.
So basically, Bowcat, you're accusing people in here of eating lead chips. And meanwhile, you're the one that is presenting evidence for a globe and basically stepping on garden rakes and smacking yourself in the face every which way you go.
Were alive during that time period. You were Gen X and you were in a car.
Yeah. So okay. So can you generalize and paint with a broad brush your prejudices anymore?
Prejudices towards Gen Xers.
Yeah.
The lead brain.
Yeah, you seem to have an axe to grind against Gen Xers. Not that I'm one, but maybe I am. Maybe some of the others are. Who knows? But you have no idea who we are.
I don't mind millennials when they're not so lead-brained. Some of them are like, we're living in
well, okay, so you just believe that you can see curvature of the Earth from an airplane.
Yeah.
Which is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. That's how I also know you're a liar.
I personally saw it on 2 flights that I was on.
Okay, so how much curvature should you see if Earth is a globe from an airplane?
I don't fucking know, dude. A couple degrees.
So what makes you think you're seeing curvature then, fucking retard?
I fucking saw it with my eyeballs. Like, what?
Idiot. You're an idiot, bro.
Like, I know how much you should see. Honestly, I did the math to test it.
Let me give you an example. You could very honestly engage and say, well, hey, actually, no, that's not what you saw. You saw this, or there's an explanation, or it's an optical illusion, or this. But instead, you're
How about this? Check the side chat.
Instead of
the construction of airplane windows are curved.
That is one argument. That's one argument. But instead of just saying that to me, you're both...
Dude, shut your yapper, man. He's telling you something. Shut up.
The structure of airplane windows are curved, number one. Number two, let's do a geometric test. I'll pop open the details.
Let me cite what I said to you. I said if the window is making it curved, then why in the original photo of the outside of plane that you sent, and other people have sent several others, is it flat? If it's the windows, and why is that? Like you can't, if it's always the window.
Well, I'll tell you why you can't see curve. It's because from even like 31,000 feet, you should be seeing 0.07% of the Earth's surface. And you think you're seeing curvature. Yeah, bullshit. It looks flat. Even if it's a globe, it looks flat from up there.
You can just look out and you can see it. Like, I don't understand why. Like, you're just telling me my eyes are wrong, but you're basically just lying.
This guy.
Yeah, so I'll go further. Want to see an infrared hyperzoom of the horizon?
I can just look at a satellite picture.
I can give you a method that you can actually test for yourself.
I can just go to the ISS live feed right now if I want.
Oh yeah, I can go to CloudSat and I can show you a flat horizon from CloudSat. Why is that?
Just go to the ISS feed. I don't know.
Yeah, did you know that CloudSat actually has a camera that faces sideways and looks at the horizon of Earth? It's fucking flat.
But all I have to do is
that. I want to see that, Master.
Oh, okay, yeah, hold on. Let me go dig that up.
Let me get you a link. Sure.
No, you don't need to show me the ISS footage, okay? Because from the ISS, it shouldn't look curved either. Geometrically.
I don't think you really have any idea what you're talking about.
Oh, no, I've done the math, okay? And I've tested it. You haven't. You just accept that what you're seeing is globe curvature, when if that's the case, then you must think Earth is a very tiny ball.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, and you got to rewind. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. It doesn't hold up to the geometric constraints of what the globe ought to be.
You just said I went to go to the live feed and it's been down for an hour. It's got to go back up. But I guess they do that every day for me.
All right, let me post CloudSat.
I just don't understand why you're so upset about me saying I went in the plane, I saw a couple degrees of curvature. I was like, wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, because you wouldn't see a couple degrees of curvature. Nobody has, and nobody can.
And in commercial flights, you can Google right now, can you see the curvature of the Earth on commercial flights? Yes, you can. You literally
it violates physics.
Right, you can Google it.
Even from your own side, right? Astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson, who hates flat earthers, by the way. Okay, even he said from 10 times the height of a plane, which would be the height of the Richard Branson Virgin Galactic flight, He said that he did the calculations, and you wouldn't even see the curvature.
It's an argument of authority. That's all that is. Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
No. That's someone from your own side who's an astrophysicist.
I have no side. I don't know what side.
The globe side. You're on the globe Earth side.
That's reality, bro. I don't have a side.
No. The reality is that you wouldn't see a couple of degrees of curvature from the height of a plane. You would only see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth from that height. Even if it was a globe, you wouldn't see it.
From the perspective of an airplane, you can literally Google it right now, look it up, see the curvature. Like, it's not that hard.
All right, I'm about to post some electro-optical infrared and LiDAR scans of the horizon from CloudSat.
This again for you. Here we are in the plane, looking over.
Oh, okay, well, I'll post
1,120 kilometers. Here's 1,120 kilometers of a swath of the horizon taken from CloudSat using LiDAR.
We can settle this debate very interestingly by just getting the highest perspective, the most we can of the Earth. So that's the simplest explanation we should do.
I'm posting
the highest perspective we possibly.
Satellite images of a flat horizon, Bill Cap.
Why would we? What possible loss could we have then, if that's the case? Why don't we just send a satellite up and see?
He's muted everybody. He's on a platform on his own.
I haven't muted anybody at all. I'm sitting right here.
All right, then listen to what he's saying when he's talking. You over-talk him.
What I'm telling him is I'm telling him.
You're over-talking me now.
Satellite up. Okay. I can't even say a word edgewise. It's sad.
Yeah, well, why are you getting upset, bro? Relax. Calm down.
No one's upset, man.
You are. Just relax, dude. Just calm down.
Hear you with your bag of chips, man.
Yeah, just calm down, bro. Just relax. Just calm down. Relax.
It's okay.
It's gonna be all right.
So the active infrared of CloudSat's really cool because you can actually see condensation and evaporation lines from the surface to form clouds, and from the clouds when they condense and start to rain. So in some of these images that you see in the hyperspectral colors, you can see that the evaporation and condensation lines are parallel to each other and perpendicular to the flat ground. Again, this viewing angle presents about a 1,100 kilometer swath.
So why don't
There's
we
no
just
curvature.
send something up into the sky to look down to see the curvature of the Earth, if it is there or not, like a satellite, for example?
Well, that's what I'm presenting. I'm presenting what's called a limb view. It's a sideways view, looking out at the horizon, not straight down like you might be accustomed to.
Why aren't you just directly answering my question?
I am, actually. I'm presenting you exactly what you claim to have evidence of, and it contradicts your claim.
Posit the Earth is flat. Okay. So why don't we just send a satellite straight up? And see
this is a satellite.
Not like why don't you send a satellite? No, what? Send me what you're looking at. I actually.
This is called CloudSat, okay? And this is from the Calypso.
I'm actually curious
platform
now.
Using what's called the Calliope sensor, and I've got all the documentation you could ever dig into if you want to verify this claim.
I mean, give me a link to what you're looking at, please. I just like charts.
Okay, hold on. I'll give you a link to the whole library of images from the website run by the National Oceanographic and Aeronautic Administration.
I'm curious to new information. This is something I'm interested in. You see.
Yoda out here doing God's work.
All right, here are multiple daily scans of the horizon, flat, going back for years.
So standard part of a training satellite. Well, let's take a look here. This is very interesting stuff. You see. Let's look at the 30th.
Oh, it gets even more interesting because CloudSat is actually claimed to be a self-orbiting satellite. You can read about the launch using a Delta Heavy rocket to lift everything into orbit. But here's the funny thing. Let me post you an image I found from a slide deck.
Let me take a look here. I'm looking at the Calypso satellite. It's interesting. You see.
All right, here's where it gets interesting. Next image. All right, so this next image shows in red is the track of the satellite as it goes back and forth between, it looks like Palestine, Texas, and parts of North Africa and Europe. You know what's in Palestine, Texas? It's called the Columbia Scientific Ballooning Facility.
So the Calypso mission, Cloud Aerosol LiDAR, and Infrared Pathfinder satellite observations represents a collaboration between NASA and the French space agency CNES. Launched on April 28, 2006, the satellite was conceived to enhance the understanding of the role clouds and aerosols play in Earth's climate system and air quality. Aerosols, tiny particles. I'm not going to read the whole thing out loud, but I'm going to read it. I don't want to, unless you want me to, but I'm just going to.
No, it's okay. I know what it is already. But what I'm presenting to you now in chat is from their own slide deck showing in red. Those are balloon tracks. Why is this a balloon track when this is also supposed to be a satellite orbit?
So please hear me. So before I can respond to specific things, I'm trying to get some context here, right? Just like some basic information on what the satellite is, what it does, how it scans things. So that's what I I have to figure that stuff out before I can answer why is it doing this or that. Well, I don't know. I have to figure out how this works. So please give me a moment.
Okay. Well, happy reading. Also interesting that they're using a projection of Earth that puts the latitude and longitude at equidistant of each other. So that's equidistant meridians. And that's pretty cool.
So how fast is this thing moving?
Well, I mean, if it's in orbit where they say it is, it's supposed to be going like 18,000 miles per hour.
So that's apparently how it works right there. So it measures a vertical line of clouds and aerosolized particles completing a near polar sun-synchronous orbit.
That's not true. That depiction isn't true.
Completing approximately 14.
I've got the schematics. It's sideways.
Orbit ensures consistent daylight conditions for measurements, enabling global data collection. This is that's what you're looking at.
Your artistic rendition, whoever was the artist that drew that, is wrong. That's not the satellite's looking sideways.
I'm just looking at what NASA.
Yeah, and I've also presented you
is NASA
countervailing data.
How their satellite works, or I'm just trying to get a basic understanding of this here. It seems to me very confusing to use data from a satellite that you're claiming that they're lying about. I don't understand. I'm just looking at the basic explanation.
Well, there's a point. It's called invoking a hostile witness if this is a courtroom. It's because basically the other side, your side, actually provides information that contradicts your own side. And we're just calling that out. So this is basically a blow to your credibility.
It says Calypso uses... Oh, let me read the full paragraph. The combination of these advanced instruments allows Calypso to provide detailed vertical profiles, capturing not just the horizontal spread, but also the height and aerosols of aerosols and clouds. So the point of it isn't to measure what you're claiming. It's not measuring that axis that you're claiming it is. It's measuring this line because it's trying to measure, if you're looking at
showing
side slice.
Think horizontal.
It's not true.
Showing the horizon, and it's showing evaporation lines that are parallel to each other. That's a geometric Euclidean reality that you can't escape.
This just simply does not do what you're claiming it does.
What did I claim that you said it's not doing?
It doesn't measure the horizon.
I'm showing you that it shows you the horizon.
No, you've taken charts here, right? And you're just simply misunderstanding what it's showing you.
Oh, where's the curvature of the Earth then?
It's in the fucking graph. Do you not understand what it's measuring?
I do understand what it's measuring.
But think of a human body, right? When it's
it's measuring condensation and evaporation.
Okay, what does that mean?
Rain and evaporation. So when the oceans get warm and all the little water molecules start to jump around and get excited and they go wee and they go straight up into the air.
What do you call those?
It's showing that. And when the clouds get really cold and start to shiver and they shake all the water and the water condenses and falls back down to Earth as rain, that's what it's also showing. And it's got such a wide view, it can actually show you polar stratospheric clouds. What is a polar stratospheric cloud? Holy shit, what's the altitude of that thing?
That was a layman's explanation right there. You got to learn what a layman's explanation is. Okay, that was one.
Right, so what it shows is these evaporation and condensation lines, like I said for the 50th time, are parallel to each other and perpendicular to the surface.
Right. So what you're not understanding, once again, I'm trying to explain this to you, is it is not measuring the horizon of the Earth.
On a globe, those are going to be radial with a common barycenter, a common center of mass. Because you think gravity is pulling everything inward like spokes on a bicycle wheel. Which means the spokes can't be parallel to each other on a bicycle wheel. Right? Just like the condensation evaporation lines can't be parallel to each other on a globe.
Ask you a simple question. Is a spoke on a bicycle wheel curved or straight?
They're straight and they're not parallel to each other.
They're straight.
Just jumping around now.
No fucking shit, they're straight.
So then why would this fucking satellite...
Actually, hold on a second. If we want to take this to a higher technical level, you don't have straight plumbs. It's called deflection of the vertical in surveying.
Point. The reason this fucking satellite's not going to show you the curvature of the Earth is the same reason that if you have the bicycle spoke is straight from one spot to the other, even though a bicycle wheel is circular, the fucking spoke is straight, because from the perspective of it, from where it's going, it's straight down. That's why.
It's a sideways camera view of the horizon, okay? Why is there no curve?
It's literally a vertical camera.
No, it's not.
It fucking...
I told you that your artist depiction is wrong. And I can present to you, let me just show you. Okay, I'm going to go dig through the schematic.
So NASA is lying then. It's fucking a vertical camera.
No, they're not. I don't know what fucking source you're reading from when I pulled the actual design documents of this thing that are public. Let me go retrieve them. It'll be a minute.
CalOp has a high vertical resolution of 30 meters in the low troposphere and 60 meters above that.
Yeah, vertical. It's looking sideways so it can scan vertically.
You said vertical and you disagreed with it. You said
you tried to present this as vertical, like looking straight down, dumbass. It's looking sideways to get the vertical datum. Yeah, I'm still here. So for the audience wondering what it's called the Microwave Limb Sounder. It's part of the CloudSat constellation flying behind some of the main platforms, and its job is to look sideways.
Let me size this here for you. Here you go.
You realize CloudSat's not one platform, right?
There you go.
It's a program involving multiple platforms, multiple satellites with multiple capabilities.
Honestly, I just find it very amusing that you...
And they find a constellation they call an A-train configuration.
I just personally find it very amusing. You cite NASA, but then when I'm just sitting there reading about this thing from NASA, you're like, nope, that's
okay.
Hostile witness.
It's because you're trying to mischaracterize what it is. You've been trying to mischaracterize everything everybody here's been saying since you first started yapping.
Hostile witness.
Yeah, you are.
No, you said that NASA was a hostile witness.
Oh, you're a hostile witness to NASA.
I'm a hostile witness to NASA.
Yeah, NASA's providing evidence of a flat horizon. And you're contradicting that.
I think you're just a little bit incorrect, and I think I've...
No, I'm actually precisely correct.
You can't autocorrect this, Zoomer. You can't autocorrect this. It's just the way it is.
I'm pretty sure
Would you like to play again?
Vertical resolution. So, what are you arguing?
Insert coin to continue.
He wants to get closer to his mic as if you didn't hear him. I'm telling you, as a child, he got so ignored. He got so ignored that he had to do with interrupt people, and his parents were talking, and they probably gave him negative attention. They probably did. Go back to your room, Tommy. And he's just like, dude, I'm telling you. Every time someone speaks, you like to interrupt. That's what you do. That's your deal.
I think maybe because it makes you a little unhappy.
I don't care what it makes me. It just shows that you're an idiot.
I don't care what it makes me. Oh, you don't?
No, I don't. Yeah, he crashed out. He's just waiting to respond to you, Yoder. Even though you showed him that he's using some information, he can't even tell you how he understands it to be true. You showed him this is what NASA's actually showing us, the flat horizon.
Yep, and he's confirming what we're saying is true and trying to mischaracterize it as if it disagrees with what we're saying. So yeah, I mean, he's actually now the hostile witness to NASA's claim. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
I mean, NASA's also a hostile witness to NASA, which is also funny.
And I like the fact that he's triggered and he gets close to his mic and doing the thing that's antithetical to the thing he said he was trying to do onto me, calm me down. He's all uptight about it. Bro, relax. You're not right. Oh, you're muted because you don't know how to like let other people speak, bro. You're like a squirrel on crack. I said that earlier. You're just like bouncing all over the place. What do you think you guys' generation is called? Zoomers. Duh. The ADHD generation, brother. Yeah, but funny enough, you're on this platform not speaking and you're listening to me. How ironic is that? Yeah, that's all you have in your brain of those memes. A layman's explanation. That's funny, dude.
Like, what's funny is I find in this this presentation deck these red ground tracks going from Palestine, Texas, quite clearly out to the east, and then actually looping and coming back. So like southern jet stream or northern jet stream, southern jet stream, I guess. And it's a ton of squiggly lines going around. Like, this is not a satellite orbit in the traditional sense of a globe. So what I was saying earlier is you can read about like the launch of CloudSat satellite, multiple launches, big heavy rockets to boost these things really high up into orbit. And it's like, okay, if these things are doing the loop-de-loop around a ball, how come we see this loop-de-loop back and forth between America and Europe? Doing like a hard U-turn, hairpin turn around Texas and another hairpin turn around Greece. I find that fascinating. Not sure what's going on or how they're controlling that. I've got some ideas, though. Oh, maybe we should believe that they're augmenting the orbiting space junk with scientific balloons for the same program, the CloudSat program. Maybe that's it, guys. They totally have self-orbiting satellites, but they also use the balloons.
All their orbital paths are meant to be natural.
Oh, thanks, Morvis. Palestine. Yeah. Well, I mean, AV pretty much exposed this guy. Like, he was telling us his debate bro tactic to try and just remain calm because it only works when one of the other party is spurging out of control.
Yeah.
Like, that's all he was here for. Just tossing shit at the wall. Here's Jaren's freaking laser test. Didn't know a thing about. I see curvature from airplanes. Didn't know a thing about that. Well, satellites prove the Earth is curved. ISS footage. I mean, this is just basic, like, tier 1, level 1 Glober shit.
Yeah, bless his heart, he tried. Well, I mean, tried in his own way, not that he met any standard of like actually accomplishing his goal. Yeah, you were like, I'm your Huckleberry. That's just my game. You took him to NASA, and he's like, he lost his shit. Oh, you're showing me NASA. You can't show me NASA. You guys don't like NASA. I'm like, well, gonna use this as a hostile witness.
Yep. Oh, dude, I already had the next step ready. Like, oh, you like satellites, bitch? All right. Let's go to the Goddard Space Flight Center, satellite tracking query. Go read that magnetic flux tube of force thing and go explain that to me.
I was telling in the text chat, I was like, Yoder's the soy whisperer. That shit was funny.
Yeah.
Cause, bro, they come in here nothing but gimmicks, man. Like, I'm tired of that shit. Like, I can at least attempt to listen to what the person say. He was like not even listening, bro. It's like, man.
Oh, like, you crave substantive conversations.
Yeah,
you might
dude.
Be lucky if you get one a week.
Fucking something, bro. Like, I would give it to him if he just at least repeated back or what you're like something, dude. Just give me something to work with.
Yeah, like honesty.
Ugh.
I mean, there's something to be said for our tenacity in this space. Like the staying power we have, the duration we have, we can outlast and treat any troll that comes in here. We've been forged through the fires and flames of the worst ridicule, the craziest targeting. I mean, it's pretty insane what this topic does to people and the kind of abuse you endure over it. It's only made us better at what we do.
Yeah, I like it. Yep. And then we got the homies to share it with, like Anti-Globalist, Necros, 20 Cups.
Shout out.
I appreciate you guys. Sometimes you do just want to sit back and listen to somebody else take it, you know? You love frustrating the plans of the wicked, though, don't you, Yoder?
Yeah, that's my main shtick, if you're gonna call it that. I love that. I love to frustrate their plans.
Oh my goodness.
You got to kind of match their energy and tone. You give them a chance or two.
Good luck matching that tone.
Yeah. And when you can't do it, that's when you turn on the juice, you know?
That was comedic timing on that, though, Globalist. Yeah, because he's a soy boy, right? So it's like, how are you going to match that tone? Unless he becomes soy-like.
Yeah, you got to kind of lead them on so that they unknowingly strap themselves to their own electric chair.
Hey, Matthew, are you
there? The honors.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm here. So,
hey, do you think if a flat earther came in here and made a really ridiculous argument, we'd call them out?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Did you notice that when the last globe earther came in here and made a bunch of ridiculous arguments, you didn't call him out?
Right, because this is your forum, not mine.
Okay. Just wanted to point that out.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, got to close your ranks, huh?
appreciate the admission. Thank you, Matthew. Matthew agrees his arguments were bogus.
Yeah, stronger together, right?
Well, I didn't hear all of his arguments. But in general, I don't think you can prove that the Earth is a globe.
A torch and a laser are the same thing. You can see the curvature from an airplane.
Why did we? I don't know. Imagine taking elevation scans, but you're looking straight down.
Yeah, like if that's straight down, like what's that horizontal line supposed to even be? If it's not the horizon. All right. Any more globe earthers in here? Who's next? I think they're all done.
Hey, yeah, insert coin to continue.
Hey, you realize we got flat earthers that have been hanging out with us that don't know who Brian Mullen is or what his work was? That's me. He told me, hey,
who is Brian Mullen?
I don't know who Brian Mullen is or what he did. So I posted it in the Ranked Worlds chat and I said it's mandatory watching. There will be quizzes. You don't know Brian Mullen, homie? Or are you just playing?
No. Who's that? Serious?
Brian Mullen used to have a channel called Balls Out Physics so basically he's an engineer.
Balls.
And he came upon the idea of flat Earth. He started applying his engineering education and knowledge to it. Made a bunch of videos. He called them Balls Out Physics. And he was explaining a lot of problems with the globe from a physics engineering perspective. And then he devised a test that, if implemented correctly, would certainly definitively tell you whether the surface was curving or not. And shortly thereafter, the Globers got so butthurt that an actual engineer would come out as a flat earther and actually make definitive cases for flat Earth and design definitive instrumentation that could be implemented in the real world and liberate the idea. So they decided to go after his engineering license. One guy, I can't remember his name exactly because I'm confusing him with one other guy, but he basically called his job, tried to get his engineering license pulled, said he was unsafe, did all this stuff and harassed him so badly that he really wasn't, either felt he was in danger of his job or whatever, and so he decided to stop doing what he was doing so he could, maintain his career and feed his family. Which, is the right decision if he's really facing that much persecution. So it's no harm, no foul on him. He did a good job. He did his work, and he gave us great ideas. But yeah, that's just the way Globers are. They're so zealous for their religion that they're willing to attack somebody's livelihood. And it's not because they actually believed that anything he built would fall down simply because he's a flat earther. No, they were using that as an excuse just because they hate flat earth.
Yeah. It's despicable. It's despicable. Makes me sick.
Yeah, so one of the things he designed, he did a lot of things about like the rotation of the earth and planes flying and all the classical physics types things. But two of the things he came up with, one was called torque the line, where his idea was you get a cable in the water and you pull it really tight. and that would give you a straight line that's either going to be parallel with the water, or the water is going to hump over it, right? And that was a good idea in principle. The problem is that when it came down to the physics, there's like nothing we have that can pull strong enough to defeat the catenary curve problem, which is a line under its own weight is going to sag, right? So you need a certain amount of tension to resist the sag. And me and Indio calculated it one day on a live stream, and it turned out that it's like there's no craft that we possess that could accomplish such a task. You know, he was imagining a boat would pull it. You know, two boats would be going in opposite directions, and that would pull the line. But once you apply the math to it, it's like impossible.
Yeah.
And his other one was called Force the Line, which is essentially taking a level, plumb, and square construction, and then building off of it square. So your first one's plumb, level, and square, and maybe a few for a benchmark. And then after that, you just keep building square to it. And so if you keep building square to it, if the first one is level, if it's a flat Earth, it's just going to keep continuing straight. And if it's a globe Earth, it's going to raise in altitude as the ground curves away. So it was a pretty good idea. And I think he actually did the math on the cost, and he said it would only be like $350,000, depending on everything. That's like the implementation cost of the materials. You still have to have the land to do it, because you need miles of land to accomplish it. You can't just do it in like 1,000 yards. Yeah, so they didn't really like the fact, because you know how they always say, there's no flat Earth engineers, there's no flat Earth pilots, there's no flat Earth PhDs, which isn't true. None of that's true. There are plenty of those. Problem is, when some of them come out, they get blackballed, blacklisted, attacked, et cetera, et cetera. So they're reticent to be so publicly vocal about it.
Right. I've made this point much before. How there's not much incentive to come out and announce yourself as a flat earther. There's really no incentive to do that.
Yeah, and there's a track record of not just professional organizations blacklisting you or blackballing you, but people who aren't even associated with your organization trying to campaign to your organization to get you off of your job. Like just pure psychosis by the Globers, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the whole Brian Mullins issue with George, was it Hetanyuk or whatever? And classic anti-flat earther at the time, like 7 years ago, whatever it was, 6 years ago. And yeah, just went full bath and tried to get him his job. And then Brian disappeared. I really enjoyed Brian's videos as well. I think I haven't seen them for a long time, to be fair. I should probably watch them, especially if AI is going to give us a bloody quiz. But I think there was one about how avionics would work, aviation, an airplane flying around a sphere. I'd like to see that one again. But yeah, it was interesting at the time. We hear about this. Sorry?
Oh, sorry. I was just going to real quick say, for anyone who cares, I put the playlist in the ranked roles section.
Cheers, man. Thank you. But yeah, it was horrific at the time, knowing that people were going out of their way to get people fired. Like AI said, these things happen all of the time. We don't necessarily know about them. We don't necessarily have first-hand experience with them. But this, a lot of people within the Flat Earth community did. Because one moment he was there, the next moment he'd gone. And it didn't take us long to figure out who'd done it.
Wasn't he advertising that he did it?
Yeah. Because he was kind of back and forth with FED, wasn't he? He was like around with that Bob the Science Guy group, a couple of other.
You're talking about who ratted out the dude that ratted out Brian Mullen?
Yeah.
Well, tried to rat him out. Yeah, he admitted it.
Yeah.
He admitted it on Nathan's show. I probably got a clip of it. I wouldn't doubt it. George Hottenuk or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Actually, now I remember, he didn't admit it on FED. Well, he did after he tried to deny it. And he tried to justify it by lying. What he said was he did it because Brian was violating the engineering oath that they take to be an engineer. And it turned out that, hold on, it's worse than that. So, yeah. So some states do require some type of oath, right? Some thing to basically that I'm not going to just like, fucking design a bridge out of frickin' whipped cream or something. So there is some states. The state he worked in was not one of those states. But the proof that he offered was, so there was some group that was trying to get these oaths put as a requirement in every state, and they had a model oath, in a book on Google Books, and he tried to pass that off, that model oath that was in a book on Google Books, as the oath that was Brian was supposed to take, and fucking, I'm dead serious, dude. This is what the lengths he went to, because he got called out, and then he went to find the evidence for what he thought was true, and all he could find was a model oath on Google Books, and tried to present that as the oath Brian was violating.
Dude, how poetic! How poetic! The only proof of my claim is a model on the internet.
Yes, exactly. Well, that's par for the course.
Hello, friends.
Raiden's here. Yeah, we hear you.
I wanted to ask a quick question.
Is it about the Nobel Prize?
No, not today.
Okay, good. Okay, I've got a new question. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you guys were you were talking about the sun earlier, and I wanted to ask this is like a reality check question. If someone says they know something about the sun, and at the same time you don't, would you guys agree there's a separation there, or no?
Say that again. If we say we don't know, we're saying he don't know.
No, I'm just saying for example.
I mean, nobody knows.
It doesn't have to be the sun per se. It could be anything. Let's just say, for example, you don't know something about a particular topic, but someone else says they do. Would you agree there's a separation there?
That's like a false equivalence, because things in the sky, like the celestial bodies, inaccessible. Nobody claims they're going to the sun. Nobody claims they're going to a star. Nobody claims they're going to a planet.
Okay, so maybe I'll rephrase it. India.
Well, you see what I'm saying is you're trying to create something. We actually, this is a different thing. They're claiming that they know the composition of something, which they can't grab a hold of and actually get the thing that is supposed to be composed of.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: is it possible for someone to know something that you don't?
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's all I was asking.
Like, you know how much money's in your pocket right now?
Zero.
Right? I don't.
Right, yeah.
Well, that was going to be my guess, but
no, okay, yeah, right, yeah, yeah. I don't carry cash anymore. It's been a long time.
Yeah, no, the fucking homeless people must be fucking bummed out, dude. They fucking man, can I have $1? Have to cash app it to you.
Yeah, you answered my question, so that it was just
of course people can know things you don't, but like
that's
certain topics nobody can have knowledge of, right? Like what happens to you after you die? Nobody has knowledge of that. Nobody's come back to tell anybody. No matter what anybody says. They don't know that. They can only ever believe it. And this is in that category.
Okay, so going back to the sun, if Sean Carroll told you he knew what the sun is, you would tell him he
Tell 'em-
doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he'd admit
base
it.
that off of,
And he'd admit it.
right. I'm
If
just
Sean
saying if he
Carroll
told you
has
that.
a degree, well, he has a degree in the philosophy of science, and I'd say that's an inductive inference, right? And he'd say yes. And I go, well, is the sun's composition proven? And he'd say no. He'd say it's the best theory that we have. He would appeal to abductive reasoning.
Okay. I'm glad you answered my initial question, honestly. So at least you're based in reality. There are things that someone else could know that you don't. At least you
course.
understand that. Okay, good.
Of course,
all I
but
had.
there's some things that people claim they know, which there's no way they can know. They just believe they know.
Sure. Yeah, we have that
Yeah.
too. That's another.
How's this for a follow-up? Do you agree that there are things that nobody can know?
Sure.
Okay. And does the sun fall into that category, you think?
I can't speak to that. Not
Yeah, I
with
was saying this
certainty,
earlier.
anyway.
I don't think anybody knows what the sun is or what stars are, the moon is, or what planets are.
Okay.
So
Never
and
will.
then like India's, and they never will. So anyone that's saying like, well, I claim to know, like that doesn't necessarily put them in an advantageous position over someone who doesn't know.
But what if Creation Bear? What if you ask them if they know, and then they say yes, I know, and then you say how do you know, and they say clickety clickety clickety. The first result on Google says the sun is a ball of gas that is made of this, and it's doing fusion, and it's this far away. And now I know what it is.
Yeah. That's usually how it goes down.
The thing about that also, listen, it's objectively true that anything just looking at light and saying the sub's current position is an abductive inference and an indirect measurement. For some reason, Josh couldn't admit this when it's objectively true. This is the case. Just as a matter of logic, it's true. Like, it doesn't matter what he says. This isn't subject to opinion. That he's light. He's looking at light. Somebody is, and he's inferring its composition from the light. Okay? That's an inference. He's not directly measuring the composition of the molecules within the sun. Okay? He's saying, hey, in my theory, molecules, this light can only be created by molecules that are within the sun of this type. He doesn't know that. All he can say is that within our lab conditions, they kind of match this. And it's more complicated than that. I'm super oversimplifying it because he was oversimplifying it. He doesn't understand how spectroscopy actually works in practice. It's nothing like they don't just look at a spectroscope and go, look, there's some hydrogen. It doesn't work like that. It's way more complicated than that. As with anything else in modern science, when you're doing minute measurements, there's a lot of statistical nonsense involved with it, which is, a lot of cherry picking and confirmation bias and parameter fucking tweaking and a bunch of bullshit. Okay? And then that is built, right? All of this theory laden mathematical model shit is used to say in accuracy consistent with our theory of the emission spectrum of hydrogen. That's all they can actually say. They can't say match. They can't say anything else. And if unlike Josh, I actually heard the SOHO, which is the Solar Observatory that he was referring to. There's actually an interview which I sent him, which he should have listened to. I sent it to him like a week ago, ironically. It's a SOHO Observatory. Robert Bazzano interviewed the fucking staff for the goddamn place. And they were uncertain. So I don't understand what solar scientists that think they have a satellite looking at the sun 24 hours a day, that they have some uncertainty and that they're admitting that they just have a solar model and that there are some issues with it. But somehow Josh is certain when all he read was fucking like clickety clack, Google or ChatGPT. Fact of the matter is, he don't know. He just thinks he knows. What I do know is he had acted way off fucking character for even questioning the composition of the sun. Actually, it wasn't questioning the composition of the sun. He was offended by questioning human knowledge about the composition of the sun. That's what really irked him.
That's him. That is.
Yeah, and Danny, I
his
didn't forget
character.
about you. I'm going to clip yours too. Like yours is in another one, so I'm going to clip that out right now. You seen me post the other one, right?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, because you said something to him. I don't know if it's in that clip about how can they that the accuracy that you're claiming regarding the sun is greater than what's measured on Earth. Do you remember when you said something like that to him?
Oh yeah. I was talking about like gas chromatograph spectroscopy, right? So they get a crime scene, someone freaking died of something, they don't know what he freaking ingested, so they take a sample of their blood. They know what elements are in blood, so they go, hey, what are the different elements that are? They'll use gas chromatograph spectroscopy to get the elements in their relative proportions, and that's roughly 6 to 9 parts per million. And then they claim that they can look at Uranus and it was actually less than that. It was 0.3 parts per million. That they said that they could stare at Uranus 16 million miles away and figure out what its composition was. So I asked him basically, how come we have limitations when we have access to the sample on Earth, but with a telescope somehow you just magically, all those freaking issues just go away? How do we have greater precision looking through a fucking telescope than we do when we actually have the sample? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I thought that was a great question. And then those kind of techniques can be tested and seen, with some kind of known substance, like you said. Can this person who doesn't know it get this result, when it's a blind test, but someone does know if they're right or not, and then they can see how accurate these tests are. But obviously with the sun and these other
that's a good idea.
materials, we can't do that.
That's actually a good idea.
A good answer.
They should blind that stuff, dude. They should just okay, here's the graph. What is this?
Yep. Yeah, but he had a good answer to your question about the variance of the accuracy versus local versus far, and why would you trust the inverse? He had a really good answer, and that was no answer. He didn't want to touch that with a 1 AU foot pole.
He was like, I need to see it. So I actually posted it in the chat, and he never referenced it. It's easy to find out what the precision of gas chromatograph spectroscopy is. Now, he'd have to look up the precision from 10 years ago, because I'm sure they've improved the technology a little bit. I don't know if they've improved it that much in order of magnitude, but I don't know.
Yeah, but for posterity's sake, can you enunciate that for the stenographer?
What, gas chromatograph spectroscopy? It's not that complicated.
I heard graph. Was graph supposed to be in there?
Yeah, graph. Gas chromatograph spectroscopy.
Oh, gotcha. All right, there you go.
There's also mass spectroscopy, which is similar. Gas chromatograph is they vaporize the sample and then they shoot freaking something through it. It might be X-rays or something.
I actually carry around a purple hardback spectroscopy book in my glove box. No joke. I've actually sent pictures of it to people before. The reason is if I ever get in an accident or something ever happens on the road and somebody asks me, well, what did you see? I'll be like, give me a second. Got to reference my book here real quick, then I'll let you know.
I've been actually using spectroscopy so I don't misgender anybody. Like you look through it, right? And if you see a rainbow, then whatever gender you think they are, they're the opposite.
If rainbow, then LGBT.
Yes, exactly. That's what a spectrograph is. It's basically looking through a prism. But they use what's called a grating. So it's a bunch of fucking wires. Did you guys ever use this in school? Because we actually used one in school when I went to school in like 5th grade, 6th grade. Basically, you're looking through a diffraction grating. So it's just a bunch of vertical wires, and then it gets projected. The white light gets broken up. So if you just look at the sun, it just looks like a rainbow, but there'll be lines, missing pieces in it. Or was it the other way? I think you flip it and it does the emission spectrum. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. But it looks like a little frickin' black plastic triangle thing with wires.
Yeah, I've used one before. It's been a while.
Oh, good. Thank God I didn't. Yeah, here's a picture of one. Yeah. That was freaking hallucinating in 6th grade, man.
No, we're just trying to identify the age demographic of everybody in the room. That's all.
Well, I mean, like, we used it once for freaking 5 minutes in a class in, like, 6th grade. I mean, it could have hallucinated the whole thing, man. I don't know.
Dude, I used one of those to grate the cheese and home ec.
Remember, Dandelion, when this is what you did in science class? You did actual, like, science stuff?
Yeah, for sure.
You don't just memorize the textbook and puke it back onto the test?
Do they even let kids have Bunsen burners right on the table anymore?
Remember that.
I think so. I mean, last I knew, yeah, they were still there. They still use them. Probably not quite
Only
as
the
much as
honors
they used to,
classes.
though.
Like the average numpty doesn't get to play with those. These are honors classes. Those students definitely do, yeah. Not once was a Bunsen burner pulled out while I was in high school.
Oh, they cook crack rocks, we did.
But they
I don't know. I used Bunsen burners even with my alternative ed students. That was one of the things they liked the best, doing the flame tests, stuff like that. Flames are very popular with criminals.
But now that the definition of science has changed to the submission to consensus, you don't actually need to do experiments. You just learn what the consensus is, and therefore you're a scientist.
Well, they don't teach logical fallacies to those standard kids anyway, either. They only teach that to honor students. There's a lot of things they only give to the honor students, the people in advanced classes.
Yeah, because you're trained to push a button in a factory. Why do you actually need to know logical fallacies? Because when your boss comes and tells you what the rule is, it doesn't matter what fallacy he uses or doesn't use. That's the rule, and that's what you have to center your life on until your boss decides to change or his boss decides to change.
Nation of workers, not thinkers. Yep.
So, of course, science has to be about consensus and following the rules.
Well, I digress. I just wanted to comment on that. I'd noticed that there's a lot of things missing from the standard education that people receive. And unless they go to teach themselves more, they're never going to know it.
Just think of every Globie that comes in here that pretty much their entire premise is based upon submission to that authority and submission to consensus.
Yep.
And you're stupid and retarded and such because you don't submit to their authorities.
Hey, but that is a funny play on words, advanced. So ad is obviously could be advertisement. Advanced actually means lack of advertisements, right? But Vance means you dwell in a marsh. So if you're in an advanced class, you're in a contradiction of advertisements and non-advertisements to keep you in the marsh, which is also in the muck. So basically, you're stuck in the mud. That's very interesting.
Then you tie that into draining the swamp.
Pretty much.
Man, just more predictions that Trump is the one.
That they hired the swamp thing to drain the swamp.
Hey, only the swamp thing can drain the swamp because he knows where the plug is.
That's fair.
See, you have to understand, Ethergrass, that only people living inside the container can know that there's not a container. And by that same logic, only a swamp thing could drain the swamp.
Yeah, that tracks.
Okay. Yeah, hold on a second.
I thought you were going to say, quit talking smack and get back to flat Earth.
No, I got to play Dandelions. You didn't tell me it was that funny.
I didn't think it was funny. It was traumatizing for me.
What is it?
Yeah, hold on. I got to convert it to MP3.
He's going pro and bringing it home.
Oh, it's good practice. The clips you really want, you got to download. You can't rely on crowd sharing or the people's clips that other people made that you're linked to. You got to download it. Otherwise, it could disappear on you.
Yep. If you see or hear something on the internet that you want to keep, you better grab it right away. There's no guarantee that it'll still be there tomorrow.
That's right.
Yeah, I was just looking for the Flat Earth's answers to fake Prof. Dave's 10 things Flat Earthers can't answer. Because he's a gosh, I can't even talk, Zarko 74 does not like fake Prof. Dave, and I used to put those up all the time because that's one of his most annoying lies. He puts up that video that says 10 things flat earthers can't answer, even though we answer those things all day long, 24/7. Anyway, a couple of people had made response videos, but I was having trouble finding them because the accounts were gone. You know how it is. You go to it and it says, this YouTube account is terminated. Yeah.
He's probably
Hard to
reporting
find.
anybody that does a correction video to his video, too.
That could be. Yeah, these were good. I haven't seen them for a few years. Hopefully, I could still find them somewhere.
The algorithm would side with him automatically, as would anybody with their own confirmation bias. Any Glober who's normal would say flat earthers are insane and automatically side with him. So, yeah, that tracks. Apple, he is such a straw man farmer.
So I have a question for you all. Dandelion, maybe you have a good answer for me. So when the GTs come on and they say something, they make this little statement here that's not really a question, but they want you to think it's a question. They say, what about time zones? So how do the GTs account when they make that blanket statement for the fact that we're getting ready to arbitrarily change our clock here in a couple hours?
They don't, because they're not asking the right question, and they're not educated enough in their own question to understand the question they should be asking. So we got to do it for them. So their actual question is, if the Earth is flat, why isn't it daylight all the time, at all times? That's their real question, because they just don't know how to say it.
Yeah, so they use their half-baked English skills to say, what about time zones? Yeah, no doubt. It's just interesting that I sit here and I watch somebody explain the political ramifications of time zones and how that's more important than where the sun actually is. And the person kind of got it, but then tonight I was just kind of thinking, okay, well, does the sun somehow magically change so we have to change our clocks because the sun screws up twice a year?
The worst part is when people ask about time zones and you go to explain it to them, show them information, and they talk over you the entire time and don't listen to anything and then claim that you can't explain time zones.
Right. And then back there.
Yep. And you try and explain it again. They talk all over you again and then claim that you can't explain time zones. That's their MO. They do that crap all the time.
Yeah, of course. And then as soon as you get them to a point to where they realize that they've lost it, instead of conceding or walking back their arrogant comments, they just gish gallop onto something else. Well, what about ships are disappearing from the bottom up?
Yeah. And again, you can explain it to them. They'll talk over you. Doesn't matter what you share. And then they'll claim that you didn't explain it at all.
Yep. And then once you re-explain it, and they finally realize they're losing, then they gish gallop off to, well, what about eclipses?
Yeah. And then they insist again, doubling down. You guys can't prove anything. You can't explain anything after not listening for an hour.
Yeah, you guys lost the argument. I'm not going to stay around here anymore. And then they leave.
Yep. I like the combos we get, though, that are productive and end up, having a little bit of a proper conclusion.
What about satellites?
What about
I just wonder, they all have this same formula where they ask these same questions in the same order, and then when they ask them, it's always what about something, rather than building up, trying to put some meat on the bone so it can be discussed. They just, what about, and then they make some sort of little half-baked statement of something that they don't really know what the fuck they're talking about. I just wonder who it is that passes out that script and that set of questions in that exact order from time after time.
It's probably on a website or something.
Yeah, the flatearth.ws thing that's so popular for people. The Anti-Flat Earther website that's #1 on the Google search.
Yeah, full of nonsense. That was the website that converted me to Flat Earth.
AI automatically goes to that website. Of course, we're just saying stuff that everybody else here has seen 1,000 times, so that's redundant.
Yeah, and that website, flatearth.ws, written by morons, because every time they try to explain how a camera works, they get it wrong.
Who is it that actually published that page? Is there, like, does anybody actually know, or do they just try to keep it under their vest?
I don't know. I figured I would stay silent for a second and see if anybody else did, but I have no idea who's running it. Looks like we need a Glober in here to make a claim.
Well, you've got the old standby Raiden, True Blue Globe Believer. Waiting for the Nobel Prize to be awarded to a flat earther before he'll accept that there's no measurement of curvature.
How about the ones that show you flat earther stuff as hostile witnesses to prove their globe? Like, it's always a flat earther proving the globe, never a Glober. It's so weird.
That's fair, but
Yeah.
okay.
Where's the,
So how about a flat earther proving flat Earth? You just volunteered.
Oh, geez.
where's the Nobel Prize for?
Well,
proof
you
of
make two
gravity?
faux pas. One, you said you need a Glober to make a claim, right? And
Well,
then the second thing you said is that how come the flat earthers are proving the globe? So then that leaves the obvious excluded middle, which is when's a flat earther going to prove flat Earth? And since you're the last one to speak, that falls on your shoulders.
All right, I call for a field trip. Let's go.
Oh, so it's in the future? Your proof is in the future?
Yes.
You don't have it now?
Yeah. Yep, I don't have anything readily available, but I request a field trip. That would be fun. No, I got stuff I could talk about, but
Well,
it's
then
not
if
like
you don't have anything, yeah, but think about it this way. If you say you don't have anything, yet you're a flat earther, then that means you came to your position without any proof. So then your position is irrelevant.
No, it's more like I got stuff, but I personally could hand wave away everything I have that other people, you guys don't hand wave away, but I can because I'm a bit more skeptical. But it does track logically. It's just, I hand wave away a lot of shit.
So as an inquisitive Glober audience member representative, I find that highly flaccid and unbecoming of someone that claims to be a flat earther.
That's fair. I could bring up measurements and stuff, but then somebody's going to use the opposite of it, as they always do, and then double down on the globe.
But you gotta wait till it's robust before you measure it, bro.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The point is I can spit out the same rhetoric that all the anti-globers do and do the nuh-uh shit. Is my point. There's nothing I could do to show myself because I would go nuh-uh to myself.
So you would not yourself.
That's what they do, don't they?
Earth is flat. How does that make sense?
Yeah. Because there's nothing we could show them. That's why I said.
Who cares what they do? They're asking you. Yeah, that's fair. But they're asking you what you do. So for example, if you say field trip, what does that even mean? You got to at least put some meat on that bone.
Well, one, people often bring up the Black Swan thing, so visiting that in person and then having other people also record would be a good thing rather than just looking at the recordings of other people. Like getting out there grassroots again, doing things. But there's so much more than just that one location anyway. People get stuck on that one, and there's more. That was just my point.
So you haven't been
We
there.
spent a lot of time talking about what's already been taken, is all. And I love it when folks get out there doing something. Like Salt Lake Stacy, I think is her name. She gets out there recording things. That's really cool. Or when any of y'all do, it's great stuff. Like you're going out to
Yeah,
the lake.
fair enough. But all I'm hearing as the inquisitive Glober customer, audience member, too scared to speak up representative is that you got nothing.
Yeah. Fair enough. Watch, I can pick anything though, and I know exactly what you can do.
Who cares, dude? Somebody asked you, right? What's your evidence or proof that convinced you the Earth is flat? I mean, that doesn't require them to agree. It's your story.
Yeah. I would say measurements and the lack of curvature. Like anything I see, and the fact that the wide-angle lenses exist on cameras, or people don't understand how those work. So more often than not, they present that kind of thing, and it's quite obvious that's what it is. So a lot of it ends up actually being debunking the evidence that other people present to us. Like, no, this is not true because ABC. But if I were to present something, then I have to double down and explain it to somebody who's usually not going to. It's frustrating, man. I think I've become cynical over the years. It's the odds of us finding somebody who will listen is very low. So it's made me kind of, black-pilled, maybe, bitter about it.
Well, that's great and all, but you listened. So now you're condemning everybody else for what you already have.
And I have to keep that in mind, too, that I did listen. So there's always somebody out there who will, eventually.
Yeah, and you're
Well,
not
they certainly
always
ain't
going
gonna
to
be
see the
listening to dead
result.
air.
That's true.
Exactly. That's another thing you don't know. So, like for example, we had one member in here. Their kid went to school, and the teacher was talking about something, and they spoke up and said, "Oh, that's not true because of ABC or something like that." And like a dozen other kids in the classroom spoke up along with him after he did. So he didn't realize that many of the other kids were already in a mood to be like, "Wait a minute, this stuff doesn't track." But until he spoke up, he didn't know that. So he was living in this bubble. Well, why don't you model it for him right now? Tell the world why you think the Earth is flat. How you came to that conclusion.
But you're right, people, the courage. Everything presented
I'll put
to
a
me
feather
that I
in your
look
hat.
into, there's something fishy about it. And the more I dig into it, it's just the stuff that's off versus the stuff that's correct. When you look and you go out and check stuff for yourself versus the story we're given, something doesn't add up, and it gets worse the more you look.
Right. So that's the position of an agnostic, not a flat earther. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I guess that's the starting point then. You start there on the fence. Then once you start digging, it brings you towards the flat earth side, because the time after time, the evidence doesn't line up with the official narrative. If you keep on debunking the official narrative, your faith in it drops. It takes a willingness to want to, though, and I don't think a lot of folks have that willingness.
Oh, they don't care. They don't care. They didn't ask you about other folks. They asked you about you. They said, hey, you, what convinced you the Earth is flat?
Well, I've never seen curvature with my own eyes. And practically speaking, the functions of reality, like water seeking level and other stuff. But again, they would just invoke gravity over and over, just belief.
What do you mean they? You're telling your story. There is no they.
Here. Well, it's under the premise if I were talking to somebody who is definitely staunchly against flat Earth, which is what we usually deal with.
It doesn't matter. You just make your argument to a conclusion. A leads to B, leads to my conclusion, which is C. You don't need their participation.
Their reaction speaks
So
volumes.
basically what I heard, yeah, fair enough. Basically what I heard is, I believe in flat Earth because of your reticence to accept my reason why I believe in flat Earth. That makes zero sense, brother.
That's a good point. I should be able to make my argument without having to actually invoke the person I'm talking to.
The reason why I'm grilling you is because there's been a trend lately where people that come into our venues are just flat out asking, hey, why do you think the earth is flat? Why do you believe the earth is flat? Why did you come to conclusion the earth is flat? What evidence is there that the earth is flat? And they're being dismissed and their questions aren't being answered. They're getting a lot of hems and haws and reverses to be like, oh, well, why do you think it's a globe or not? It's like, dude, they asked you an honest question. If you can't answer that question honestly, why would they even care to have a discussion with you at all? Think about it. It makes zero sense. And I'm not
You're
singling
right.
you out that you've done that, but
No,
people
you're
have
right.
been doing that lately.
Well, I get it too because when we use each other as examples sometimes, this is how we teach others. So I understand.
Yeah. So for example, I've been on the stream where there's no reason other than the globe. We're just asking, what evidence is there that the Earth is flat? And then they're not answered at all. There's some kind of red herring or reverse attack on that person for being disingenuous for asking the question, and then there's just dead air and no flat Earth exposition. So the Glober certainly isn't engaging because they didn't get their question answered in good faith, and nobody's hearing anything. It's just dead air. Like, it's the simplest question. Like, if you say I'm a flat earther and somebody asks you, well, why are you a flat earther? You should be able to answer. What evidence led you to that conclusion? You should be able to answer. Otherwise,
like,
you just, I mean, what are they going to think? You just picked flat earther out of a hat of things you could be today?
It's your chance to kind of give your testimony of how you got to where you are.
And fair enough, that could be about anything. It's like, yeah, not a testimony.
Yeah,
that's a bad word.
Just anything, man.
I mean, you could just say because I've never seen any evidence it's a globe. I mean, that would be succinct and to the point.
Still,
because we've been talking about that
earlier. Go ahead, dude.
Well, I was just gonna say, me, AB brought this up the other day about the black swan. Like, why are we by using the argument, like, why are we even debunking the globe in the first place? Because like, why are we going like almost reversing the burden of proof and taking the burden of proof onto ourselves? And I understand that, but on the other hand, and AB often does this, where he was like, "No, we're here to figure out why you know the Earth is a globe," and the person will often try to reverse it and say, "Well, why do you think it's flat?" And AB would just like not answer. I mean, he has answered. I'm just not saying he never does it. I'm just saying most of the time, the guy's just trying to get off his burden of proof, which is fine. But I just think just for me, it's more simplistic to just go, why do you think the Earth is flat? How flat it is? Okay, next question. Like, literally, it's the simplest question to answer because it's self-evident that the Earth looks flat. I mean, that's all I need. I don't need anything beyond that. Once I say it looks flat, then the burden of proof shifts to them. Right? I've met my burden. Because if their paradigm is empirical observation, the initial empirical observation looks flat. Why do I need to go beyond that? And they'll come up with all sort of convoluted. I mean, we've all seen it, right? They'll come up all sort of convoluted by somehow that's fucking not the true reality, right? Okay, fine, prove it. That's fine. But I've met my burden at least for empirical observation, right? Which is their standard. You got to understand, they're saying science proves it. Okay, that means their standard of truth is empirical observation of the natural world. What's the empirical observation of the natural world? Earth looks flat. Okay, bam. That's it. According to their standard, I've met their burden of what truth is. You understand?
Yeah, and most of their arguments after that, they have to agree. Yeah, most of their arguments after that, they have to agree. They'll say, yes, the Earth looks flat, but...
Yeah. Now prove but
you're
your
right,
butt is the case.
I overthink shit too much and just need to get straight to the point a lot of times.
Well, I mean, they've complicated it. Like the globe Earth side have complicated it intentionally to make it convoluted when it's actually a very simple proposition. How many times have you heard it? I don't know. I'm not a scientist. They think it takes some freaking highfalutin science to figure out whether the fucking Earth is flat or not.
Yeah.
of which they've disqualified themselves to be able to scrutinize by their own admission that they're not up to the task. So that what they've just admitted is they just trust what some dude said. It's really their position at the end of the day.
Based upon they not understanding what the guy said. The guy said a bunch of word salad. They don't understand, so that guy must be smarter than them because they don't understand what the guy said. So I'll just defer to him. I'll defer to his word salad. I mean, these are the guys that are like, what if we're in a simulation? What if our brain's in a jar? It offends them. Like, honestly, it offends them of being like, yeah, the earth looks flat, therefore it is. That shit offends the hell out of them. No, it can't be that simple. It has to be complex. It has to be complicated. It has to be hard to figure out. It just can't be the way it is. That's too easy. Flat Earth is so easy a caveman can do it, and they did do it. We all heard them when you ask them, how can you figure out what the shape of the Earth is yourself? And they'll either say no, or they'll say, yeah, all I have to do is go to space. Yeah, which is basically saying, no, they can't.
Yeah.
I mean, think about how silly that is to say, oh, how would you figure out what the Earth is? How could you prove what it is? Oh, I'd just go really high and I would just look at it. Well, freaking, I didn't go really high and I'm looking at it and it looks flat. That isn't good enough from you. But somehow if you go freaking up really high away from the Earth, somehow that's good enough if you look at it from there. And that whole idea that you can look at it from that place where they think they can go to take a look, that whole thing is 100% a belief. A, that they can reach that position, right, that location, and if they got to that location, they'd be able to see the Earth in its entirety in such a way that they could reach a conclusion about what the shape is.
Yeah.
That's a whole bunch of faith right there.
Even then, high altitude imagery is no guarantee that you would get an accurate representation of what reality looks like, because we've got phenomenon from under the sea like Snell's window that causes weird phenomena, causes weird shit to happen. That doesn't look like a flat line. So if something like that were to happen at a high altitude, I would not be surprised at all. The only thing that could change my mind is measurements for curvature that I would have to confirm on my own accord at this point. Like a field trip. Got to go out and look at it.
I posted a video earlier of, I think it's A Plain Truth. Hold on, I'm going to post it again. Did you see that video that I posted earlier when I
I'll
first
check it
came
out.
in? Hold on, I'll
If I
post it
haven't,
again.
I'll watch it. Yep.
So he takes his camera and the camera's fixed. It's fucking crazy, dude. You have to see it. It's impossible. Like I mean, I could describe it. It's better to just see it. Look at that. Can you see the thumbnail, Ithagrass? The thumbnail of the video. Can you see it in the chat?
With
You see where that arrow is? Yeah, you see where that arrow is?
Yeah.
When he starts filming, that's where the horizon is. Is at the tip of that fucking arrow. And he don't move the camera. So the tip of the arrow is where the horizon is when he starts filming, and the freaking oil rig is above it. And as he's filming over time, it eventually sinks down. Yeah, you gotta see it. It's freaking badass. The Plain Truth has caught a lot of stuff, man. Yeah, he doesn't come on Discord, but man, there's a few flat earthers out there that do observations, man. Like, they do not get the recognition they deserve at all. It's because they have small channels and they're probably freaking shadow banned. And, they don't, go on Discord or go in the freaking chats or go on X.
Oh, dude, I skipped forward a little. That is a really good video. I'm gonna save that one. We need more animated GIFs and stuff like that too. You're right. There's a lot of good stuff out there that doesn't get the recognition that it should, and I think that we should be trying to promote it the best we can whenever we get a hold of it, because the algorithm might not present it again.
Yeah, when the Globers come in here, right, and they've seen, you know, they look for, you know, ships over the horizon, whatever, and they've seen videos, you know, that the algorithm promotes them, right? Those are like one-off observations. Like this dude, The Plain Truth, Pablo's dog. There's a couple other guys, Curious, or not Curious Life, what the hell's his name? Yeah, Curious Life. Sky Free. They've never
I
seen any of the
reconstituted.
Okay.
I got that Curious Life thing. I got the 5 parts. I gotta reconstitute and then pull out the music that he's got. Some of the music he's got that can't be played through certain bots. So I'm gonna just figure out a way to mute that music, and then we should be good with this main 5-part series again.
Welcome to whoever just joined in.
Just watched Toronto choke as always.
Awesome. Dang, I got so used to saying welcome over on the guest servers that I'm doing it here now.
I'm gonna post a link in the chat. So Sky Free has like a compilation of like different guys that have done observations. Heath Comedy, he did it one time. He had an underwater camera. So the water level was cutting halfway through the image.
Would be impossible.
You're asserting that. Why did you need to insert that at the end? Why? It never mentioned that in the document you read out.
I'm just stating that I believe.
You're stating your beliefs. That's what you're stating. So
yeah.
what we need to do is turn your beliefs into knowledge. Why are you laughing? You think this is funny? You're just a troll. If that's what.
So what, man? So what? You really can prove to me it's flat. Prove to me it's flat. You still haven't
Easy.
proven to me it's
Piece of
flat.
piss. Check this out. Let's check this out.
Laser.
Yeah, I'll say that to start off with, and I'll open up my little folder, and time to spam the side chat. Okay, there's a couple of laser tests just put in the side chat for you.
Can I ask him a quick question?
Shoot.
Buju.
Yeah, hey.
Do you know how much the Earth is supposed to curve at all? Do you have any idea? Say you and your friend went to a 20-mile wide lake, right?
Yeah.
Your friend is on the other side of the lake.
Mm-hmm.
On a globe, the lake should be curving down and away from you towards your friend if you're on top of a ball, right?
Okay.
So how much curve do you think it's going to... How much do you think it's going to drop? Take a guess. A couple inches, couple feet, a couple 100 feet?
Miles.
What?
20 miles, you said?
Yeah, 20 miles.
1,000 feet.
You think there's 1,000 feet of curve?
For 20 miles, yeah.
So that would be about 5 times more than what it should be. That would put your globe at about the size of Texas. It's about 260 feet. It's about the height of a 27-story building.
27 stories.
Now, what we want, all we want is measurements that show that 20-mile wide lakes have a 27-story building's worth of curve going across them. That's what we want. We don't look up at the sky. The sky does all kinds of crazy shit. What we want is just these physical measurements that show 20-mile wide lakes have that much curve across them. That's what we want. If you can find something like that, then you'll change our minds.
Okay, let me find something like that right now.
And so Matrix, he's going to tell you a little bit about these laser tests. He just put some excellent videos of people going to these lakes, and there is no curve across them.
So if you have a look inside chat, especially the last, not flat buzzers, boom, the things I tagged you in, the 2 white images. The first one is what we should get. The claim on the table is that we live on a ball. Okay, that's not a problem. Let's go out and measure it. That's what should happen. We shoot the laser over the top of the curvature, and we should be able to measure the difference over these large distances. And that one there, the very last one that's popped up, that's just calculated to work out how much drop there should be. So that'll make it a bit easier for you. Now when they're doing these laser tests, the issue is they're not getting the first image, they're getting the second one. On one of the tests, they set the laser up at 5 foot, and then 21 miles, they measured it, and it was 4 foot. They should be finding about 270 feet between the water and the laser. Some crazy stuff, dude.
I thought the laser goes down because of gravity and refraction and shit. No. What do you mean?
Not to the levels required.
What do you mean?
So let's think about it. You need 270 foot. Okay? So that means the laser has to bend down 270 feet.
For 20 miles.
Over 20 miles. Last time I checked, lasers shot straight beams. Because what they do with these lasers is they shoot it through a thing called accumulator, columnator.
Have you actually researched into this, man, and looked into this? And
yeah, that's why we're presenting this stuff to you, because it looks like you haven't researched into it.
But I'm researching, and it's telling me it's the complete opposite of what you're telling me. So I don't know.
Yep, the difference between what you're typing into the computer and what we're telling you is we're coming from people that have been outside and measured it. You're coming from I don't know what or who or where.
So tell me, how can I experience this myself?
He's coming from GPT, man.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. They're all the same. You can do long-range observations. If you're crazy enough to want to spend ridiculous amounts of money on lasers and things like that, you can do laser tests and transits over large bodies of water, like the FE Core guys. I think the one that the field engineers use, it's worth about 30 grand. So if you're crazy cashed up and you got nothing better to do with your time, you could do mirror flash tests. So you get a couple of guys on one side of a lake, a couple of guys on another side, and you get a mirror and flash the light across the lake to the other guys. See if they can see it. Video it, film it. And then what you do is you jump onto an earth curve calculator and you put in your elevation above the lake level, their elevation above the lake level, their distance from you, and then you go, right, at 10 miles, how much curvature should there be? You look up the chart, or if you're on the computer, you can punch that in. It says 66 feet. So if they're taller than 66 feet, then you're all good. But if they're below that 66 feet at 10 miles, you should be asking more questions.
Right,
do you live near any lakes?
Wait, can I test this with a telescope? Can I do it with a telescope?
Yes,
would that prove it?
Yeah.
Remember how you're always told if you go to... Yeah, because remember how you were told if you go to the water and you watch a boat go out eventually it'll disappear below the horizon because it's going over the Earth curve. Turns out
After
that's
how
not
many
true.
miles would it
Right?
disappear?
Yeah, well, after 20 miles, it'd be well and truly under the curvature, right, with 260 feet.
So you think if I got a telescope
curvature.
and I seen a boat at the ocean 20 miles away, like supposedly it was 20 miles, and I still saw it, then that proves the Earth is flat?
Well, it should be below 260 feet of curvature. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
What happens if people go to lakes and they look across, a stretch like 20 miles of water and see clear across to the other side? See shorelines, buildings. Yeah.
So nobody can tell me how far I could see a boat with a telescope if I looked out in the ocean, like when it would go down. Has anybody ever tested that?
Hey guys. Okay, so previous, you guys are going to try to explain how you measure the Earth at all.
Shut the fuck up. Sorry, guys. Anybody else want to talk to him?
What did he say? That we measured the Earth wrong?
I don't know. I don't even care. Like, do you want to talk to him? Do you want to hear it?
Oh, that's flattened turd. Okay, no.
Yeah. Yeah. Anybody else? Okay then. Look, sorry. I'd rather us sit in here and wait for somebody else to turn up with genuine questions. Like, yeah, in silence. Then unmute him just for the sake of having audio content. No. Oh, no way, bro. Can I get the stream? Sorry.
I'd rather listen to cats fighting than that guy.
Last chance if anybody else wants to engage with. Going once, going twice.
Yeah, guys like that. I think what happened, psychologists call it the bully victim cycle. It's people who were bullied as a youth and then they get older and now they want to bully back. And since they are unable to debunk flat earth, they're being promoted like people like McToon and these turds. That's all they're kind of really doing now is just attacking flat earth with ad hominems and bullying tactics instead of actually proving the globe. So they're giving people like Flattened like a permission slip to just bully now. Since you can't prove it, you can't debunk it. Maybe you can bully the people out of flat Earth. So
It's the same, and it's the same thing every time. You know, doesn't matter how many times he'll hear the same answers, or the same answer said differently, or from different people. Just keeps coming back with the same old thing.
if they were pleasant to talk to, maybe funny, that would be a different story. But God, some of those guys are so angry and just ridiculous.
Another thing that he does too is so when we have to gain control of the conversation, and because there's over talking or whatever, and we mute him, he goes on deafen protests all the time. And then tries to demand that if we do this or that, then he'll leave, and it's like, go on then, who cares? He tries to negotiate with us like he's holding us hostage or something. And it's like, when he's to that point, it's like, know your place, bro. Just no.
You know what's funny is they've never actually measured the globe. They come up with the globe in their brains. They conjure an image of a ball in their heads. And then they take real world physical measurements of a flat Earth. And they say, you know what, these measurements can't be right. We got a margin of error, And well, it just so happens that the globe fits within the margin of error. So let's just accept that margin of error, folks. And it's even funnier. Like over time, technology got better. So the physical instrumentation for measuring the Earth got more precise. And those margins of error started to narrow. And suddenly the globe didn't quite fit within those margins of error anymore. So you know what they do? They start inventing all kinds of other crazy shit that gives them more errors to work with. And so, thank God. Now we have like the deflection of the vertical, right? Now we've got gravity fields that's bending starlight so that we have enough error from outer space in order to construe the globe when I look horizontally over the Earth.
Why do we have seasons, bro?
Yeah, that's a good question. Why do we have seasons? Ask God. Ask God, dude.
No, not why. How?
Oh, how? How do we have seasons? Because the sun moves over different parts of the Earth over the course of a year.
Dude, you're telling me, like I don't know how to explain it in English, but a big ass sun rotates to the Earth.
Well, it doesn't look that big in the sky. Nobody knows what it is or how far it is.
No, it's 400 moons, I guess, away.
Well, yeah, says who, right? I mean, how do you measure that?
I use meters.
Yeah, somebody used a meter stick in outer space, right?
I thought like you said like photometer. Yeah. Like a ginormous meter.
Yeah. And look, nobody's actually measured these distances. The distances that we have available to us in outer space come from ratios.
Yeah, using the moon.
And the assigned distances are arbitrary.
Hello, guys. Hello.
Hello, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. So the question on the table is how do we have seasons? We've got a sun that moves its course through the sky, and it moves between points in the sky called the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. These represent the furthest migration of the sun in the sky over the course of a tropical year. The midpoint between the two is the celestial equator.
Okay.
Yep. So that's how the sun migrates its course through the sky, giving light and energy to different parts of the earth at different times throughout the year.
Okay. But first, what type of flat earthers are you exactly?
Empirical rationalists.
I don't
Or
know
rational
about that.
empiricists.
What does this mean? I mean,
Well, we use reason and evidence.
yeah, I know you use reason and evidence, of course. What else you can use? I mean,
Precisely.
yeah. I mean,
What do you mean, what kind of flat earthers are we? What does that mean?
As opposed to esoteric flat earthers, right? Who use like, I don't know, chicken bones and tea leaves.
No, I mean, most of people think like the Earth is flat, and the center of the Earth is the North Pole. And
No.
the rest is, okay,
No, there's
yeah.
no center of the earth.
I mean, okay. So how? What type of flat Earth it is? How flat are we talking?
It's one that
See,
measures
listen.
flat.
Yeah, we measure the surface, like Cyclone said. That's how we concluded that the Earth is flat. Now, where is the center of flat Earth? Hell if I know.
Yeah. So if the Earth is flat, so there must be a center somewhere.
Now, you've been presented an image of flat Earth that is a globe map that was flattened out like a pancake. That's not what we believe.
Okay, where's the image? It's not here,
Well,
right?
it sounds like that's what you're thinking of.
Okay,
Maybe we should explain it to him in a high level term. So we're not claiming a shape or a layout or a size of the Earth.
Okay.
We're just pointing out that the Earth's surface is claimed to be covered in water to 70% of its surface. And that water measures flat over any distance that it can be measured, not curved, right? On the globe, the bodies of water, the lakes, the oceans, they have to be curving to match that ball, right?
Yeah, of course.
Well, when they're measured, they're not doing that. They're just flat. So whatever the size and the makeup and the layout of this realm that we're in, it's a topographical plane, not a ball.
Yeah, but topographical plane has a center, right? Isn't it?
Well, maybe. And if you can find one, you can let us know. But we're not. We're just pointing out.
Oh, okay.
This is the thing that gets me about this. Like, new people come in like,
I have
hey,
another
explain the whole universe to me. Where's the center? How big is it? It's like, guys, we've done some groundwork. Maybe you can lend a hand. We're not here to figure everything out. We're just pointing out that it measures flat, so it's not a globe. That doesn't mean we have all the answers. Get involved. Help us figure some stuff out.
Okay. Hear me out. What do you think about? Okay, I've encountered several theories, like this one that I'm going to tell you now. It is about the ice wall. So what if?
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Ice wall? Okay. What?
Yeah. Okay. Have you ever heard of it or had any?
Like in Game of Thrones?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, no. The mainstream, the militaries of the world and things will refer to the ice shelves of Antarctica as being walls of ice. Yeah. So what?
Yeah. So, like, there's footage of people that already went to Antarctica saying that there is already land beyond Antarctica.
Yeah, those are the guys that told us about the ice walls.
It's
I
just
don't know.
speculation again, dude. Just speculation. So we can talk speculation, but we prefer to talk about empirical evidence, what can be observed, measured, tested, and known. Right?
Okay,
You could spend all day talking about theories, but where's that going to get you?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that says the opposite of this one. Like, what if really there's land beyond Antarctica? And some people also, I don't know if you don't mind me talking about Hitler.
Yeah, no, that's not the topic. The topic's the
Yeah. No. I mean, yeah, we're talking about the Earth because in Nazi Germany,
they went to Antarctica, did some bases. It doesn't matter, dude.
You sound like a crazy flat earther, dude.
No, I'm not, but I've just heard some theories, and I think they're reasonable. And I saw that there's 24/7 flat Earth discourse, so I just came to discuss maybe some people that have more theories like this. So I'm not really
we talk about. I'm gonna burst your bubble, dude. Okay, we talk about laser tests, infrared optics, wave and ray models of light. We talk about metrology, which is the field of measurements. We talk about geometry and math.
Yeah,
we love geometry, some calculus.
Yeah, we're doing the science in here.
And the philosophy of science. And the philosophy of mathematics, specifically.
Yeah, that's
although we do have a speculation Sunday where people will speculate on theories. We can do a bit of speculation, but so what's your position then? Do you understand that the Earth is not a globe, or are you on the fence, or what?
Well, apparently, I don't have a really clear idea, but I still think that the Earth is a globe. But
okay, well, this is where we should start then. There's no point in us speaking for hours about theories about flat Earth if you think the Earth's a globe. So tell us what makes you think the Earth is a globe.
Because that's what I've heard from school, and it's reasonable knowing that.
Okay.
The Earth circles around.
We understand that's what we are told in school and on TV, but we want to know what the actual proof is in reality that we can test. What's that?
Yeah, we should know, surely, but.
Yeah. So what do you have any evidence beyond just you were told? Because if not, then I don't know why you would say that you believe in it and that it makes the most sense if the only evidence you have is you were told it at school. That's not even evidence. It's just a claim you were given.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't made good research about this, so that's all I think.
Right, so that's the first thing you need to do. You shouldn't be thinking about theories about ice walls in Antarctica and the center of the Earth. You should be thinking, what proof exists that the ground I live on is a big spinning ball, since that's what you claim you believe?
Yeah, maybe the sky at night, the stars.
Okay, how do the stars tell you the Earth's a ball?
Because if you do time-lapse camera, or if you just follow the stars or the moon with your eyes at night, you find that it is moving in a certain path, and this path, if you compare it to the theories that we believe in, that the Earth is round, then
no. But see, when you say you compare them to the theories that the Earth is round, that means you're working backwards to fit a globe when you shouldn't be doing that. You just take the observation that you have and you go from there. So far you have the observation of the stars are moving in a particular repeating pattern. That's all you have.
Yeah, that's all.
So how does that tell you the Earth's a ball that's spinning?
No, it's just the fact. The only fact that I can see is that the moon has a route, and this fact, if we compared it to the global Earth, then it.
No. But we don't have a global Earth to compare that to at the moment. That's what we're asking for evidence for.
Okay, if the so.
Let's start with the ground. Listen, this is another thing. You're going straight to the sky when I'm asking you about the ground beneath your feet. Okay.
Okay.
So I need you to think of evidence that proves the ground beneath your feet is curving at a specific rate and in motion. So what evidence is there for that?
To be honest, there's none.
Right. So if you realize that, why do you believe that it does or that it is?
Well, that's why I'm here. I want to know what you guys think. Do you have any?
If you're agreeing that there is no evidence for there being curvature or motion, what you are actually saying is that you only have evidence for flat and motionless. Do you realize that?
Yeah, that's true actually.
Right. So you only have evidence that it's flat and motionless, but you believe it's a spinning ball because someone told you so. Do you see how that's not a good basis for your whole worldview?
Yeah, I got it. But is there anything else I can notice?
Yeah. How about the fact that everybody in the world believes that Earth is a globe and thinks that flat earthers are stupid? You wouldn't want to be associated with stupid people, would you?
Well, I don't really mind that because the world is full of lies, so we cannot tell who's right, who's
wrong. I think that's. I mean, you don't need to go out and tell people that you understand the Earth isn't a ball. You can keep that to yourself. Technically, this is a personal understanding of your reality.
Yeah.
Right. It's personal to you anyway. So, I guess if you're asking, is there anything else? What do you mean? Is there any more evidence that it's flat, or questions for the globe?
Exactly.
What are you looking for?
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
So yeah,
What do you guys think?
physical. Yeah, there's loads. There's literally endless proof that it's flat and motionless. So, the physical nature of water, for one, right?
Yeah.
We understand that. So the physical nature of water is that it takes the shape of its container and it finds its level when it rests, right? It evens out and the surface is flat, right? Like you fill up a cup of water and the surface is going to be flat, right?
Yeah.
You do that in a bathtub, it's going to be flat. In a pond, it's going to be flat. Swimming pool, flat. So you can keep scaling it up, and the water is going to maintain its physical properties, which is to find its own level. Okay, so they tell us that the physical surface of the Earth is covered in 70% water. Now, if that's the case, then we have a 70% flattened level surface, right, which rules out the possibility of it being a globe. What that gives you is more like a giant lake with some islands sticking out of it, and the lake's just flat.
Yeah. Yeah, but if we compare this, what you say, the gravity is if the Earth is a globe and there's a center of gravity in the
Well, if the Earth was a globe, then the water wouldn't be flat, but it is.
No, the water actually attracts to the center of the gravity.
That's what he's telling you, dude.
That's the claim for the globe, and that would necessitate that the water be curved, not flat.
It would also mean that gravity overrides the way that molecules bond with each other to form the surface layer of water where it meets the air.
Yeah, but I don't know.
But it doesn't. Because gravity is about 40 orders of magnitude weaker than the bonding force of molecules, as they claim, as the globe earthers claim.
Okay, but I mean
okay, get this in your mind. Get this in your mind. A body of water, a lake, right? You've been to a lake before?
Yeah, of course.
Did you notice any curvature of the lake?
No, maybe we cannot notice it with
Yeah. So you see a flat body of water.
Yeah.
Right. So now imagine in your mind that water bends and curves on the surface. Okay, you doing that?
Yeah. Yeah.
See, that's what you have to do in order to believe in a globe. You have to force your mind to imagine that, because there is no way to experience it, because it doesn't occur. Now that you've got that curved body of water locked in your mind, understand that the globe side are arguing that is physical reality. Yeah?
Yeah, but they claim that the center of gravity is very far, so we
Doesn't matter. They're claiming that surface of water that you're imagining to be bent is physically that bent water. Now,
Yeah.
has anyone in all of human history ever measured a surface of a lake to be curved like you're imagining in your mind right now? Like
No.
comparing it to a straight reference?
No. Yeah, they use like they use math like the lake is not curved. Is not curved, of course.
No. They say it is curved.
Yeah, they say it's curved, but when they measure the surface of they measure whatever they're measuring, they don't imply that it could be like.
So you already know that they measure the lake flat.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
I know it.
So
Yeah.
okay, so you can't believe in a globe then. You must understand that the Earth's surface, being covered in 70% water, is flat overall, because they're measuring the water to be flat, not curved.
Could be. Yeah, that's a good argument.
Well, it's a winning argument. It's a contradiction to say that the globe could be flat. It can't be. It has to be curved at a specific rate.
Maybe the measurement can't by itself tell us such thing, because maybe the measuring that they are doing is not 100% true, and it's only.
No, they say it should be measurable. The numbers that they give us, it should be measurable. It should be detectable.
Yeah,
but when people go out, it's not. It's not there.
Yeah, but if they measure it like if they measure it like the Earth is not flat, it's a globe, then the error margin is not so big. So
no, but no one's ever done that, like you just said.
Yeah, that's true.
So why has no one ever done that? If it is that.
Maybe they have done it, and the difference is like a few liters.
No one's ever done it. If someone had done it, we wouldn't be here. Why do you think we're here?
Right. That's true.
Yeah, we're not just talking. We're not just sitting around bullshitting about ice walls. We're figuring out that there's actually no curvature to this surface, so it can't be a ball.
But could that be the only argument that actually makes?
Well, it's. I mean, you can make loads of arguments for why it's flat and not a ball, but we only need that one, because a ball cannot be flat.
Well,
and flat isn't a shape, so we're not claiming a shape of it. Like I said, we're just pointing out the nature of the surface is such that it cannot be the globe that they've told us. You understand?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I understand. I'm gonna look that up.
Okay. Are you on our home server, by the way?
Which home server?
Okay, it's called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's discord.gg/Flat Earth. Someone send this guy the link, and there's terabytes of information, PDFs, articles, videos, documentaries, that tell you the other side, right? Because you've only been told about the globe. You've never been presented any information that really contradicts or challenges that. This is one of the few places. This is one of the few places online that you can go and actually research that information. So someone will send you the link, and when you join it, scroll down to the additional information sections and you'll see all the rooms, which are alphabetized, and it covers all the topics that you probably want to know about. So,
Okay. Can someone put it on the chat?
actually, you see the users in this VC right now, all the names.
Yeah.
You scroll to the top, and there's 2 YouTube bots. Yeah, because we're streaming live to YouTube 24/7. Just so you know.
24/7 live. Yeah.
Yeah. So click on one of those accounts, and you'll see a link to the server on the
Flat Earth.
So there's one that's Discord/Flat Earth. Right. Click on that and join it.
Ah, cool. I'm in.
Right. Okay. Scroll about 3/4 of the way down the channel, and you'll see an alphabetized section, A to Z. Starts with Antarctica. Has a load of different things. So if you're like, what about NASA? You can scroll to N. You see all those channels?
Yeah, I see them.
Yeah, so take your time. I mean, you could spend a year easily reading through all the information we have in there. So, but what I'm talking about right now in terms of curvature, there's channels curvature under C, and then there's long distance observations and laser tests. And this is how people are testing the claim that the water is curved by testing line of sight, basically.
Oh, yeah.
So there you go. Once you leave this conversation, you're not just adrift in an ocean with no idea where to look. You've got some resources that you can research. And we're on this server, and we're on the politics server, and our home server, and we're streaming 24/7, talking to people from all across the big flat Earth. So you can come back and ask questions anytime.
Yeah, that's actually cool. I've started searching about this recently, like 2 days ago. And
Good man. Well, we can give you loads of good resources, and you can ask your questions here. Okay.
In this Discord or the other one?
In any of the Discords that we're in. You're in this one right now, so ask your questions here. But you can also ask them in the home server or on the politics server. We're in a bunch of places.
Yeah. Okay.
And subscribe to the YouTubes. Shout out to Helio and Flatloid Legends. Like and subscribe. Anyway, with that, I'm going to leave you boys. So I'll leave you in the capable hands of Amish and whoever else is available from the Flat Earth side. I'm going to clock off, but good to hear you guys, Amish. Hope you're well.
Thank you, Cyclone.
Thank you, bro.
Absolute legend, that guy.
Yeah. He's an absolute legend for sure. I think.
Yeah.
He left already. Okay, so you're part of the same server?
Yeah, that's right. I've been around for about 4 years.
And okay, so if you really for real like think that the Earth is flat and you wake up every day knowing the Earth is flat and living your life knowing that, is anything gonna change? Like what? Tell me what things changed when you start thinking that.
Well, I mean, nothing tangibly. What changes is how you perceive the world and potentially your relationships.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is so like if I was a NASA employee, I'd probably have a hard time working in my job as a flat earther.
Yeah, like what is even NASA? Yeah.
Yeah. So your relationship with yourself, with the world and others, I mean, it's going to be a little bit different. You're probably not going to tell everybody in your office or in your class that you're a flat earther. You got to keep that to yourself for the most part because everyone's going to think you're absolutely batshit insane.
Yeah, and you won't even have the chance to, you didn't even have the time to convince them or to tell them anything.
Right, because most people, they don't want to lecture and they've already made up their minds. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of why we do what we do the way we do. So we, in 24/7, we set up a space. We're like an information kiosk. People are free to come here and talk to us about flat Earth, but we're not going to go out and tell the world about flat Earth proactively. We're here. If you want to learn about it, you're free to come and you're free to go. We don't want a captive audience.
Yeah. Okay. So you say that since you start believing that the Earth is flat, you just cannot believe any other thing that you can hear in the media, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I know the Earth is flat. I don't believe it. And that's a key distinction. And this is an important distinction to have in your brain because of how your brain has a relationship between thoughts and words that you use.
Yeah.
So it's not a belief. If you go out and you see the flat Earth and you measure it flat and you know it's flat, then you can't be convinced otherwise. Once you squeeze that toothpaste out of the tube of toothpaste, you can't put the toothpaste back into the tube of toothpaste. That toothpaste has been squirted. It's out. So, right. So flat Earth is kind of like this. Once you know it, once you understand it, you can't be fooled anymore. And the interesting thing about flat Earth is it helps you think critically. It really does.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
Yeah, I can ramble forever, man. So let me know if you want to break in. But the important thing that we try to instill here with people, we try to get people to think critically. We want others to align how you think about the world with how you know the world is to be.
So, but in the same time, you won't even be able again to believe what you hear on the internet or on the TV or on the news or wherever.
Right. I know a lot of stuff on the internet is BS because I know the Earth is flat as a consequence. So, like when Elon Musk talks about orbiting space satellites, I know that things aren't actually orbiting around a ball.
Yeah. So when you hear that any other thing on the internet, like you cannot believe it anymore, or on the media in general.
I know what is true and what isn't true.
Mm-hmm. So what about the moon? Is the moon flat?
I don't think so. I mean, so the moon has a libration. It's not like we only see a flat image of the moon. We actually see the moon pulsate, like it breathes, and we can see dimension to the moon. So it doesn't appear flat to me.
So you mean the Earth is flat, whatever shape it is, and the moon isn't?
Yeah, I don't think Earth is an object in outer space, not one bit. I think of flat Earth as the floor of the universe.
Okay, have you seen that video? I remember I saw like a few months ago of someone raising his phone using balloons in the sky and taking pictures.
Oh, what do you see?
Have you seen it? I think.
Yeah, what was he taking pictures of?
No, a picture of nothing, just the phone rising in the sky.
Okay, and what for?
Just to he wanted to check whether the Earth is flat or not.
Yeah, so the higher you go, the further you can see on a flat surface.
Yeah, the higher it went, I don't know, but it appeared like kind of curved. But I haven't.
So here's the thing, man. There are all kinds of optical effects at play, especially with the camera. Cameras can bend at the edges, at the corners, especially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you have that, right. And some of them are built that way on purpose. Yeah. Furthermore, I mean, you've got an uneven terrain, so as you go higher up and higher up and higher up, there are going to be objects further and further in the distance that are going to be eye level and that are going to block things that are even further in the distance from that.
Yeah.
And the closer objects might even be too small to see, but are enough to block even bigger objects well beyond.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, I have a question.
Sure.
What are all of these people doing? Like, why no one's talking? Like, we are 30 people.
Well, we run a very good room here. People voluntarily mute themselves and they ask if they can speak.
Okay, so I'm the only
Yeah.
one who can.
Dude, this place is unlike anywhere else on Discord. I get it. Like, you go other places on Discord all the time, it sounds like a food fight in a cafeteria. It's like everybody's
Yeah.
talking over each other. So you have to go into like 12 people's profiles, mute their volume, and then lift up the volume of the guy you want to talk to.
Yeah, it's like that.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't do that. We don't operate like that at all. We run a very organized channel.
Okay, that's cool, but no one ever wanted to talk so far.
Well, let's open the floor up. Usually T-Dub, Crit, Rayleigh, you guys are usually on.
Yeah, I don't know if they're here.
Morvis 2, Elbow TV.
The Earth is
Come on,
flat.
guys, don't leave me hanging. Oh yeah, there's Elbow TV.
Yeah, he's here. Oh, I see. Hello, guys.
What's going on? What's going on? Sorry, I'm in the gym.
Yeah, it's okay.
Elbow TV's been around a long time. When I was new, Elbow TV's already been around.
Oh, he's so nice.
Yeah, he's been in this a long time. A lot of these folks in here are way older than me at this.
Okay, so are we free to talk about anything now, or is there anything specific subject you're talking about?
I mean, we talk about flat Earth. We avoid topics that are controversial because we live stream. We have YouTube bots in here that stream to YouTube. We have bots that stream to X, Twitter, Rumble.
Yeah, I can see that. So
right, so we have to be careful about terms of service violations.
Are we live now?
Yeah, we are live all over the world.
We're live. Okay, hello YouTube.
We do this for many reasons. One of them is to just record what we say so that if people challenge us, we can rewind the tape.
Okay.
Secondly, we are building a massive database of evidence for flat Earth.
Mm-hmm. And all of it is in YouTube?
Yeah, multiple YouTube channels, 10 years, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Nobody has been able to prove that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, and I think nobody will ever be able to. But nobody can ever prove anything.
Yeah, we can prove the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but the arguments are just like you cannot see the Earth by yourselves. Can you
but we can measure it.
Yeah.
We have measurements from all over the place. We have measurements from Eastern Europe to Western Europe to America, Australia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna look up.
Yeah, and also we are asking people to provide their measurements. If you have a measurement, present it. Let's see it, and we'll talk about it.
Surely I don't. Not yet. I haven't searched so deep in the topic.
Yeah, I mean most people don't, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's sad that our YouTube bots here haven't even got 1 million views yet. 2,170 videos.
On YouTube?
Yeah. So Yoder, what got you into flat Earth? What's
Yeah,
your
good
origin
question.
story?
I got a long origin story, dude. I didn't think about this when I was researching it during the lockdown years, but I was exposed to this much earlier than I thought. I remember being a kid, and I'm not an old guy. I mean, I'm not a young guy. I'm an old guy. I don't feel old, so Freudian slip. I remember sitting in my my bedroom when I was a young man, young boy even, and my dad was in the army, and he had all kinds of crazy field manuals and stuff. And I remember picking up one on orienteering, navigation. I forgot what it was called, which one it was, but it basically described getting your position using the stars, like celestial navigation, right? And they showed these diagrams in it, and they would describe on one page using these elevation angles to stars, and on another page a ball, and then you got to do this process to convert from how you actually experience it to what the world should be if it isn't. I just looked at this and I'm like, this is freaking crazy. It doesn't make any sense. This is stupid. And I remember putting it down, and that was it. That's my earliest memory of this. Growing up a bit further, I remember we moved next door to people who were raising their kids as flat earthers. And this was like in the early 90s. I remember this because the kid next door, who was around my age, was special needs. And there was a strange conversation I had with him, and then the mom came over and said, well, he doesn't see the world the same way that you do. He sees the world as we see it, and it's flat, something like that. And I remember like, well, that's freaking weird. And I remember asking my parents about this, and they were like, oh, maybe they're part of the Flat Earth Society. And we talked about it, and they're like, yeah, it's a funny group. I mean, you can join it. Yeah, they're real flat earthers out there. And then fast forward like 20 years, right? 20 years later. And I'm actually working in a career. And there are people that I'm meeting in this career in aerospace. Just a couple of them who made some interesting comments about this, and I won't get into it. So, I mean, this is just, as now a flat earther, thinking back and reflecting on this, I'm now drawing upon these old memories, and things are coming into focus, right? But what ultimately kicked it off, around 2015 or so, I looked into it when the P900 photos are first coming on the internet. I used to be on Reddit. I remember seeing like flat earthers posting their super zooms, and I'm like, that's freaking weird. Around the same time, I think Nathan Oakley was brand new. I remember tuning into Nathan Oakley a few times and thinking, wow, you know what? What he has to say is right, but he has to be wrong for reasons he doesn't understand. So that was like 2014, 2015. It wasn't until the lockdowns happened that I was bored out of my freaking mind and getting paid to work from home. I'm like, you know what? Let me go look into this flat Earth thing, figure this out. And that's what did it. So it was really 2020 to 2021. I started to look into it. I came across, I was a fan of Owen Benjamin. And of course, I saw his conversion experience. But around the time that was actually happening, I was moving on from him, but I was there for it. But yeah, I would say 2020, 21 was when it happened. Owen Benjamin actually mentioned Whitsitt, Austin Whitsitt from Whitsitt Gets It, and said, yeah, he's like a super sharp dude. And I said, okay, I'm going to go check out this guy. And I found his channel. I found his channel on YouTube around the time that he just started his masquerade tour on the US, where he took an RV and went from like coast to coast or something. He went all over the United States with an air horn and a camera and recorded himself talking about flat Earth in public like a street preacher during the lockdowns. I thought that was absolutely epic. And when I was watching this, it freaking blew my mind. And I'm like, you know what, there's got to be something to this. he mentioned 24/7 flat Earth specifically on Discord. I didn't even know what Discord was. I looked it up and I downloaded it and I logged into Discord and I came to 24/7 flat Earth on Discord. And that's how I got into this. That's my origin story.
Oh, so you're from the US?
Yeah, I live on the East Coast.
Okay, nice to meet you. So, what you doing on the English Hub? You,
Yeah, I'll tell you. So 24/7 Flat Earth, we're a community on Discord. I think we're the biggest Flat Earth community, 30,000 members. The owner of the English Hub, the owner of this place, Vivek, he's a Flat Earther. He asked us to come here and he set up a room for us.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, shout out to Vivek.
The owner of the server himself.
Yeah, his wife too. His wife's a Flat Earther as well.
Oh, I never knew this. So, okay, so there's a good amount of people living it.
Yep. So we're I think the #1 channel in this server. We also have a place in the politics server, the biggest politics Discord server on Earth. We're over there too,
Okay,
and
so
I
what
think
you
we
talk
are the
like,
we're the #1 over there as well.
What politics exactly do you talk most about?
We don't talk politics. So we are in discord.gg/politics, and we're the #1 channel. And we just talk about flat Earth. Like, we don't talk about politics. We don't talk about religion, but we're the #1 channel.
Okay, so the channel of politics we just talk about flat Earth as well.
Yeah, like everywhere we go, we're the #1 topic, which is amazing and interesting because we're also the most censored topic.
Okay, so does the flat Earth topic has a relation with politics?
We just moved in there, and I think we initiated that conversation with them. And the server owner of politics, he's all about free speech. He thinks everybody should have a voice. It's his ethos, right? So he's like, great, yeah, you want to talk about flat Earth? That's awesome. Free speech, maximalism, go ahead. So he gave us a spot.
Okay. Okay, that's why. Okay, so you just okay. I came here just to practice some more English.
Surprise. Yeah, now you get to change your worldview.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this theory recently. Like I said before, it's like 2 days ago or something.
Oh yeah, got you into it.
It's online, yeah.
Yeah, what did you see?
First, it was no. The first it was about the North Pole and the South Pole. That's why I started looking things up.
Yeah, like what's in the South Pole?
Well, there's a lot of theories. The only thing that is like absolute truth is there is something there. What is exactly? We don't know. I don't know if it's a small part of land, like a continent-sized land, or if it is like much larger world than the one that we are in right now. And there's a lot of theories, like have you heard about the one that said the moon is actually a reflection of the Earth? Yeah. And on the moon we can see like the whole 5 continents on the surface. And there's also more land we can see on the moon, but we cannot see in real life. And that's one theory. I don't know what we call it. And there's other things people say, like Like what? If you go to a famous website that can track the ships that are on the water surface in the whole globe, you see that some ships are in the middle of Antarctica. What they're doing there, how they got through all of that ice, we don't know. And the fact that the world is in a constant war, in every single aspect of anything, they're all at war. But when it came to Antarctica, I don't know, around the Second World War, everyone just agrees that it's like a neutral territory, and no country can colonize it or claim anything. So that's not logic. How they agreed. They never meant to agree.
Yeah, and what's also weird, we don't like to talk about speculation in here, just so you know, but we are aware of this speculation completely. What's interesting about the Antarctic Treaty coincides with the founding of NASA.
Which I don't believe as well. Don't even believe whatever NASA says.
Yeah, they're a bunch of who knows what they're doing. We know what they're doing based off of what they say they're doing, and most people don't know this.
Yeah.
But NASA was founded as a propaganda program.
Oh yeah. Just to say that we are ahead of Russia and we got to the moon first, and the whole thing about the moon landing.
So there's something called the International Geophysical Year. International Geophysical Year, IGY. Have you heard of this?
No, where is it?
The International Geophysical Year is a worldwide scientific exploration program. It started in 1958, the IGY did, but this was the third iteration of it. The second iteration was called the IPY, International Polar Year, which started in 1932 to 1933. The first International Polar Year, IPY, started in the late 1800s, around the 1890s.
Yeah, but what is that?
Yeah, so the first IPY, this all began because the Habsburg Empire, what the hell's the Habsburg Empire? Yeah, no, I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. The Habsburg Empire started this. The Habsburgs said, we need to get all the greatest countries of the world together to figure out what the hell we're living on. Okay. So the Habsburg Empire partly funded this, the first International Polar Year in the 1890s.
Empire. Is that an empire somewhere in North?
This is the empire that ruled Europe for over 1,000 years. And this empire ended in World War I.
Habsburg.
HAP, HAPS, HAPSBURG. Habsburg.
Habsburg Empire, okay. Okay, that's my first time hearing of this.
The Holy Roman Emperor is the House of Habsburg.
Okay, I can see now. Okay,
so now with that in mind, so he got the British, he got the Russians, and the Americans to come together and combine their scientific resources to go explore the North Pole and the South.
Explore them, okay. And then?
Well, I mean, they made some discoveries, and it was so successful that they planned a second one in the 1930s. Okay. By then, of course, the Habsburg Empire was over, and Nazi Germany was rising to power.
Okay.
And all the data from the second International Polar Year of this time was lost in World War II.
Okay, how about the first one?
The first one we still have. The second one nobody knows. But here's what's interesting. In the second IPY, they started the internet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were called world data centers, and they used electronic telegraph lines to transmit information from one data center to another to share and store information about the world.
Mm-hmm. They
So,
use the internet to what?
yeah, well, this was the beginning of setting up worldwide databases about discoveries around the world.
Yeah, got you. So,
So
okay.
fast forward, right? Another 30 years or so later was the third international polar year that they called the International Geophysical Year, which is called the space race.
Yeah, the space race.
And then there's a fourth International Geophysical Year that happened in 2008.
Mm-hmm. What happened there? What
I don't know. I don't know.
So nobody
It's
knows?
kind of recent, but I have no freaking clue what they did.
Yeah, recent 2008. It's not that recent, but
Oh, it is to me because I'm not a young guy, but yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So anyway, this is kind of the history of this, and this is how, through these expeditions to Antarctica and to the polar north and to space, the International Geophysical Year, International Polar Year groups is what gave us NASA. It's what gave us the Antarctic Treaty and gave us the European Space Agency and JAXA and all the others.
Okay. But so yeah, okay. But have you heard about I don't know if it's a theory or not that okay, first I want to ask if you know what relation has Hitler to do with Argentina?
Yeah. Well, I wonder if he escaped in a U-boat to Argentina.
Yeah, but some people said he wasn't really aiming to go to Argentina.
To Antarctica, yeah, I know. Yeah, there's an interesting relationship between Argentina, Germany, the UK with the Falkland Islands, and Antarctica. Absolutely. There's a very curious thing going on there. I don't know what it is.
Okay, so some people says that there is land on Antarctica, and that land we don't know its size. It might be so big, so just like whatever the reflection of Earth is on the moon, and some say it's another like a second half of the moon, like Agartha or something. You know Agartha?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, and I don't know much about this, but I think it's kind of it's if we apply logic to it, it applies perfectly. So there's nothing that says it's wrong. Like,
yeah, I think there's good evidence for something very weird happening, but yeah, in this room with 24/7 Flat Earth, we do not spend much time speculating on these matters. We do behind the scenes. Like if you want to talk, if you want to DM with us privately, we'll tell you what we think. But when we're streaming live 24/7, we maintain very rigid academic standards.
Yeah. Okay. So, got you.
Yeah. Sorry to burst your bubble, man. I know it's not as fun, but listen, our goal is to attract some of the most brilliant minds out there. We want to talk to scientists. We want academics. We want politicians and billionaires. We want to get their attention, and we want to tell them what we know and what we found out.
I think they know already whatever the truth is.
I'm not sure about that. I don't think most of them do.
I think they do, but there's someone or something that they know more than we do, and that's why they are rich.
Well, I don't think they have to know about this. Like, so with SpaceX, Elon Musk, he is not the most highly cleared person in SpaceX.
Yeah, and
There's somebody. There are two people at SpaceX who have a higher security clearance than Elon Musk, which means they have to lie to Elon Musk.
Okay, that's something I was expecting.
Yeah, we know their names.
Mm-hmm.
Gwen Shotwell, and at least her husband. Yeah.
Okay, and what's with them?
So Gwen Shotwell is, for all intents and purposes, the actual CEO of SpaceX. She's allowed to make decisions independent of Elon Musk. Why? Because she holds the clearance. Elon Musk was not able to get the same clearance as Gwen Shotwell. Why? Because he's a foreign-born U.S. citizen, and he's got a questionable history. He's done drugs on freaking podcasts before.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So his clearance is not as high as Gwen Shotwell. Gwen Shotwell is free to make decisions independent of Elon Musk. The guy who manages the security for SpaceX, I believe, is Gwen Shotwell's husband, named Robert Shotwell. Both of these people come from Jet Propulsion Laboratory and NASA. They're both career-long space people.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, okay, I got your point.
Yeah.
Okay, so you mean that they know something for sure? Those
They know more than Elon Musk does, for sure.
Yeah, coming to think about this, Elon Musk. Okay, it's not our subject here, but what I'm saying
they might know the Earth is flat. Listen, if anybody there at SpaceX would know the Earth is flat, it's probably them, but not Elon Musk.
Okay, but if they know the Earth is flat and it is indeed flat, then why they don't just say this to public? What's the danger there, or what's the?
Well, there's a significant advantage to knowing what the true layout of the world is.
Mm-hmm.
So you might not remember this, but when Saddam Hussein, who was the dictator of Iraq, when he invaded Kuwait,
yeah,
he was shooting Scud missiles, SCUD, Scud missiles.
Scud, okay.
Yeah, these missiles, for some reason, were wildly off course. I'm giving this to you as an example. This isn't. I'm not claiming this is true, but what if these missiles, their guidance systems, had a globe in it, and that's why they were off course?
Oh, okay, I got your point.
Right. So there's significant power in knowing what the true relationship of the land masses and countries are on Earth might be.
Mm-hmm. So, what about other governments? Do they know?
I think some of them do, right? Because it seems like anybody that figures out intercontinental ballistic missiles gets to join the space program with NASA.
Oh, okay.
It's like, oh, okay, now you guys know. Now you can join this program, and we are all going to blackmail each other to make sure nobody talks. And we will call this national security. No, we'll call this international security for a peaceful world.
Okay, so everyone agrees on this, even if they have their own differences, like even China, or even North Korea.
It's possible, man. This is a working theory. Yeah, it's possible, but I don't know if it's true.
Yeah, it's possible, and we don't even know who to believe anymore. But
this is pure speculation. But I mean, this is, people ask for reasons. This is just one. I can come up with 10 other reasons.
Yeah. Okay. the most like impactful one? Is there any?
Well, I mean, it can get pretty. I mean, this can get theological, metaphysical, even. You know, it's like if God exists, I believe he does, and if Satan exists, I believe he does. What if Satan convinced human beings that the Earth is a globe in order to pervert the beautiful creation of a flat Earth that God made?
Okay, but some people know that the Earth is. So there must be some people that are helping Satan for sure.
Yeah. What if aliens are actually demons?
Yeah, that's a very solid evidence. I think about it a lot.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, like selling their souls and such things. Like even the influencers thing.
Yeah, I mean, this topic can get very dark very fast and
very
very
dark, very
speculative.
Yeah, and there's plenty of possibilities, and none is deniable for sure.
Right. So what we do, we bring it back to the basics, right? We can see too far for Earth to be a globe. We can measure the Earth flat with lasers. And let's just start with that. And let's tell everybody we know about it and see what happens.
Okay, what if someone just okay, never mind. I just thought that if you believe the Earth is flat, then you have surely must add some information about what could be beyond the surface we live in. That's what I wanted to ask in the first place.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, and nobody here can say that they know either. It's good to think about.
I just like the idea of there's a hole on the poles, and they take to the inner side of the Earth.
Yeah, I mean there could be that on a flat Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, and also a lot of people on social media are talking about the logo of the UN and other UN. Have you seen the logo of the UN?
Yeah, I do, and I don't like it. Yeah. I'll tell you what. I mean, I don't think that flat Earth looks like that at all.
Yeah, okay, but it could look like that because the lines of the airplanes explain
it to an extent, but not completely.
Okay, let me ask you.
I understand how the UN map was created, and the mathematics and the geometry behind it, and it's a globe.
Okay.
I could get into it. It's if you want.
You mean how it's created? How it was created?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me how. I know that it's a matter of perspectives, but
well, yeah, it does involve perspective for sure. But I mean, the story of this map, the azimuthal equidistant map, the UN map, right? This map is a globe.
And
so, if you go to okay, let's say you're looking at a globe. Okay, erase flat Earth from your brain. Now bring up a globe. Boop, you got a globe, and it's got latitude and longitude lines on it. The wire mesh ball. Okay.
Yeah.
Now take your pin man, take your little guy, and drop him down at 89 degrees north latitude on the globe.
89 degrees.
Yeah, 1 degree away from being at the perfect top of that globe.
Yeah.
He's going to, if he wants to, he can face east and walk along the 89 degree north latitude line.
Yeah. Yeah.
And 433 miles later, if he stays on that line, he'll end up back where he started.
Yeah.
All right. So now look at the UN map. If you drop your pin man, boop, at 89 degrees latitude and have him do the same thing, he will trace 433 miles until he comes back to where he started.
Can he though?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Now with the same map, move the guy to 89 degrees south latitude. This isn't at the very edge of the map, but 1 degree away from the edge of the map. And on that same map, if he walks along 89 degrees south latitude, he will walk 433 miles on that map and end up back to where he started again.
133 exactly.
433 around there. So this is because on the AE map, the azimuthal equidistant map, the UN map, that map has what's called a non-uniform scale.
Yeah.
This is something that many flat earthers and globe earthers don't understand.
Yeah, it's something about the lines and the circles of the latitude and longitude.
That's right. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So that's a map distance.
Okay. So
In reality.
But if Earth is flat, then how do you imagine it like exactly?
I don't know, dude. I really don't know. I think it's I'm at a loss.
How do you explain then the time differences, like when it's morning in the Europe and it's night on Japan or something? How does it work?
Well, I mean, I know that the sun is over different parts of the earth at different times throughout the day and night. I don't know exactly how the sun behaves, but I can watch it in the sky and I can measure how it moves in the sky.
Yeah, but
and it doesn't make a globe.
The sun?
Yeah, like when I measure the sun through the sky over the course of days and months and years, it doesn't mean that Earth is a globe.
Yeah, obviously that way. I never tried to, but
yeah, if you study the data, you'll come to the same conclusion if you're honest with yourself. I can give you one reason why this is the case. You probably haven't heard this before.
Yeah, probably. I mean, surely. What is it?
Okay, so here you go. Let's say you are underneath the celestial equator. Let's say you are in the country of Ecuador.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And it's the equinox. So this means the sun is rising 90 degrees to the east in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a big stake, a big pole. I'm going to use a hammer. I'm going to smash the pole into the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as the sun comes up and starts to cast a shadow on the pole,
we mark
on the ground from the pole. I'm gonna measure exactly where that shadow is on the ground. I'm gonna put something there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now I'm gonna wait. And I'm gonna count the sunrises. 365 sunrises later.
Yeah.
The sun rises in the same place and casts a shadow on the same place.
Yeah, same place and the same day after a year.
Yep. The next year, okay, I'm going to count the sun ups and sun downs. I count them 365, and it ends up in the same place.
All of them? Or just once a year?
Yep, I will count 365 sunrises, and the shadow ends up in the same place that I did 2 years ago. I can do it again on the third year, and I'm going to count 365 sunrises, and the sun will rise and cast a shadow exactly at the same point that it did for the past 3 years.
Yeah, but
on the fourth year, I'm going to count 365 days, and the sun rises, and it doesn't cast a shadow on the same point on the ground at that time of year.
Why the fourth year?
On the fourth year, I have to wait another day.
Yeah, okay, that's it. Yeah,
How does that work? How does that work with the solar system?
Well, I don't know. Maybe the distance between Earth and Sun.
They call that a leap year, right? They call that a leap year, and they say, well, because of the way the Earth turns against the sun versus the stars, you have like 1/4 of a day that needs to be accounted for every 4 years. But that's not what actually happens. What actually happens is you don't actually measure 1/4 of a day. You actually measure an extra day, a whole extra day every 4 years, not 1/4 of a day every year. You actually measure and witness an extra day every 4 years. And that day is not on the same day as a leap year. That day actually happened in the year 2022.
And it happens every 4 years.
Yeah, and it happens every 4 years.
What was the last leap year?
It was, well, the last leap year I think was 2024.
Okay, so it's
I don't know. It was one of those years. But the day that the year that this actually happens is not the leap year that we actually use, and the manner that it happens is not the way that you're taught. The way that you can experience this yourself is not the way that you're taught. The way to experience a leap year is to measure the sunrises.
Yeah.
And when you do this, you don't get 1/4 of an extra day every year. You get actually a whole extra day every 4 years.
Yeah, but how do you explain that if the Earth is flat? So
how you explain it is you say, look, dude, the sun is a freaking mystery.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. Okay, so that's it. So you know that the Earth is not round, but we don't know.
We measure the Earth flat, and we know that every 4 years there's an actual extra day.
So where did they come from and how the sun actually works is a mystery. And,
it's freaking weird, dude.
Okay, so whatever we heard about and we studied is not right, but the right thing we don't know.
You can't study the sun.
Okay.
Yeah. Listen, Ren, it gets weirder and weirder. I can go on for days, potentially weeks, giving you all the problems I found with the globe and with the heliocentric solar system.
So
we have just scratched the surface. I can talk for hours and hours and hours and give you more mind-blowing problems.
Okay, so what if Earth is not a globe, but is it is just a little bit, how is it called? Curved a bit.
Yeah, well, then NASA's still lying, and all of the institutions of the world are wrong, and all of humanity has gotten it wrong, and we are right.
Yeah, who's right? Like
when we measure the Earth flat, we know we're right. So
no, but what if it's not flat and not globe, both?
Oh, I mean, then it still measures flat, whatever this place is. If we are in some kind of crazy computer matrix, it still measures flat.
That's yeah.
And the sun still actually rises 366 days every 4 years.
Yeah, so it's okay. I'm gonna lose my mind.
It gets worse from here, dude. So maybe you need to take a break.
Yeah, because even if whatever shape the Earth is, we're still doing the same thing. Same.
Yeah. Yeah, history repeats itself. Mankind is freaking stupid.
That's
and
not
we
true.
kill each
The
other.
Earth is flat. Yeah, since I became a flat earther, I'm not doing the same thing I used to do.
Well, I mean, humanity still does what it does, Radwin. I mean, we change a little bit, maybe.
Do you pay taxes?
Well, I'm not going to stop paying taxes because the Earth is flat. I've got better reasons to not pay taxes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean.
No, asteroids aren't going to hit your house, dude. Unless you want to buy asteroid insurance from me, I'll pay you $10 million if one hits your house. How's that?
I wish I can.
$39.95 a month. $39.95 a month. You pay me directly, and when an asteroid hits your house, I give you $10 million in cash, no taxes.
Listen, man, some people do change their lives as a consequence of this, okay? We got a guy who comes in here all the time. His name is Josh Ingersoll. That's his name. He tells us his name. He's public. He is a satellite engineer. He works for Amazon Kuiper Systems. They are developing a competitor to Starlink.
Oh, okay. Cool.
His license plate says Flat Earth on it for his car.
Have he got arrested or had he received death threats from Satan?
I don't know, but you know what? He seems to be very interested in this topic.
Also, they canceled Kuiper at Amazon.
They canceled?
No way. What? Is this new? What happened?
Oh, yeah, about 2 weeks ago, he told us. It's getting rebranded now.
Holy shit. He got shit canned.
I told you he was a liar. He didn't work on shit. I told you guys.
Yeah, well, we knew that too. Yeah. That's funny. I mean, listen, dude, some of us have been in that world too. I mean, 24/7 Flat Earth is a mix of people who were pizza delivery drivers, construction workers, former satellite engineers, snipers for the army. We've got all kinds of crazy people from all walks of life. And we all know one thing is true, and that's the Earth is flat, and we measure it that way.
And what do you do in life? I mean,
personally,
yeah, if it's okay to ask.
Yeah, I used to do security and logistics in the aerospace industry.
In the aerospace industry, that's cool.
Yeah, and now I do finance. Now I basically trade stocks for a living, and it's great.
Oh, okay, cool. I'd love to start that too. I do computer science, so it has nothing to do with the flat and global Earth.
Well, if Earth wasn't a globe, you wouldn't have computers. You know that?
If it wasn't a globe?
Yeah.
Yeah, but how about computer?
What do you mean? Yeah.
Well, the only thing I can say the difference, all I know is that there's something wrong with NASA. That's all I can know, based on the computer science I know until now. I'm a PhD student.
Good. Okay.
And there's a lot of wrong things. Like I still cannot know how they are able to send images from space and from.
They don't. Space is fake. Yeah, it's something you don't have to worry about anymore. It's fake.
Yeah,
you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, space is actually Greenland.
We were just talking about that earlier. About the
Why would
image
space be
processing.
Greenland?
It is Greenland, I guess.
Why would space
That's
be
where
Greenland?
Mars is.
Yeah,
I think he's saying that's where Mars is.
Yeah, Mars is in Greenland. The moon is somewhere on Hollywood, for sure.
Hey, Radwin, I think he's like about 60% there. Okay, so let's bring him across the finish line.
I hear him.
Okay.
And also, what I was going to say. So if if we think like that, that implies that NASA is just a bunch of people are getting paid to show up at an office called NASA and sit down all the whole day, and they got
get
paid
paid
to do nothing.
about three-quarters of them. Three-quarters of them get paid just above the minimum you can pay an engineer, and they are just happy that they're working at NASA, and they'll happy if they can retire from it, and that's it.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. So, so they
I almost got a job at NASA when I was a young boy, because I was messing with the first 3D modeling programs that came out, and a guy that I knew through my parents wanted to hire me to go do 3D models for NASA.
You almost worked with.
This was like in freaking 1990, 1980, somewhere around there.
Why you didn't go? You almost.
My dad retired from NASA, dude. My dad retired from there.
And does he know some truth?
No, he's 6 feet under.
They don't have enough time to figure it out.
So, like, he's busy with paperwork.
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, okay. Okay, so he's 6 feet under.
6 feet under dirt, not paper.
He made Hubble parts for the bracket that holds Hubble in the airplane.
What the hell's this guy in chat saying? See that guy, Edward?
Edward.
What kind of language has numbers in it?
I know this. It's the same language I speak. It's a form of Arabic, but it's not.
With numbers?
No, there's some characters that cannot be written on with normal English.
Oh, you guys are like spies then.
Ha ha ha! I work with
cryptography.
No, it's just some characters that have no representation in English.
So when you say computer science, you mean you're like a cryptologist?
No, I'm just computer scientist for real, but...
You're a cryptologist, right?
No.
You probably work for the Saudi Arabian government, right? Like in cryptology.
No,
yeah, you're laughing. No, I got you figured out, dude. It's okay.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, guess what I used to do for a living?
Our cover hasn't been blown. Retreat.
I worked for a company that sold some software to the Saudi Arabian government.
I'm not from Saudi Arabia.
To their security service.
I'm from Algeria, not Saudi Arabia. And this guy is probably from Morocco, the one who wrote this. Okay, so you see the 9 he wrote?
Yeah.
It's actually pronounced qa. So there's no representation in English. That's what they represented with 9.
Interesting, yeah. The more you know.
Up?
No, it's qa.
Yeah, 9 means up, like in the sky.
No, it's just a Arabic character that the closest shape is 9.
Yeah, just joking, dude. We know.
I don't know.
Trying to pass your special characters and your secret codes through Discord, I see.
Yeah, and he wants us to believe he's from Algeria.
Yes, I work with Satan, and he sent me to know if you know really truth or not.
How many Germans visit Algeria for vacation every year?
To be honestly, not a single guy outside Algeria visit Algeria. Because the Algerian visa is very hard to get. So,
what about just vacationing?
Yeah, you cannot either.
That sucks.
So hard to get.
Well, you're not allowed here then, so don't come to the United States.
No, we're not allowed anywhere.
I'll turn you away.
We're not allowed anywhere, bro, in Earth.
I wonder
Open
why.
borders for Algeria.
Well, Morocco, Tunisia, and Libya.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think you're not allowed to go anywhere and people aren't allowed to go there?
Because no one else is allowed to get in, so they just do whatever you do to them.
What are they hiding?
Oh, okay. So if you look up, there's some mysterious city in Algeria. It's like another Bermuda Triangle.
Whoa.
Yeah, and it is very mysterious, and nobody ever had make a single step inside that city. It's a city of demons.
Oh, I want to go there. How can I get there?
Yeah, you can look that up. It's called Sifar.
Is that in Sicily?
What?
Just joking.
Well, it's for real. It's in the middle of the desert, and not a single human being has got inside. And it's like supernatural thing in real life, and I don't know why people are not talking about this.
Algeria is where the military in the U.S. developed their mind control program.
No, it's not. Maybe you're wrong with something else.
No, I'm definitely not wrong about this. During the Tunisian Algerian wars.
War between who?
This was in the 19. Freaking what decade was this? It was in the 20th century.
Yeah, in the 20th century, everything happened there. What part of it exactly? France. We got the liberty in 62. So was it before 62?
Yeah, before. Wait, yeah, it was before then.
Yeah. Okay. So even before, there's some non-famous magician was here and went inside the city and said some things. You can look it up.
Yeah, you should Google MK Ultra Algeria.
What is MK?
MK Ultra.
M or N?
MKU.
Ultra.
Like ULTRA. Ultra. MKU.
MKU Ultra?
Yeah, MKULTRA. MK Ultra.
Okay. Algeria.
And then put Algeria after that.
MK Ultra. Can't find anything. NK. No, there's nothing.
M like mouse.
Yeah, both. I tried M and N. MK Ultra. Oh, why can you send the link of Google's results? Oh, okay. CIA mind control birth of MK Ultra. Let me read this. There's no publicly available evidence or declassified documents to suggest that the CIA MK-Ultra mind control program was specifically conducted in Algeria. The experiments are documented to have primarily taken place in the US and Canada. Okay, CIA activities in Algeria. While there is no link to MK-Ultra, the CIA was involved in other covert activities in Algeria during the Cold War. The agency reportedly encouraged a failed '61 coup by French generals who opposed President Charles de Gaulle's plan for Algerian independence, as the US concerned about the political for a communist government in independent Algeria. Okay. MK Ultra. Okay, wait. Let me switch this to English. A legal human experimentation program designed and undertaken by the US CIA to develop procedures and identify drugs that could be used in altering human behavior. MKUltra is MK is an arbitrary prefix standing for Office Technical Services. Okay, and Ultra is arbitrary both. The program has been widely.
Have you heard of sodium pentothal, the truth drug, true serum?
No, I haven't even heard what you said. Again?
There's a drug called sodium pentothal.
And what's wrong with it?
What's wrong with it is when you inject it into people, they lose their inhibitions and they tell the truth when they're asked.
Oh.
This drug was refined during the Algerian War.
Yeah, those French bastards did a lot of things. Okay, haven't heard of this before.
Yeah, if you want to go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, I'll surely go because I'm that guy that goes into rabbit holes all the time.
So the French, they used this.
Yeah, all I know
on everybody.
I know that the French used a lot of nuclear things, and there's a place known in Algeria that have a lot of people with disabilities in their genes and in their DNA because of some activities, but that's all we know about this. And there's nothing about this MKUltra.
Oh, look at that. Blue Jumper in the text chat. I'm going to add some levity to this. Thank you, Blue Jumper. Freaking Anthrax. There you go.
Is that a song?
Yeah, just check it out. Google it.
The song of what?
Anthrax was a band, like a hard rock quasi metal band in America.
C11H17 into O2SNA. Is that the formula of the thing you told?
Yeah, type it into Google and then see if you get arrested.
Okay, let me try. Okay, we'll see when the police gonna come. MKUltra is a CIA secret program that tried to study mind control, interrogation, behavior manipulation. They use drugs like LSD, hypnosis, sensory deprivation. Most of it was unethical and illegal, and it was exposed in 1970s in the US. So CIA plus Cold War plus experiments on people. That's MKUltra. What does it have to do with Algeria? Almost nothing directly, but there are small and direct links.
Listen. Mind control drugs were developed, used in order to succeed.
Succeed against who?
Well, both sides, I guess, used it.
Even the Algerian side used it?
Yeah, like, and it's not unusual, right? Like, because the assassins, like Islamic hitmen used hashish.
Yeah.
So
hashish is some kind of LSD or
I mean, it was used. Yeah, that's why the word assassin exists in English, because we're like, oh, those guys are on hashish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Active. So the CIA was heavily watching global conflicts. During the Algerian War, the French military used interrogation and psychological torture. Some historians note similarities with CIA psychological methods, but there are no official link to MKUltra. CIA interest in Algeria after independence. The US, including CIA, mentioned Algeria's political direction, but again, no MK Ultra specific.
Yeah, okay. You, as an astute researcher, knows exactly what that means. It means you need to dig further. When like Wikipedia says there's absolutely no relationship whatsoever.
The only thing I can truly do is to cry because there's no internet anymore. Like, do you know that Google has removed like 90% of the results that you can find ever on the internet? The only thing.
Yeah, they do that to Flat Earth, man. We have a video from within Congress. Okay, so let me backtrack a bit. In America, there's a TV station called C-SPAN.
C-SPAN, okay.
Yeah, C-SPAN, all they do, they've been doing this for like 50 years. All they do is they set up a camera and record what Congress is doing.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a recording from C-SPAN where Congress had subpoenaed so Congress told the executives from social media companies to come testify. That is to say, Congress told social media executives to come here and answer some questions. And in this video, Congress is asking the head of Google and YouTube, what are you doing to censor Flat Earth?
And what they said?
They said, well, we are initiating all these. The person described how they bury search results and put up a notification to educate the public that Flat Earth is stupid and crazy and so on and so forth. That basically she described the active measures that they were taking to suppress the Flat Earth information from getting out.
And
I'm pretty sure if I'm talking, somebody in the audience is going to be digging up that link and posting it. It's been a few years since I've seen it. So if somebody could please post that in the text chat, that would be awesome. The C-SPAN clip where they're asking I think it was the YouTube or Facebook executives what they're doing to censor Flat Earth. And here's what happened. Like, if you go look at Google Trends will let you search what people are searching for and how popular it is. And you can see on Google Trends, Flat Earth is becoming more popular than Donald Trump, more popular than Justin Bieber, more popular than everything. And right after that moment, Flat Earth does a nosedive. The trend goes straight down to zero. After it's climbing and climbing and climbing and climbing on the graph, boom, it drops to nothing. And it stays there. What's up, Indio? He's asking if there's free eggs. Yeah, there's free eggs. You see that, Indio? Free eggs? You got your free eggs right here.
Yeah, I'm here. How come you measure spherical excess and we have observations that exceed the globe curvature? Does that mean your spherical excess wasn't factoring in refraction? Because if you're claiming to measure spherical excess based off of the tilt of the theodolite, well, how come we've got observations everywhere that exceed what that spherical excess would allow? Wouldn't you have such observations with your theodolite? Isn't it funny how the averaging method you use, the RMS root mean square, just happens to conform to a reference ellipsoid? Maybe it's because the source data was cherry-picked. And why would you expect to have spherical excess only on a geoid, where you have a deflection of the vertical? A deflection thus giving rise to flat spots on your globe and concave spots on your globe. And how do you tell the difference? Why is it always spherical excess when it shouldn't be? It's because you're not performing your own claim of geodetic surveying. Like, you should not be able to measure the reference ellipsoid because the reference ellipsoid neither conforms to the geoid nor the terrain.
Yeah, they're basically just getting some guesstimations, essentially. A bunch of guesswork. Getting some guesstimations and then mathematically making it work on their presupposed globe.
Right. And then make some faulty assumptions, ignorant ones. They assume that their measurements should conform to a reference ellipsoid, which is absolutely wrong. Your geoid conforms to a reference ellipsoid. You need to be coming out here and measuring the geoid, folks. If you are presenting claims of measuring the reference ellipsoid, you're doing it wrong by your own method. And this is because your geoid affects what is plumb and level. Locally, everywhere you go, it's going to be a little bit different by your claim. So when I'm watching a theodolite that's 69 miles away, what's level for me is not going to be the same level for somebody 69 miles away in conformance with the reference ellipsoid. It's going to have a geoidal variance. And ultimately what this presents is a situation where your very own claim to measurement is impossible to replicate reliably. It's impossible to show that it's a globe, because your own measurements need to be accounted for the deflection of the vertical and for astronomical refraction comporting to the geoid, as well as atmospheric refraction. This is not flat earthers saying it. But what's even worse than all of this is the theodolite is being claimed to produce a reliable measurement where it is plumb to level over a vast distance. That's a funny thing. Like, how much of a level do I need to gain a high enough resolution to minimize the tilt error? If you have like a rifle scope and you spot a freaking deer half a mile away, and you so much as like have a gnat land on your fingers, you pull the trigger, you're going to be off. The further the distance means the higher precision it's required of your measuring device and your skill level to use it. And so let's say ideally you do have a perfectly level setup where you're plumb to level for a distance of 69 miles, but then by your own account, you don't know if you are accurate enough due to geoidal undulations, because there could be a local deflection of the vertical where you are, and there could be a local deflection of the vertical where the reciprocating theodolite is at the far end. It's looking back. Which means level isn't level, plumb isn't plumb. It just turns into this hot, holy mess.
Right, so DJ, I thought those pillars was just some failed
landscaping project for a golf course. And when you showed me that there are natural pillars all over the place and that they actually have place names after these natural pillar formations. And then when you look at these pillars and you see that they're obviously not natural with the high precision cut angles and spacing, it really is curious what on earth is going on.
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, crazy stuff, isn't it? Yeah, so what's interesting, I thought, okay, like I saw it on a video I was watching, there was just a few pictures of them, and he said it was from 1998 or something, and then when I looked into it, I'm like, okay, it's not from 1998. So I looked up some images on Google, and there was some links to some Facebook groups about them, and people were saying it's this old, like, the remains of an old distillery roadhouse type place from the 20s, from the Prohibition era. Anyway, then I looked that up. I looked where it is. Turns out that was nonsense. And some other people, were saying that it's from like the 70s, from a hotel that was meant to be getting built there, but they never ended up building the hotel. So I was like, okay, surely there's some pictures, of that part of the beach, being it's California coast and previous, or, sometime before 1980 at least, or something like that. Or sometimes, actually, I couldn't find any pictures of that before the 2000s, I don't think. I think 2011 or something was the only picture I could find. Anyway, I thought, okay, surely there's got to be some pictures from surveying sites and stuff like that, USGS or something from before the late 70s or whenever it was that they were meant to have put those pillars there. Can't find a single picture. It's kind of weird. So I just put the picture into ChatGPT. I'm like, what are these? And first it's like, bring it up. So I can't remember exactly what it said first. It said some crazy shit first. 1 second. Okay. All right. So I put a picture in. I said, what are we looking at? It says, what you're looking at are rock cut architectural columns, not freestanding pillars that were later buried. In plain terms, these columns are carved directly out of bedrock as part of the facade. Anyway, it went on to go on for ages about how they match Roman, Hellenistic rock cut temples, Nabatean sites like Petra, Greco-Roman, Eastern Mediterranean, blah blah blah. Anyway, so obviously that was incorrect. So I said, because I didn't tell it anything about the picture, so I said the structures are at the beach at Half Moon Bay, California, adjacent to the Carlton Ritz Hotel. Said, thanks. Now that you've given the location, I can identify what you're looking at. The rock forms near Half Moon Bay, California, adjacent to the Ritz-Carlton, are ancient carved columns. Aren't ancient carved columns at all. They are natural sandstone formations shaped by wave erosion, wind and salt weathering, layered sedimentary bedding, differential erosion of harder and softer layers. The cliffs near Half Moon Bay are made of sandstone and siltstone layers that were deposited millions of years ago. Anyway, went on about that, which is obviously incorrect as well. So I said, are you sure they seem to be from a construction in the past? Some say it was from the foundations of an older hotel that was never built. Can you go deep to search and find that for me? It says, yes, there is a real historical explanation for the structures you're talking about. at the beach near the Ritz-Carlton in Half Moon Bay. According to local history records, beachside columns and pilings that resemble ruins or foundation remnants are not ancient architecture or natural rock formations. They were part of a 1970s era foundation project for a hotel that was started and then abandoned. So after that, it doesn't really give any information about it. So I was asking it, like, I'd like to see photos from the 70s when they were built. And it says, yeah, I can't find any photographs or anything like that. It gave me a link to some places that I could go try searching, which is like the records from the I forget what it's called. I said it a minute ago. USGS, is that it? Yeah, USGS. Anyway, when I was looking through the historical records, I was trying to find some old pictures of that part of the coastline to see if they were there before the 70s. And what I found was, which I'll put it in the side chat. It's like, this is from a PDF. Okay, so I think it says 1965. And it says Pillar Point, Half Moon Bay. And Pillar Point isn't those exact structures. It's not far away. It's still in Half Moon Bay. So I went on to Google, typed in Pillar Point, and then here's like a little screenshot. So we got Pillar Point 7, Pillar Point Beach, Pillar Point Harbor. So I was like, that's interesting. I was like, why? Like, it was kind of like, it was, that area is kind of called Pillar Point, the Pillar Point area. So I looked up like what is Pillar Point, and that's where it started giving me information about how there were big, giant, prominent pillars that were naturally formed, and they were there for a long time, it seems, because even on old Spanish maps, which I'm trying to find the old Spanish maps now. Yeah, they called it something to do with pillars as well. So that's where I'm up to. But yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it just seems a little strange that you'd have both coinciding at the same place, claims of natural formations of pillars and then artificial pillars.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's very strange. So they're mostly, yeah. Well, it said that the big pillars, the big prominent pillars at Pillar Point, have been eroded away or something like that. So they're no longer there, but and I can't find any pictures of them. But it just looks weird as well. Like, how did they push pillars into the side of the cliff like this back then? Yeah, it's interesting because I was watching a video yesterday about, it was like the big giant train line that they built over to Florida Keys, I think. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, that blew my mind. And then the Fort Jefferson compound.
Yeah, so that train line, like they can't work out how they would have been able to build it, because the materials that you needed including the fresh water that you needed to mix all of that concrete and stuff like that. It was like just the logistics and stuff. It doesn't seem to match up. And then like pictures of it being constructed and stuff. Like there's pictures of it kind of like after construction. Like most of these old world pictures, it kind of looks like renovation more than construction. And then you look at old maps from like this, I think it's like the 1600s and stuff like that. That was all land where that railway is. It's all land. And it's almost like there was like they had to, like it took them, they reckon it only took them 7 years to build this railway. And it doesn't make sense that they would have been
No
able
way.
to build, that they would have been able to build it in 7 years, but they were saying like what makes more sense is that they would have been able to like excavate it over that 7 years and renovate it, and like revamp it or something like that, rather than actually build that crazy thing in 7 years.
Man, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
The old Spanish colonial settlements of North America, particularly the American Southwest, is just strange to me. Because the history is like Cortez, who conquered the Aztecs, came up the California coast. This is in like the 1500s. And after the Jesuit order was underway, they started founding all kinds of missions all over the world to include the American Southwest. And the Jesuit order set up mining activities all over the Spanish Southwest. And all of this took place well before the quote-unquote gold rush of 1849. Easily 100 to 200 years of activity preceding this. What was the Spanish up to? They were part of they were the western branch of the Habsburg Empire. They owned all that American Southwest territory.
Wow.
So people feel like excavating out in the middle of nowhere and then find like walls and walls of bricks and brick structures. And they'd say, oh man, this just must be an old Spanish mine.
It's so crazy.
Right. So is it possible too? I mean, kind of weird, but like rail lines. So we've got railway lines all over America. Itself is a really interesting bit of history just from the mainstream perspective, how this came to be. But there's something about the rail lines. I mean, maybe these began originally a mining operation way back when, not for trains, but for mining rail cars and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And the gauge, the width of the rails conformed to like Roman chariot standards.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Yeah. What is going on?
Man, it's so crazy. The more I look into this stuff, it's just...
Dude, the Roman cement all over. Have you seen this stuff in America?
No.
Oh, man, I got it. There's Conspiracy R Us did this whole series on it. A series like you do a video and then a year later another video follow up. But so they're building structures around in America today that are built using a recipe from ancient Rome. But the issue is that recipe was supposedly lost during the time period that these structures went up and was rediscovered only much more recently in history. So where'd they get the recipe for the Roman cement?
Yeah, wow, that's crazy. I was just trying to look up the channel that you were talking about. Conspiracy R Us? Oh, yeah, I found it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, he's got a few videos on this very topic. It's just crazy, dude.
What's up, Dave Hinkle? Good to see you, man.
Hey, DJ Yoder, what's going on?
Not much, man. We just thought we'd liven up the room a bit because there's nobody in any channels anywhere.
Yeah, kind of hitting a little slow period here, whatever.
Yep.
You're still trying to speak some truth, right?
Got that right.
Nothing to report here from Kentucky. It's a pretty shitty day, kind of rainy, but other than that, it's not a ball. So
Still not a ball.
yeah,
Damn it.
it's never going to be a ball, man. I used to think it was a ball, but then I actually looked to see if it was, and it's not. So what are you going to do?
Yeah, there's not much we can do about that. Yeah, Yoda, this looks like a pretty trippy channel. Lots of interesting stuff I'm seeing. Yeah, I'm gonna make a. Yeah, I think I'm gonna combine the Flat Earth Central server as like a kind of like a 2-in-1 server. So it's gonna be about Flat Earth and also Old World and ancient history like megalithic, Old World stuff, that kind of thing as well. Because I think that'll help bring a lot of people in, and it's also a super interesting topic, and they're definitely connected. So I'm gonna make a second section that's just dedicated to Old World stuff, and have all the different channels with all different information and stuff like that as well. Might even change the name of it from Flat Earth Central to like I was thinking maybe Truth Central, or I don't know, maybe the name of my YouTube channel, which is Pickled Minds, or Critical Think. That was the three that I was contemplating.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed this topic, the Old World topic's kind of blowing up on YouTube recently. There's tons and tons of channels coming out, and they're getting tons of views. Which is good. You know, it's a topic that's connected to Flat Earth, I think. Or it's kind of like like-minded, critical thinking people, at least.
I think the genesis of a lot of this came from that Philip Jurgen guy. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Say that again? You were like cutting out a bit.
So there was a YouTuber. His name is Philip. He's from Moscow or something. Philip Jurgen, and he was pointing out how even in his own country, he was pointing out that old structures were buried under the earth, preserved by mud. And I think this kind of gave rise to the whole Tartarian mud flood movement that sprung up after it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's interesting. There was like a famous Russian, I forget his name, famous Russian historian. It's kind of like alternate history.
Yeah, Anatoly Fomenko.
Ah, that's the one. That's the one, yeah. I haven't looked into it much, but yeah, I was. His name was mentioned a bunch when I was watching the documentary about the Great Wall of China deception. That's another trip, man. That Great Wall of China, like over 13,000 miles long. I think the longest.
Gentleman trying to suggest that our historical narrative has been misrepresented to us. No way.
No way. No, definitely not. It's exactly like they teach us at the school.
Yeah, at some point you go from it's It's crazy to believe alternative history, too. It's crazy to believe in the mainstream history.
Yeah, that's where the craziness comes into it, for sure.
Or the same thing with America and Australia. You've got like all these amazing, beautiful, magnificent works of architecture going up almost all at the same time. And there'd be like 50 of these building projects attributed to one designer and his company.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? They do that a lot. There's always like some architect or someone who wasn't even an architect. They're like, this guy was like a doctor, but he also invented this and that and all of these different things, and it's crazy.
By the age of 24, he taught himself surveying and architecture design. Took his inspiration from Berlusconi in Rome.
Yeah, man, I was watching that exact thing yesterday about like some old world, like, or not old world, but some old aircrafts. Before it was like a steam powered 50 horsepower aircraft that could carry a dozen people in the 1800s. Wow. And it was like, yeah, he was a doctor, and he also invented and there was just the biggest list of things you could ever imagine that this guy had invented. Like, how the hell could this guy invent all of these different things? Same with the architects, like you were saying, like that are responsible for designing these like grand structures. And it's like, oh, and they also design this one and that one and this one, and it's like, what?
Well, looks like we got a few new people popping in. Oh, that's Professor Triangle. He's a flat earther. Never mind. Anyway. The subject you guys are talking about, very interesting as far as going back in history and what we've been misled about. And these buildings are right in people's faces that couldn't have been built by whatever, But how do we verify any of that stuff? I hate to be Davey Downer, but, how do you verify over even 40, 50 years ago?
Yeah, you can't verify it. It's just a big puzzle, and you can put little pieces together here and there. It's fascinating stuff to look into, but it's always going to be a level of speculation.
Yeah, exactly, DJ. I mean, speculating, it just seems like obviously that things were a lot different way back when than what we've been told. But I know that's pretty vague, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Even looking into people that are credited with suggesting that the Earth's a globe, like Pythagoras and people like that, once you start digging into the proof that they even existed, you can't really find anything. Even the historians agree that they can't confirm anything that we get taught in school about Pythagoras or that he even existed. They're like, yeah, someone named Pythagoras probably existed somewhere in Greece, but we can't confirm anything beyond that. It's all just stories. It's like they say, oh, the Greeks loved making up these mystical figures like Eratosthenes, Pythagoras.
Yeah, and then they attribute everything to them, just like these architects. Crazy.
But yeah, I get your point, Dave. But the thing is, we've already established empirically that it's absolutely not a globe. And that's the information we need to get to people, first and foremost. But I think digging into more things is very important to try to try to unlock more information. How did it, what is this place? we know that it's not a globe. We know that it's a flat plane. We know that they've lied about history.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying there, DJ. There's nothing wrong with trying to put the puzzle pieces together, and there is a lot of physical things right in our face, buildings and stuff like that are just impossible for it to be what they're telling us it is. But as far as figuring it all out, good luck. But there's nothing wrong with trying, right?
Exactly, man. What I find even more fascinating is the megalithic stuff. And there's no way we're going to work that out, but that stuff's just crazy. Giant megalithic structures and those big giant blocks that are like too big for modern machinery to lift and that kind of thing. Like, what the hell was going on back then?
I mean, it's not a bunch of Jews that just moved the blocks into place.
It's almost like they were harvesting some kind of energy from the atmosphere. But I'm not going to say the word ether, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get you for sure. Yep, something.
I would go out on sort of a limb and say it's at least obvious that they had something figured out back then that was hidden for whatever reason, and now we're trying to figure out what it is. Again, vague, but y'all know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. Damn, look at this thing that Cyberfiller just put in the side chat. That's crazy. That's huge. It's also crazy that all this megalithic stuff's like freaking buried. Apparently they just found like another Mayan temple as well, like some crazy Mayan temple complex in the jungle just recently.
You know what I find weird too? Like how they find throughout Europe even, how they're like digging up old Roman villages. Like how does that just happen? How do you just like lose track of a Roman town?
Yeah.
Like oh geez, I'm standing on a mound of dirt and there's like Roman villas underneath my house. Huh, weird. You know that you lose the culture and history loses track of these places. Like you got to figure. I mean, being Roman towns, they had been on their own maps. They had been taxed. There are all these records all over the place, and there were people presumably living there. And you think that, like almost anywhere else, that people would just continuously live and expand and grow out from where they are. And when your house needs a new roof, you get a new roof laid in. You continue farming and tilling the land and so on and so forth. But no, I mean, in this case, you got Roman villas that are buried under the mud in Germany and England. And
yeah, it's crazy. Apparently, like there's a big highway just near our house here in Poland. And when my wife was young, there was no highway here. And then they built the highway. When they dug up the ground to build the highway, they found all of these like ancient like artifacts under the ground and like sculptures and they dated them to like 4,000 years old or something like that. And some of them look like freaking I don't know the name of it, but you know those dinosaurs with the long necks?
Yeah.
Yeah, they look like them. And they were trying to like pass them off as like horses. They're like, no, these are just horses, but they look like those freaking weird dinosaurs with the long necks. You see them in some like ancient wall art depictions, like I forget which country, but yeah, there's just this particular. It's not like a big giant dinosaur or anything like that. It's like sort of camel-sized thing with with really long necks. Yeah. Anyway, it's just crazy. Like they just discover stuff. They had no idea any of that stuff was there. They dig up a highway and they just find all of this stuff.
If I remember my dinosaur education, I think you're talking about a brontosaurus. I could be wrong.
Check.
We've been joined by Nell. Do they want to talk? Hello, Nell. Are you there? They want to talk right now. Back to you, DJ.
Yeah, that's the one, Dave. Yeah. Kind of like that. Yep.
So just that little piece of evidence you were talking about right there, you're saying they supposedly dated that to 4,000 years ago, but the dinosaur story is millions of years, right? And asteroids and all that crap. So
yep.
Totally out of whack.
Yep.
Just saying.
Yeah, that same type of dinosaur, the Brontosaurus type of dinosaur, there's like really like ancient artworks and cave art and stuff like that that's like really, really old that depicts them. And then there's tales of native cultures, like Aboriginal type cultures. I forget exactly which country. I'll ask my wife when she comes back upstairs. But yeah, they all reckon that they existed as well. Those same ones with the long necks. And there's reports of them being spotted deep in the jungle or something like that. Even just like a couple of 100 years ago. Anyway, I need to look into that one a bit more.
Yeah, obviously there could be all kinds of different kinds of creatures, different various sizes that they're extinct now for whatever reason, or who knows.
Yep.
We can't limit the creator to what he can create, you know.
Mm-hmm.
He can create DNA and he can create little insects and crap like that, so why not big things too? But anyway.
Yep.
So, I'm aware that flat Earth does not believe in gravity. What does make things drop to the ground? Because I've heard like air mediums, which
You're confused, buddy. You're confused. When they say they don't believe in gravity, it means mass attracting mass, not that things don't fall to the ground.
yes, because mass attracts mass, which means
Okay. How do you know that?
Yeah.
How do you know that that's why things fall? It's a mass attracting mass.
What else is going to make it fall?
That's not. That doesn't tell me how you know that.
Hold on, so we were talking about something, and now this random guy chimes in.
I'll tell you. Well, hold on. You know, he was talking before, Peter. I don't know if you're here. He was. We're waiting for his evidence. He was in limbo, and so he didn't find it.
I'm asking.
Nobody knows why things fall.
I'm asking what you believe.
Yeah. No, I don't have a belief. There's no belief here. You believe that things fall because mass attracts mass. You have no evidence for that. That's the problem. You believe something. So I'll ask again.
Also,
what's the evidence that mass attracts to mass is the causal mechanism why I think... Yeah, hold on, Peter. Dude. So what's your evidence that mass attracting mass is the causal mechanism for falling objects? Can you give us an experiment, for example, that shows it? Should be simple, because you think it's a foregone conclusion. No.
Give you an example. I know y'all don't believe in the open space, and you believe there's only the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun. But let's go into open space. Boots void.
No one believes it. Shut up, dude. Don't start, dude. Don't start. Don't straw man us.
Straw man you?
Yeah, we don't.
I'm saying what I've observed. Okay, I will carry on.
I don't know your ass from your elbow, bro.
What? I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
You don't know your ass from your elbow, okay? Just saying. So,
ass from my elbow.
Let's see. You don't know your ass from your elbow. Appealing to space to tell me why things fall on Earth doesn't help us. We want to know why things fall on Earth. And unless there's a big mirror in space that somehow shows how things fall on Earth, is mass attracting mass, I don't know how that's going to help you. So we have an observed natural phenomenon, right? I let something go, falls to the ground. Boom. Right? Why does that happen? What experiment can we do to figure out why that happens?
Okay.
Yeah, simple. Experiment. That's how science works, right? You do an experiment.
The experiment.
Yeah,
okay.
The experiment.
The Cavendish experiment conducted between 1797.
So what falls in that? What falls in the Cavendish experiment?
The experiment measuring the force of gravity.
Okay, first of all, yeah, but we want to know why things fall.
It's gravity. Mass attracts mass.
Yeah, that's your claim, dude. I want the experiment that shows it.
Okay, I'll explain you the experiment.
I don't need the explanation. I need the experiment. I don't need a story, dude.
I'm trying to explain you the experiment.
I understand. Oh, the experiment. The
experiment itself.
Okay, so how does I know the Cavendish.
Can I tell you the experiment now, or are you going to keep on cutting me off?
I know.
You're lagging really bad.
Exactly.
No, like genuinely, you were lagging really bad. Okay.
Yeah, can you tell me what's observed in the Cavendish experiment?
The apparatus can. Okay, whatever. Let's skip to where the hell we are.
Hey, Glover, this is the first time you saw the Cavendish experiment, right?
So I have to talk to ChatGPT now. Fantastic. I don't know how I deal with this shit.
This is the funniest thing in India. Yeah. There's a baby Glurf comes in, never heard about it before. Just Googled it real quick, and he's trying to explain it.
Okay. The apparatus consisting of a torsion bar made of a 6-foot wooden rod horizontally suspended from a wire with 2-inch diameter, 1.6 pound lead spheres, one attached to each end, 2 massive 12-inch 348 lead balls suspended separately could be positioned away from each other to either side of the smaller balls, 255 millimeters away. The experiment measured the faint gravitational attraction between the small and large balls, which deflected the torsion bounce rod about 0.6 inches or around 0.03 inches with a stiffer suspending wire.
So what is falling in the experiment?
Sorry, what? My sister was being annoying.
What is... I know. She can't be like that. What is falling in the experiment?
It is a experiment that shows that gravity exists, but it's not necessarily that gravity is only falling. It is the attraction of mass and mass. So that is what is gravity. It is mass attracts mass. That is the formula. It is mass attracts mass equals G.
Okay, so typically in scientific experiments, there will be a hypothesis. So can you give us the hypothesis? There's kind of a dependent variable and then an independent variable, the thing that you're going to manipulate to get the dependent variable to happen. So can you give us the hypothesis? That way we know this is a true scientific experiment and not some kind of affirming the consequent fallacy.
What is a affirming the consequence fallacy?
Well, it would go something like this. If gravity exists, these balls will get closer. These balls get closer, therefore gravity exists. It would be something like that. It's circular reasoning.
So, what I'm reading from, it doesn't necessarily go, like, it doesn't necessarily tell me the hypothesis, but I can infer that the hypothesis is that, yes, gravity does exist, because if I set up the experiment, the balls should, in theory, move together.
They move together, therefore the gravity exists. So that would be affirming the consequent. This would be basically a fallacious test or a way to rip off the masses by showing them some kind of parlor trick and then declaring that gravity exists.
Do you want me to send you what I'm reading from? If that would
No, I already know the entire. No, bro. I already know the entire lore behind this particular non-experiment. It's not an experiment, first of all. In fact, the only thing that you really could be observing, because this is not natural science that they're doing, they have an apparatus. They built it, so it's a synthetic or an artificial thing that they built. And so what they did is they said, I know. We'll tell the people gravity exists if these balls move closer together. The balls move closer together, therefore gravity exists. By the way, that wasn't the intention of this particular apparatus. It was supposed to be detecting the mass of the Earth. And in this case, they had already presupposed that the Earth was a large sphere with an unknown mass. So there's a lot of things, a lot of nuances about this that you probably aren't aware of, but just a surface level read like you're doing right now would have you convinced that because two balls moved closer together, all of a sudden gravity is a thing.
So, if I tried to argue with an experiment, you can turn that around and say circular reasoning and then flip my whole argument upside down. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm not doing any kind of witchcraft here, or, there's no tomfoolery involved. I'm pointing out to you that what you're dealing with isn't actually an experiment at all. Do you think that because men build something, all of a sudden it becomes a scientific experiment? That would be incorrect. In the scientific method, the first thing you're supposed to do is observe a natural phenomena. That's why, the lore is that old Isaac Newton got hit in the head by an apple. An apple fell out of a tree and hit him on, right? That's how the story goes anyways. So the naturally observed phenomena would be something accelerating towards the ground. You could use a raindrop. You could use an apple. You could use any of these things. So the thing that we're trying to prove is what causes things to fall. That's why Indio was asking you about the falling bit, not about balls in a shed. The next thing you would do is propose a hypothesis. If blank, then stuff will fall to the ground. So in this scenario, there is no experiment because there's no hypothesis. We don't even actually have what is required for the experiment to occur. Nothing is falling.
But you don't need specifically falling to...
Oh, you're right. What was the naturally observed phenomena again? Things falling, right?
Yes.
Aren't we trying to go ahead and create that particular scenario?
Yes, you could create that. Actually, no, you couldn't on Earth because of its gravity, and if you were to, for example, get like...
We're not to gravity yet. We haven't even proved gravity exists. All we see is in certain scenarios things fall. Meanwhile, the gas molecules around the raindrop and around the apple are moving freely and randomly in all directions, including up. So I'm not even sure that we have really a naturally observed phenomena because not everything is falling. Some things are going freely and randomly in all directions. But for the sake of argument, we'll just stick with the falling part for now. So something falls. We need to know what causes that. So what causes it?
As I said, mass plus mass.
Okay.
Mass is attracted to other masses.
Well, apparently that's a hypothesis that you're coming up with. So what is mass?
Mass is, for example, I'm pretty sure it is the weight of an object, or I may be wrong. I don't know.
Well, weight is weight. Mass is a different word.
So, mass refers to a fundamental property of matter measuring inertia, resistance to acceleration.
Okay, so now mass is resistance to acceleration? Is that your final answer?
The fuck?
I don't know.
Telling me this here? Oh, it's a stupid ass AI overview. Okay. Mass can... Okay, here we go. Mass can be experimentally defined as a measure of the body's inertia, or basically, I think that means potential force. I don't know, dude. I have like an 80 in science. A measure of the body's inertia, meaning the resistance to acceleration when a net force is applied. The object's mass also determines the strength of its gravitational attraction to other bodies.
Okay. So now it's two things. Which one are you going to pick?
It is the second one, because the first one is the fuck-ass AI overview that is very commonly incorrect.
Okay, so now mass is apparently an attraction?
No.
What does it say? What was the second part?
Mass can be experimentally defined as a measure of the body's inertia, meaning the resistance to acceleration when a net force is... Can this stupid thing stop being annoying on me? Measure of the body's inertia, meaning the resistance to acceleration when net force is applied. The object's mass also determines the strength of its gravitational attraction to other bodies.
Okay, so it determines that. So the resistance to acceleration, how would we measure that? That also happens to be the same definition of inertia. We'll just keep going.
Could you repeat that?
Well, interestingly enough, depending on what website you go to or what source you pick, mass essentially has the same definition as inertia, which is resistance to acceleration.
Okay.
So mass and inertia are now conflated, but I would like to know how we would measure that.
Okay.
So how do we measure it? What value can you give me for something's mass?
So you can use the formula of M equals weight over gravity, which is mass. Mass equals weight over gravity. Mass equals force over acceleration. And to measure mass, you would use a triple beam balance.
Right. I hear the formula. Can you just give me the value?
The value? What do you mean by value?
Well, if you're going to measure something at the end of the day, you're going to end up with a certain amount of volts or inches or kilograms or Kelvin, right? So what units determine how much mass we're dealing with? What value? I guess homeboy bounced.
El Hussein is here. Welcome. I don't think I've talked to you before. It says you're VC verified and Nitro Ghost VIP. I feel like that's a combo we don't see very often. You know, just those two roles. Hello. How did you find us?
I know I've been here for quite a while. Like I keep joining and leaving. Like first time I've been here was like 2020. So 2020, yeah.
I know, I'm the same way. It's kind of upsetting. Like I'm kind of mad at my past self because my account doesn't really show like my actual history of dates and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, but it's all right. You're incognito as a new person. What is your position regarding the globe?
Like not much to say, to be honest. More into the flat Earth, I guess, but like it's not a topic that I've been into way too much. Sometimes I just keep reading, watching videos, watching arguments online, but really I haven't had the time to look into it enough, I guess.
Yeah, so you haven't made up your mind, and you might be seeing bad information because there's a lot of bad flat Earth information
I'm
out there.
aware of that. Yeah, like the Twitter guys, I forgot what they're called. Like that Twitter account that's very known and is assumed to be the flat Earth community. I think that's what they're called.
Oh yeah, I don't know who that is. The flat Earth community, is that what they're called?
The guys with like the disk profile picture who used to talk to Elon Musk on Twitter, I think. I really can't recall what the username was.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I don't really know that much about what goes on there on Twitter. So what are arguments that you've heard for flat Earth that made you lean in that direction?
Well, not really arguments. It's just looking at photos that are supposedly from space, and you can kind of tell that curvature seems to be changing from one photo to another. And that kind of raises questions, right? So I keep looking into it. That's how I ended up here.
Nice. Yeah, I like that. I wish we had a globe believer, like a true believer in here, because you could tell them how pictures from space indicate the lack of consistency of curvature, like you just said, that they show a widely varying degree of curvature, which makes their story inconsistent and incoherent, both of those things. Because, the people who say pictures from space make them think it's a globe. It really should be the opposite. That should make you question. Yeah, because if it were, then all these images should show a consistent level of curvature, and they don't.
Yeah, as Elon Musk said, it has to be real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, what about the measurements? Have you seen those, like the long distance observations, the laser tests? Oh, you haven't seen those? Oh, great. Well, we have to show you then.
Sure. Yeah. The ones like in the channels below, like there's a lot of channels where there's quite a bit of evidence there, the additional info category.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's the long distance observations channel.
Oh yeah. I have been there. Yeah. I just looked.
You have been there.
Yeah. I've seen those before.
Oh, okay. So, like, did you watch the videos?
I don't really remember. Let me see. I probably did. Like, as I said, I just keep joining and leaving over and over. So, probably might have seen some of them.
That's cool that those channels are down there because, that's a lot of people don't realize that is one of the main benefits of this server, is that there is a carefully curated selection of information down there that is good, verifiable, flat Earth information, which you can't find just anywhere, and you definitely can't find if you just Google flat Earth. Then you're going to get a bunch of nonsense. Like, I think that was John Adams that came in here and said, oh, he knows all about the flat Earth stuff, And then he just named a bunch of straw man arguments that are not real flat Earth information at all. So that's cool. I'm glad to hear that you've looked down there.
Yeah.
And did you understand the reason for the long distance observations?
No, not quite, to be honest.
Yeah. So, depending on which one you look at, there's basically two different kinds. There's observations that debunk the expected drop over distance that you would see if you lived on a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles. And then the other kind are the horizon observations, and those debunk another calculation of the maximum distance of the horizon on a sphere with that same given radius, which is 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. So yeah, both of those formulae show you, what the prediction would be, what you would see or not see on a globe. And each time you can make an observation of something that wouldn't be seen on this globe. So in the case of the missing drop over distance, it's something that would be hidden behind this alleged curve, and yet the object is visible. And in the case of the horizon, it's the where you can see the horizon that's clearly beyond the maximum distance that it would be if you were on a sphere.
Yeah, and it doesn't exist.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, the only sphere we can see is what Professor Triangle has put there, the not even perfectly spherical, but slightly spherical nature of the dandelion ready to spread its seeds. Do you remember any of the ones that you looked at in particular?
I'm actually looking because, I remember being here before, and one of the channels was like something I'm quite interested in, but I can't quite find which one was it. All right, it's the astronauts one. There is this guy who, let me play the video, just a moment. Yeah, it's the guy who keeps saying, like, we can go back to the moon and, like, we destroyed the technology and we can't go back anymore. Was one of the videos.
Don Pettit, yeah. He's the best hostile witness for the flat earth. Yeah. Yeah. Because if those are the brightest and the best we got, and these are the guys that are trying to convince you, that you live on a globe, that we went to the moon and all that, it's kind of like, yeah, good job, guys. That's your best team you got there, Don Pettit. Good job. I mean, that's the thing. All of these things are kind of, just side notes to the main, conclusive evidence debunking the curvature, which is never measured, never observed in reality. But all these other things, they're just icing on the cake. Like, these are your best of the best. Yep, these are your astronauts. Yep, Don Pettit. Yeah, we can't go back to the moon.
Yeah.
It's too hard. Yeah, we destroyed the technology. Yeah, I mean, it's just absurd. Like, it's really a litmus test. Do you have common sense or not? Like, if you still think that, this fairy tale is true and you think these are the experts, it's kind of like, I don't know. It just shows that the person either has no common sense or has emotional problems, I guess, where they're just so strongly in denial and they can't even handle the concept of going against the emotional appeal and the propaganda, which is fine. I mean, that's why propaganda has worked throughout history, is because it appeals to the weaknesses in human nature and the inability for most men to stand strong against a crowd. If Don Pettit convinces you guys, just go back to the globe. Like, we don't even want you if you think Don Pettit's an astronaut. Please. I mean, an astronaut in the sense of what astronauts used to be when they started, their fake space program, when they were like military guys who were very, intelligent, had common sense, like the one they murdered, Gus Grissom, those kind of guys. Like, I would have called them astronauts and that would have been fine, because when it was, just conceptual, we were hoping to do this, they deserved the title, possibly the best and the brightest. That's why they had to kill them. I guess they miscalculated, like, we can't have guys that are too smart, because then there'll be whistleblowers. There might even be some who, after we burn the first one alive, decides he's even going to still be a whistleblower because he thinks it's important enough to prevent all mankind from being deceived. So we better just get dumb guys that we can easily bribe and coddle and blow smoke up their ass, and they'll do what we want and make stupid videos like Don Pettit does. Good idea, guys.
You got the help. That's all you get. You get the help.
Yes, thank you. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Oh my gosh.
Which one were you referring to? Like the people who got killed or something? Like I didn't catch that one.
Oh yeah. I'll find you some information about it. The most interesting information to me is how he was an Apollo 1 astronaut, Gus Grissom. He was one of 3. The second one was from Grand Rapids. The third one was from somewhere south of here, like either southern Indiana or somewhere down there, southern Ohio. I can't remember where that guy was from, but they have stuff named after him down there. I feel very bad that I don't remember the name of the other 2. It's very bad. But Gus Grissom was the one who really put his neck on the line, so I can find the other information for you. But anyway, so during Apollo 1, I'll just tell you the story, and then I'll tell you a short version, and then I'll find some links and document to back it up. So Apollo 1, first mission, they said they were going to go to the moon. Gus Grissom, former military guy, was I don't know if he was the head of the 3, but he was definitely the most gutsy of the 3. We'll put it that way. He came to think that it was not going to be possible, for them to go to the moon, that this technology was not going to work the way that it claimed. And so he not only thought this, he was doing his own research. He had papers at his home. No one knows exactly what they said because I believe it was before they even informed his wife, they came to the house and took all his papers away. They confiscated all of his papers, before he died. Then they confiscated the papers, and I'm pretty sure they told the wife. I'm pretty sure that's the order that it went, those 3 things. But anyway, he not only did he think it, he made a public statement. He held a lemon up in front of the shuttle. There's a picture of that, saying that it was a lemon. Do you know what that means in vernacular? Like lemons, like in terms of automobiles would be like, cars that don't work, because that's why we have lemon laws. We're not allowed to sell a car that doesn't work well and pretend that it does. But so anyway, that was the significance of the lemon. And he said, we can't even communicate with the next building. How are we going to communicate with the moon? So these are public statements he made in addition to the private papers. But basically they came to realize, this guy's on to us. Like, he's not going to go along with this. And so what happened was they were doing a test, and they all 3 burned alive inside the capsule. So they all died, all 3 of them. And so after that happened, Gus Grissom's family, sons, actually the sons didn't get involved until later when they were adults. They were children at the time. But as time went on, they made public statements that they thought that this had been done on purpose, that they thought their husband and father had been murdered. So they took it to court. That's the article I'll find you. I think it's from the New York Times, where the mother sued, the wife sued. I'll find you the details in case anything I'm telling you, I'm not remembering it right, but this is the basic outline. And then, and I also have his obituary, which contains some of those details. Eventually, as the sons got older, this was like a lifelong quest. One of them somehow was allowed to see the capsule, which amazes me that even happened. But anyway, it turned out that the capsule could be locked from the outside, so they were locked in, and there was no way for them to get out. You know what I mean? It was locked, and they couldn't open the lock to get out. And also, there was something about the pure oxygen environment. If anybody else, knows details about this, any of our other flat Earth friends, feel free to chime in. But yeah, there was they were in a pure oxygen environment, which they shouldn't have been.
Yeah, 100% oxygen makes non-flammable items flammable.
Yep, and that's what they shouldn't. Wasn't their protocol, or they shouldn't have had that, right, Rayleigh?
That's like the dumbest thing ever to do, is put 100% oxygen in there.
Yeah, so so people ask, like, why aren't there whistleblowers? Oh, okay, well, could be because they murder them. Could be that's why. And then they just pick dumb people who aren't even going to be whistleblowers anyway after that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I looked it up and I think I found it. There is like 3 guys. The commander was named Gus Grissom, I think. And senior pilot was named Ed White, and the pilot was Roger B. something. Can't quite see it. Chaffee, I think.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Chaffee. I think that's the one from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Yeah, and then the other one's the one from somewhere south of Michigan, yep.
Yeah, so he was the pilot, I guess. Yeah, pilot.
Oh, yeah, I guess he was from Texas, but there's some, it says Ed White was from Texas, but there's something, when we were driving to Tennessee, I saw something named after him in between here and there. I can't remember what it was. I should find that. That's why I thought he was from there, but maybe he lived down there. Roger B. Chaffee, born 1935, Grand Rapids, Michigan, died January 27th, 1967, Cape Canaveral, Florida. Yep, only 32 years old. R.I.P.
R.I.P.
Cause of death for Ed White asphyxia, aka burned alive in a locked capsule locked from the outside by the U.S. government.
And then the guy who investigated some of these problems with NASA, he ends up dead too, miraculously.
Which guy was that?
Same dude or someone else?
He was the guy who he sent this long before, like, to a lot of different people. His report. Let me see if I can remember his name. His name's Thomas something or another. Yeah, Thomas Ronald Barron. He was the quality control and safety inspector employed by North American Aviation. They were the ones who were building the Apollo command module. But he was a whistleblower before the fire even. He had raised concerns about safety issues, poor workmanship, and protocol violations. He got fired back in 1966. He testified before Congress in a subcommittee once the accident happened.
I guess New York Times, I guess they make you pay for articles, but this is the one I was thinking. It was Betty Grissom's obituary, yeah, who sued an astronaut husband's death. She was shunned by the space community after she sued North American Rockwell in the launch pad death of Gus Grissom. She won a settlement. Can you tell me that name again, Rayleigh, that person you were just talking about?
Yeah, he's Thomas Ronald Barron.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, because when I look him up, died in 1967 in Florida. It says movies, conspiracy theory, did we land on the moon, 2001. What's that one? Have you heard of that movie?
Not specifically.
I wonder what its conclusion is. I guess they talk about him in there.
And I have a copy of a Twitter post in which one guy says, my father worked on the Apollo program starting with Saturn V. And he said, the workers at NASA, he goes, at least 50% of them were running their own little side hustles, either on or off the clock. And then most of the other 50% didn't do very much at all.
Yeah, that's why we've got on our top 10 voting list, we've got the of moments of 2025, we've got NASA being officially rebranded as a spy agency. I mean, it's pretty amazing. It's funny because I was looking for a link because that was Sheepdog's contribution.
I'll get it.
Okay, yeah, because it was like it wasn't like I didn't find a lot of news articles. I guess it was kind of like just kind of, you know, people didn't really hear about it because it seems like people didn't even know. Even today, when you brought it up, Indio, I think some people didn't even know that it happened.
I found out because someone on Twitter was whining about it. Trump is destroying NASA now, and he made it a spy agency. Now they're not doing space. Like, yeah, cool, thanks. They never were.
That's right. At least they're done with that claim. Oh yeah, that's interesting, Riley. My dad worked as a NASA engineer for 30 years, starting with Saturn V. Close to 25 to 50% of his coworkers had other business ventures they were running both on and off the clock. Of the remainder, one half of them did almost nothing. The 80-20 rule on display. So yeah, Al Hussein, if you've got any other questions, you know, we've got a great panel here, a group of people that can answer your questions about Flat Earth, if there's anything you want to know.
No, not much really. Just wanted to listen if there's any interesting takes being made here, and also to attend the countdown for 2026 since I already missed it here.
Oh, good. Yeah, which time zone are we actually going to count down? I don't know. Because we got people from different ones. So I'm sure we'll end up counting down here.
3 a.m. here, so.
Yeah. I mean, we really should, I guess, count down at the top of every hour. I don't know. I don't know if there's anywhere that we have representatives from that would be celebrating at the top of the next hour. Probably not. Effie Batman's already in 2026, I do believe. Loggy's already there. Old dude's there. But yeah, we've got people on the West Coast that are nowhere near midnight.
So I posted the executive order in the relevant text in the chat. So I'll read it for ha-has. Determinations. The agencies and agency subdivisions set forth in Section 2 of this order are hereby determined to have a primary function: intelligence, counterintelligence, investigative, or national security work. Here's the list. Agencies or subdivisions of the Department of Commerce, the International Trade Administration, Office of the Commissioner for Patents and Subordinate Units, Patent and Trademark Office, the following subdivisions of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service, the National Weather Service, adding the following under Section 1-419, 1-420, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration in the United States Agency for Global Media.
Is there an explanation for weather then? Because that also relate. You know, it's relative, right?
Weather.
Yeah.
Listen, everything works the same. Like, we're not proposing things work different.
Yeah, weather would work the same on a flat or a globe Earth. What can you be more specific? What you mean?
Like, if you what you're saying is like the sun moves away and then it gets dimmer, that means the sun is much smaller, right? Yeah. And Is that what you're saying? Because that's what
Depends what the sun is. What is the sun?
不要吵啊！超小。
I've got a fun question. Globe friends. So the sun changes its brightness throughout the day. The sun is 23,000 times brighter in luminosity when it's at its highest point in the sky compared to where it is directly on the horizon. 23,000 times difference in luminosity. How come stars don't do that?
Ooh.
Ever think about that? Stars don't change 23,000 times, and they're much dimmer to begin with.
Right.
So if it's air causing attenuation, and only air that we breathe causing attenuation of sunlight, then shouldn't that same air also attenuate the much weaker starlight? And then
That's
why would
a great point. That's a great point, Yoda. And also with the person that brought up the Burj Khalifa, climbing to the top to see the sunset again. Who's ever done that with a star? Who's watched a star set, climbed to the top of Burj Khalifa, and could see the star again?
I don't think you can do that either.
Well, stars are much further than the sun. The sun is also a star, but it's closer to Earth.
Is the sunlight parallel to Earth?
Is the sunlight parallel to Earth? Does it have like direct sunlight on Earth at all times? Is that what you're saying?
Well, the claim is that the sun is so large and the Earth is so tiny that the sunlight coming from the sun produces effectively parallel rays to each other. It's as if the sun's surface is flat.
Right. We're supposed to be engulfed in the sun's light.
So what are you trying to say? Like it should be day at all times? From a globalist perspective?
No, not at all. No. Of course, if the Earth was a sphere, the sun was, as they say, then it's and there's only one side of that globe facing that light source. Then how could it possibly be lit on all sides by the one light source from one direction? It's silly.
What evidence do we have that sun rays are parallel and that the sun's surface is effectively flat, but the Earth is curved and round? Meanwhile, we see the opposite, right? The surface of the Earth appears flat, and it's the sun that appears small and round.
When you guys are talking about perspective, that like when you see the sun so small, it's just far away. When the moon gets closer to Earth, it gets bigger. When
The sun also changes in solar diameter. You can see this with solar filters. Right? So back to the question. I mean, why would stars not change in their luminosity by 23,000 times if it's bound to the same effects as what's attenuating the sunlight by 23,000 times? The effects being caused by Earth's atmosphere, supposedly. That's not perspective. The point of this probing question is to get you to reconsider what the hell the sun, moon, and stars actually are.
Yeah, I think I'm getting to that. Yeah. So you don't think they work differently. They have different sizes. That's what you think.
Yeah, I don't know by what means they're manifesting themselves. I don't know what the medium is that they're in. We've got great stories from NASA and from anybody who accepts this cosmology that prevails today. But the stories are full of holes. We identify problems and we talk about those problems here.
Did you guys talk about how does the sun, we get like if you're in the northern hemisphere, for example, if you're in America, you get like a half day of sunlight and the other half is dark. But if you went south on a specific time of year, it's 24 hours. It doesn't disappear. So how is that? Is there multiple suns?
Not that you know, but I mean, it looks like it moves.
It moves, but it doesn't disappear from there. Like if you're in the southern hemisphere, like if you're
it moves away. It moves away, and you happen to be where it's hanging out. That's it. Those would be the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. It migrates between the two, and that's called a tropical year.
Yeah, can I add something on this, Yoda?
Yeah.
I think ultimately we don't know what the stars and the sun and the moon is. There's lots of ancient cosmology you can look into in the old world where the sky was described as extremely mysterious, lots of reflective properties, lots of mysteries in the sky that wasn't explained or even alluded to, things that we wouldn't even sort of consider nowadays. I think we've made the mistake of assuming we know what the sun is, we know what the southern hemisphere is, we know what the northern hemisphere is, and what's causing it. Once you've taken that away, the sky could be anything, and the southern hemisphere could be completely different from the northern hemisphere. So I just want you to keep an open mind, that looking at a 24-hour sun in the south doesn't prove anything in terms of where we live. The heavenly bodies and the stars is extremely mysterious, and I think we've lost that after they gave us the globe model.
Yeah, and crazy calendars. I mean, we can continue on with the sun all day. I've got some more interesting facts about the sun you probably haven't heard of.
Tell me.
Okay. So we have 365 days in a year. Everyone knows this. And you can watch the sun go up and the sun go down 365 days. And they say due to Earth's movement around the sun, there's a little bit extra. They say there's like 365.24 days in a year. There's like this gradual accumulation of 1/4 a day every year. And this is why they say we need a leap year. Because those hours accumulate, and every 4 years, you slap on an extra day, and this uses up the excess time that was created that wasn't accounted for. And after the leap year, it resets. Well, here's a funny thing. No matter where you live, if you pick one day out of the year, potentially, let's say you can use an equinox or solstice as a starting point. So let's say you use the autumnal equinox. That's the fall equinox. As a starting point, you can then count 365 sun-ups and sundowns before the sun returns back to where it was, and you're at the autumnal equinox again. You can do this the next year and count 365 up and down. And then the next year, 365 sunups and sundowns. But on the fourth year, there are 366 sunups and sundowns by the time the sun gets back to where it started on the autumnal equinox. In other words, somewhere in there is an actual extra day for the sun to return back to the autumnal equinox position. How does that work under heliocentrism? The other funny thing is that 4-year pattern, the natural one that I talked about, doesn't coincide with the leap years on our calendar. It's offset by 2 years. So unless you were paying attention, you wouldn't know to look for it. Isn't that weird? There's an actual extra day every 4 years between autumnal equinoxes, or between spring equinoxes, or between summer solstices, winter. The point is you pick an exact precise moment in the sky where the sun is, and you mark it down. And there's this strange 4-year cycle where the sun exact period 365 times, sun up to sundown, for 3 years, and on the 4th year, it does it 366 times.
Yet there seems to be no change in sort of star alignments and constellations. I find that very strange.
Other explanation is that these things are so far away that you don't notice any parallax. And then in the slight case, there is some kind of blip or bump in the motion of a star. They say, well, that's proper motion.
All right.
Yeah, those wascally wabbits, they make their claim unfalsifiable by saying it's happening so slowly, but it is changing, but so slowly that human beings, even over multiple lifetimes of recording these, are not going to notice or barely notice any change. And you know what? They may change somehow over time. It doesn't prove anything.
I was wondering, Yoda, for the gent before he leaves, he did ask about GPS. I was going to mention a few things, but I think I'd love you to touch on sort of, you know, the reference in the flat Earth and the ECEF coordinates if you've got time.
Yeah, sure. So most people don't understand that these things are just beacons that are providing a physical signal, and that they have to be at a certain elevation in the sky for you to acquire them. Or at least you have to be pointing at a certain elevation in the sky to acquire them. Probably because whatever direction they're coming from, there's a lot of crap in the way on the horizon. Trees, hills, cars, buildings. So you're already not talking to all the satellites at once. You're using a limited view of the sky. And you're actually not talking to them. They're talking to you. They're one way. They transmit from wherever they are to your receiver. All the fun stuff happens on your receiver. The receivers, most of them actually, will provide 2 coordinate reference systems. And the primary one that it uses for you is going to be east-north up or north-east down. This is a planar flat Earth coordinate reference system. Most people are unaware of this, that yes, GPS spits out flat Earth coordinates for every receiver. For every receiver, rather, takes GPS beacons and converts into flat Earth coordinates. Why is that? At the same time, they'll also calculate ECEF coordinates. ECEF globally chains everybody's flat Earth locations together. So It's really funny. It's like how many flat spots can you put on a ball? If every receiver is using planar coordinates, how's that possible? How's it possible to be that accurate? Well, the funny thing is receivers can also swap out different references, different mathematical reference data. And what I mean by that is your receiver can take the same signals that everybody gets and calculate a different coordinate system out of it. Flat ones, globe ones, moon ones, using the same satellite signals. It's because it's pretty arbitrary, guys.
Jupiter, did you hear that? Did you get what he said?
Yeah, I was hearing.
Yeah, it doesn't prove anything. So like what surveyors might do is they'll use what's called differential GPS. So they will use local emitters that are patched into this network. And the receivers will use local emitters to enrich the accuracy of the data that they may or may not be getting from GPS satellites. And they can process those signals that they're getting, very accurate signals. They can process that into any coordinate reference system they like. On their total stations that they may use for this, they can select which reference ellipsoid to use. The one that was made in the 1860s, one that was made in the 1920s, one that was made in the 1980s, one that was made in the 1990s. And all of their coordinates don't match each other. They can also decide to use state plane coordinates, flat Earth coordinates. That's right. In some parts of the world, they may be required to actually use a flat datum instead of a globe datum. One case in point is something called the British National Grid System, which was created from the UK Ordnance Survey. This is a 2,500 kilometer by 2,500 kilometer square centered over Great Britain. And it's flat coordinates. They don't match latitude and longitude at all.
What's that grid system called?
British National Grid System.
What do they use that for?
Probably official surveying of the realm.
Right. Yeah. Just raw. Surveying. Yeah, makes sense.
And they will slap that onto a reference ellipsoid if they want, and they have done that. They've taken these squares and they've bent them onto WGS84, but that's optional.
So Jupiter, just to keep you involved, ultimately they're using data from flat Earth. They're mapping it flat and assuming a sphere, and they're transforming that data into a spherical coordinate system.
This is the same process.
ECEF. Yeah.
We see the same pattern, the same template, you could say, like everywhere we look. Physical measurements are flat. The ones in reality are flat. And then the calculations come in afterwards, or they bend it around a ball. They do this for navigation. They do this for surveying.
He's actually onto something there. If you could find a very large flat lake, a slightly buoyant string across the lake, he could easily prove there's no curvature.
They did this with light, with a laser pointer, and they flat earthed. They wanted to prove that the light will travel in a straight line, but it actually curved.
Where was this?
Yeah, I don't think that was a laser, my friend. That was
So
just
it's
a
some
light.
kind of device
Special.
that shine some kind of light.
Yeah, everybody thinks they know the story because they read about it on the internet. The internet gets it wrong because nobody actually watched the video. And nobody talked to the people that were there to do it. Let me tell you what happened. A guy, I think Steve or somebody from FE Corps, the guys, he set up a laser on one side and they left it running all night and ended up burning the collimator out, melting it. And this is responsible for basically creating the laser beam. So when it came time to do their observations and measurements, they'd already busted their own laser. So they didn't use the collimator anymore. They effectively used a flashlight. The problem with the flashlight is if you shine it through a hole, the diffraction that comes out of the hole will diffract the light in all directions, and the hole becomes basically a new source of light itself, diffracting everywhere out from the hole. So you're not going to be able to prove by looking at that source of light emanating from the hole that source of light emanating from the hole is level with the flashlight behind it. That's one problem. You don't have a continuous beam, in other words. At least nothing that you can prove using their means. Secondly, the geometry for it to be a globe, Jared's arms would have had to be something like 12 feet high when he was holding up, I guess, or climbing a ladder or something. Did he climb a ladder? It's been a while since I've looked at this. Regardless, the height, there's a height problem too on the receiving end. So whatever they did didn't prove that Earth was a globe, and they couldn't have any means to do it. Meanwhile, we've got much more professionally done, you could call it that, much more rigorously done laser tests by people who have PhDs in related fields of optics. I'd point no further than Dr. John Dee. Although I like FE Corps' laser tests. So if you're interested in laser tests, I'm sure someone in the text chat could post you a bunch.
Yeah, I can post the FE Core one.
I'd love for somebody to submit what is presented as a globe curvature measurement with the laser. Nobody's ever done that. Same with infrared. I'd love for somebody to say, we found the globe horizon in infrared, here it is. Nobody's ever done that. I'd love for somebody to do a planar survey and discover drop over distance without a reference ellipsoid. Nobody's ever done that. And when it comes to getting globe evidence from globers, they come up empty every single time. Meanwhile, we've got measurements all over the place that reveal no globe exists at all. And what's their best argument? Well, satellites, GPS. Well, guess what? We looked into how those things work, and no, they're not exclusive proof at all, the globe. Now, you have a story of how they work, of course. How can you verify any of that? Right?
Exactly. It's just flat data with transformations, and people don't realize what's happening.
People are unaware that satellites in the GPS network, they don't know where they are. They're told where they think they are. At least that's how the technology is presented to work. Like, this isn't just me claiming this. This is how they claim it works. And I can explain it simply, that you've got basically ground stations all over the Earth. These ground stations are looking for these satellites.
And they track them using elevation and azimuth angles in the sky, noting their time and their angular displacement in the sky. And so the ground stations transmit their coordinates along with their observations of where they think these satellites are, all of them, to a central processing station. And then the central processing station says, basically, all right, if Earth is a globe and these things we're seeing there, then we're going to go broadcast to all these satellites where they think they are, based off of where they were seen, based off of the assumption of a globe. And so the main hub, ground processing station, prepares the data, and then that data is beamed in the uplink, in the backhaul to the constellation of GPS satellites. So now the GPS satellites are told where they are based off of where people saw them, based off of where they thought they were on the globe. The whole thing's circular. Meanwhile, the receivers are not globe dependent whatsoever. They collect the beacons, and they can assemble and retransform that data into any shape they want.
Scared about Mama. It's okay.
The more I hear you talk, the more I'm realizing the globe is just a coordinate system. That's all it is.
It's actually not flat, though. Did you know that?
Right. So if you were to take the globe and remove all the land masses and water off of it,
because it's a circle,
you're basically
it's not
left.
flat.
You're basically left with the celestial sphere.
Stupid.
Yeah, he's upset. So yeah, you take the globe, remove the land masses, remove the water, remove all the markings. You got a celestial sphere. Just start rotating it around 15 degrees per hour. So the equator represents what's called the celestial equator, and this is where you measure declination from the stars. So if you have like a telescope and you want to aim it at the sky, you can obtain what's called like the right ascension of stars, which is where they are longitudinally with respect to how far away they are declination from the celestial equator. And that's all latitude and longitude. It's just been translated. It's been projected from the sky onto the ground, and then the ground retains the same geometry that the sky was conceived to be.
I feel like longitude was the most powerful tool that they created for the globe.
Oh, yeah.
It's the biggest tool they've got, isn't it? Because every so-called globe evidence relies on this longitude coordinate system. Without that, they don't have any evidence whatsoever.
Yep. There's a lot of trickiness that goes on. Nevertheless, I mean, people in the South do witness an apparent location in the sky around which arcs of stars are traced. And that point is fixed. But the question is are you staring like in a long tube and you've got perspective? Or are you staring at a dome and you're seeing a point on it? Or are you staring at some other geometry? Is it something that's just so incomprehensibly complex you have no idea what the hell it could be? Nobody freaking knows. But people created a sphere out of the sky nonetheless. And the sphere was created from picking and choosing which stars work the best. And we're only supposed to observe those stars within the celestial sphere concept. You're only supposed to observe those stars between certain times and at certain elevations. So the sphere itself was an arbitrary choice based off of a selective and limited view of the sky. That's it. And there are other ways to conceive the sky geometry. And that has profound implications for using it. Because if you're going to retain whatever geometry you create out of the sky, if you're going to use that for navigating and you want to simplify it, you're going to create the ground to be the same shape. And however you use it will be internally consistent. So if you can create a dinosaur nugget shape out of the celestial heavens at night, Go for it.
I was about to say I could make any fucking shape I want if I create a consistent coordinate system.
Yeah, you just have to provide explanations. Well, how come the stars appear this way, but on your coordinate system it appears that way? Well, those stars are further than these stars. They're going to appear to move slower, but they're not. Pretty fine.
This is the hocus pocus of the globe, and it just goes over everybody's head. And I must admit, it's not easy to wrap your head around, right? It's very, because they've built so much technology that uses it. People don't realize that, you can't, you can't put the globe on a flat. You can't put the globe on a flat map. You know what I mean? People don't even realize that, and that, this system is to kind of correct for the fact that we can't actually map the globe as something in reality in terms of a map.
I gotta go. And Sheepdog, you're hot micing. Please mute.
All right, Yoda. Always a pleasure to hear your input.
Consequences of measuring the Earth flat. They're big. Big consequences. So what's happening is the true distances between point A and B are going to be less and less verifiable the farther they get. And the error that creeps in is going to increase too, but you won't be able to quantify the error unless you have a way to maintain measurements that aren't using the spherical coordinate system. You're going to have to do external validation. You're going to have to use planar surveys to see just how far off your spherical coordinate reference systems are going to be. But the problem is the whole fucking world thinks that GPS and spherical coordinate reference systems are the gold standard. So any planar surveys you cough up, they're going to say those are going to be off and those are going to be wrong. But it's the exact opposite that's true. Isn't that nuts?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you got it. Just in my mind, I contrast between what the average run-of-the-mill Gober thinks is going on versus what is actually going on, and they're so far apart from each other. Just like it's not even close. You're not even playing the same game. You're just like, what about a great circle route? If I go in a straight line, I'll end up back in the same place. Just what buffoonery that is. And then celestial navigation is obviously it's complicated because it's killed a lot of people for failure to actually do it correctly. So it is what it is. So you got any goblins in here?
You can involve or wants to speak, maybe.
That's what Antonio Subarats used to call them all the time. And his live streams, his videos are still an untapped resource for many of us.
Yeah, we got Zeus waiting in the wind.
Yeah, Zeus. Speak up, Zeus. Tough guy. Trying to change the combo. Oh, here we go. I'll mute Zeus. Okay, Zeus. Go pray. Tell me all about MIT kids.
Hey, MIT. I guess they are the number one university.
Why do you? How do you figure that?
I guess they don't have time to believe and research on such stupid.
I've done work at MIT, so why do you believe that, dude?
Okay, that's great.
I'm a grown adult. I
Are
lived in
you an
Cambridge
elder?
for like 5 years at one point, and then left, and then came back. So I've lived here like 20 years total. So please tell me why you think MIT kids are smart.
Because it's quite difficult to get into MIT.
You need a 1400 SAT score. It ain't that difficult. So want to tell me why they're smart?
Yeah, because very few people go there.
So what? Very few people go to Bennington College. Very
Okay.
few people go to Williams College. Very few people go to frickin' any number of colleges.
Yeah.
Exclusivity is not a sign of intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to know why you're idolizing people for no freaking reason when you have no idea the quality of the individuals that go there. Let me tell you how it really works. You got a bunch of people in foreign countries that have fleeced and ripped off their citizenry. So they're corrupt. I'm telling you, dude. I'm just telling you how it fucking works, bro. They want their kids to go to MIT or Harvard. Okay?
So
this is what they want. And they're rich, corrupt government officials or loosely associated with the government, corrupt, kickback freaking corporate people like from China, Saudi Arabia, Spain, all over the place, dude. And they want their kids to go there. Huh?
Did you ever work at MIT?
I've done work at MIT. I've never worked there as an employee.
What were you at MIT? Like what position?
What did I do? I helped fix one of their robots, for one, and then I did something to their computer system, which I can't talk about.
Oh, nice. So you were okay. Nice.
But what's that got to do with anything? The point is that they're not smart. They're just they're rich and connected. That's really the deciding thing is rich and connected. A certain amount of slots have to go to in-state people, but the out-of-state people, the MIT can fucking pick and choose how they want.
Yeah,
and they pick and choose a lot of connected foreigners. I know because I lived in I don't live in that building now, but I lived in the building that a lot of these people lived in. There's no way that they're students they could afford to live there. We're talking $4,000 a month for rent.
Okay.
American.
I didn't knew that earlier, so thanks for correcting me.
It's very expensive to live where I live. There's no way like a college student can just come live here from a foreign country unless their parents are corrupt. Because we're more well off than a lot of foreign countries here. So to go from China, which is like living in like one of the poorest places in America, and to come into the city and live here, it doesn't work, bro. The scale of the money is just fucking way off, dude. You think about all the prices you're used to paying in your everyday life, and then you go to a place where you save up as much money as you can, and then you go there, and everything costs 10 times more. Your savings are gone instantaneously.
Hey, what do you have to say about time zones?
What about them?
Do you want to discuss that?
Yeah.
If you are comfortable, it's okay. Otherwise, I can go. No worries.
There's no question you can ask we haven't heard.
Okay, so what do you think of time zones? Yeah, it only exists on a round globe Earth. How can it
why is
exist
that?
on a flat Earth?
What? So tell me then, why is there one time zone in China? Why is there a single time zone in China? There's one time zone.
Yeah, human-made actually.
Oh, so so only humans make time zones, and because humans make time zones, Earth's a globe, and that can't happen on a flat Earth.
Okay, so why do United States of
time
America
zones are
have
political? They're man-made. Okay. There's 19 time zones in the north. Listen, brother. There's 19 time zones in the north, 24 in the middle, and 32 in the south.
Okay, so what do you have to
look
say
at a time zone map? You can see this.
Okay, what do you know? Right now in America, in San Francisco, it's 2:12 p.m. I guess, and where I am from, it's 2:12 a.m. So it's 12-hour difference. So how do you see that on a flat Earth map? Day and night difference.
Oh,
You're living on
so
the
that's the
same,
real question. Why doesn't the sun light up the whole Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, because the air is not transparent.
Hmm?
The air is not transparent.
What does that
At long distances, the air is not transparent. If you go under the ocean 400 meters, it's completely pitch black, right? Is that supposed to be some sort of refutation? Nervous giggling?
I'm so sorry for that. Yeah.
Is the
Okay.
air transparent?
It looks like it's transparent, but it's
How
not.
far? How far will it be transparent for? 100 miles?
Oh, I'll see it on internet. You can tell me. I'm here to learn.
Well, it's under the cleanest possible air at sea level, according to the Rayleigh model of the atmosphere. It's 296 kilometers.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So air absorbs light, and that's just the air. We're not even talking about the dust particles, the water vapor, or any of the other things that also absorb light.
But clouds also like block light a lot.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Even on a bad weather, we do see light.
So, okay, so brother, so if it's noon in New York City, and I'm in frickin' Hawaii, and the sun's coming up, right? And I see the sun. How much air is that? It's like 6,000 miles of air between me and New York City.
Yeah.
That's why when it goes day to night, it doesn't just instantly go to night, right? It's slow. There's twilight. There's civil twilight, and there's nautical twilight, and there's why are you going after me? There's civil twilight, there's nautical twilight, and then there's astronomical twilight. So it slowly gets darker. It doesn't just shut off, right? If the Earth was a ball, half of it would be lit up. It would turn, and then it would as soon as the sun would set, it should be completely black.
So what do you have to say about sunset? If the Earth is flat, why? If you're saying the night is because of the air particles blocking the sunlight, right?
Light.
Yeah.
Not blocking,
So
absorbing.
Yeah, absorbing. So
no, absorbing. The energy is absorbed into the air, dude.
I do see sun setting.
So what?
How do we justify that?
What do you mean?
I can see sun moving behind.
The sun moves. It doesn't go behind the Earth.
Actually, it's Earth revolving around.
You're misinterpreting what you're seeing.
It seems like the sun is setting behind the Earth.
It's not going behind the Earth, dude. You're trying to. Okay, what do you actually see? Let's describe what we actually see. We see the sun go down.
Yeah.
And the horizon will start cutting it in half. And then eventually the horizon completely, where the sun was, all you see is the horizon. It's not going behind the Earth, though.
So
this is just perspective. This is just perspective. Just perspective.
If the Earth was flat, why doesn't we?
You're just like dish gapping all over the place, dude.
No, you just proved the Earth's curvature by your statement, actually.
How did I do that again? By saying perspective? Yeah. So perspective proves the globe?
You're dodging my questions.
I am answering your questions. You're interrupting me. Tell me one thing I said.
I take my words back.
Tell me one thing I said.
Okay, so
you haven't been listening the entire time. You can't say I'm not answering you. I am answering you. You're not even listening to the answer.
I'm listening.
You just did it again. Every time I talk, you interrupt me. It's crazy, dude.
You said it's all about perspective, right? I am listening to you.
Yes, perspective. Yeah, so things that are above your head, right, as they move away, they appear to go down, right? They look that way, but they're not actually going down, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I have a bunch of street lights, right, and they're all 50 feet tall, and they go down the road off into the distance, the lights will appear to converge to the horizon, and the road will appear to ramp up to the horizon, and they'll all converge to what's called the vanishing point. Just think about an art class, right? You take an art class, they show you how to draw in perspective, right? Everything converges to the vanishing point.
Yeah.
It's what the sun does.
But even if you see, even if you take an example of street lights, they never get like hidden. They just get smaller and smaller. They never hide behind the road. So why is it the case of the Earth?
What do you mean they
How is
never
that
hide
perspective?
behind? What do you mean they
Let's
never? What are you talking about?
let's take a flat road, okay?
You think if
And
you had a 10-mile strip of
like,
streetlights, you'd see the the one that's 10 miles away?
yeah, very tiny.
No, no, you wouldn't. Jesus, just
Yeah,
stop,
I
bro.
wouldn't because of the Earth's curvature. After 11 miles,
No, not because of curvature, because you have a resolving limit to your eyeballs.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to be able to resolve the difference between the freaking horizon and the top of a street light, which is 50 feet tall, from 10 miles away.
Mm.
Do you know what that angle is? You can just calculate what that angle is. It's it's tiny. Like 1/10 of the width of a human hair. You know things look smaller with distance, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I
Including things, including not the object, right? So if I have a light, and then I have the horizon, and I have that space between those two things. As that light goes further and further away, the space shrinks. The distance, the apparent distance between the light and the ground, that shrinks. Eventually, you're not going to be able to tell the difference, and also eventually, the air is going to absorb that light.
See, it was okay. I did get what you said. I'll go right now. I'll maybe come later. And discuss more.
ChatGPT.
Hmm?
Well, you know.
I can ask you more questions right now if you want.
You can ask me questions forever and ever and ever, dude. I wish you asked better questions.
I'm just trying so you don't get a tough time.
You're just doing what?
No, I'm not asking any more questions. I don't want you to get a tough time.
I don't know what you. I didn't understand the last part. That's okay.
No, I'm saying I'm going right now because I don't want to ask you hard questions that would make you put in a difficult situation.
I doubt it. Ask me a hard question, dude. Jesus Christ. You know, you're pretty arrogant for someone that don't know goddamn thing.
I really do respect all the knowledge that you possess, and you are far better than me in intellect and knowledge. I might be wrong about my claims. So, how do you explain? I know
Zeus,
you might have.
hold on, Zeus. Slow down. What you need to ask yourself is that if you don't know the claims of the globe, why do you believe it before you even know what the evidence is? Because you believe it right now. And if me and you keep talking, you're going to have to go look for the evidence for what you believe, but you already believed it beforehand. Do you understand? Don't you see that as a problem?
I was a kid and my teacher taught me that. She brought a globe in the class and she told me the Earth is a globe, so I believed her.
Okay. Well, you know why she did that?
She was told to do that by her.
Exactly. She was the kid in the class too. And her teacher walked in with a globe and said, Earth is a globe, and she believed her teacher. And her teacher had the same thing happen to her, and so on and so forth, ad infinitum back till forever, right? So this is just an idea that's passed down and down and down like a goddamn disease.
India,
That's
can
what
I
I
ask you
think
one
it is.
more
It's a
thing?
disease.
Can I ask you one more thing if you're finished?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have said me that we can't see the sun just because the air it's so much at the distance that it gets absorbed, right?
Look, brother, I oversimplified it for you. The real answer is this: the horizon is not the edge of the Earth. The horizon that you see, that's not the curve of the Earth. You know how we know this? Because I can go to the ocean and I can see the horizon 6 miles away. And then I can wait a couple hours and then it's 12 miles away. Then I can wait a couple more hours and it's 30 miles away. And then I can wait a couple more hours and then it's 3 miles away. So the horizon, where it seems to be, moves around. And if the weather changes, it moves around. So the horizon's not physical. It is completely created. It's completely optical. It's created by the meteorological conditions and the very shallow viewing angle you have to the surface of the Earth.
Okay, so why does Greenland and why does Norway and Antarctica experience 6-month day and 6-month night, while we don't, especially living in Asia or America, we face 24-hour day and
Now you
night.
ask me why that happens.
Because you might have
Like what
more knowledge
causes
than
it?
me. Yeah, according to
How would
you
I
as
know
a
the
flat
causal
earther.
mechanism? How would
No,
anybody know that? Can you do that
no, globals
experiment?
know that. Like globals say that Earth is tilted 23 degrees, I guess, on its axis. That is why Antarctica.
Why do they say it's 23 degrees on its axis? Why do
They
they
have
say
sent
that?
they have sent satellites into Earth.
That's no, dude. They said it way before satellites existed, dude. You know why?
No, I don't know
Because
why.
when they look in the sky, right, and you imagine that the sky is a hemisphere, right, a hemisphere like a dome over you. You have the celestial equator, and the sun cuts through that celestial equator on its yearly path at 23 degrees. Okay, that's why they say the Earth has a 23-degree tilt. You understand? Is that the equator and the ecliptic, which is the sun's path against the background stars, they don't line up. They're not aligned. One is 23 degrees off from the other one. That's the actual observation. Okay, they didn't observe a 23-degree tilted fucking Earth orbiting the sun.
Okay.
They saw the sun intersect the equator at a 23-degree angle. That's what they saw.
So it's all on assumptions and observations.
Not that it's wrong. It's that they're reifying a model. They're saying, hey, we have a mathematical model, but that's what exists in reality. We know that is fallacious reasoning. We make models all over the place, which have no ultimate reality in them.
Yeah. Okay, great.
I mean, it's just the way it is, man. The entire coordinate system, latitude, longitude, are based upon the sky. It has nothing to do with the ground.
Yeah, I see very famous people on internet. They also believe Earth is flat. For example, NVS star.
Don't care. Don't care what famous people think. Don't care what fucking, politician. I don't care what they think. You know what determines for me and for most of the people in here whether the Earth is flat or not? The Earth. We don't appeal to other people. We go, hey, what is the Earth like in nature, out there, outside? That's where you have to go. It's that you're not going to find it on the internet. You're not going to find it in this Discord. The only way you're going to figure out whether the Earth is flat or a globe is to go test it for yourself, which is easy to do. In the mathematics is third grade geometry.
Yeah.
That's why we're here, because they make claims. They say, hey, the Earth is a globe, 3,959-mile radius. And just like the other person was saying, he said, I saw pictures from space. Well, you can say whatever you want. We can test all that stuff against what we experience on Earth. And none of it lines up, right? They say all these things, and then we go out into nature, we test. None of it happens.
Did you personally test this
Yes.
experiment?
Did I do a laser experiment? Is that what you said?
No. Did you do any experiment in the?
Yeah, I go by the ocean. It's easy for me to just go to the beach and freaking watch boats sail away.
Okay, so you have verified the claims by John D.
Yeah, so you go on a website, it's called marinetraffic.com. It'll give you the position of boats in the ocean, right? And you can observe a boat for a long period of time. So I'll use this example that I did. 3.5 hours I watched a boat. It went 6 miles to 30 miles. Now the Globe Earth says that boat should be 420 feet under the horizon. Okay, that's something like in meters. That would be like fucking 127 meters.
Yeah, I got
under the horizon. But I could see the boat the entire time. It never vanished, never did anything. I got bored watching it. And went home.
Whenever I'll go to a beach, I'll try that experiment. Could you tell me the website?
Marine, MARINE, traffic, TRAFFIC.
Okay, yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Thanks. This. Okay.
And you see, and the thing is, like, it'll give you a map, and you can like go to wherever you're going to be, and then you can click on the boat. And it'll give you the details of the boat, and it'll tell you the boat's latitude and longitude. So then you'll have its position, and then you can calculate based upon the position about how far away it was.
So what was your observation? Like, how far did you
30
how
miles.
far? 30 miles, and you could see all the boat.
Yeah, I could see it with my naked eye from 15 feet above sea level. Naked eye.
Were you standing
I took
on a
pictures
beach?
with an iPhone. That's how visible it was. It was a container ship.
Okay. Okay, could you tell me what's that phenomena where I don't know about that phenomena? There's a where it seems like boats are floating above the sea. What's
Fata
that called?
Morgana.
Okay, and
It's
why
called
is
a
it
Fata.
called?
Fata Morgana.
Okay, let us see. Search.
Fata Morgana. Morgana. Fata Morgana. Now they'll say that's caused by refraction, but it's actually caused by the water's actually mirroring the sky, so that you can't tell it's on water.
Okay, got it. Okay, so okay, I'll do it myself, and if the results are convincing, I'll become one. Otherwise, it's quite
Look,
cause I'm
brother.
ready to
Listen,
believe
I
that
respect that. I respect that because it's further than we get with most people. Most people, they don't even want to know. They're scared. They're scared that they're gonna go do the test. They'll be like, "Fuck, I'm a flat earther." Now my whole family hates me. Now you can go do the test. You don't have to tell anybody. You don't have to tell anybody. You don't have to come back and tell us. You just do whatever you want. All we're here is to tell you is that they claim there's people out there that for a long time and claiming the Earth is a globe, and at this point in time, it's such a cultural thing that everybody's just saying it and repeating it to each other in a giant echo chamber. But if you go out and test in the natural world to see if it's true, there's no globe out there. It's just not out there. I don't know what else to say. We go do the tests. We see there's no globe out there. What do you want us to do? So are we supposed to ignore reality and keep watching TV and go, yes, it's still a globe. I don't care what I went and did. I don't care what the ocean says. I don't care what the fucking ice says. I don't care what the mirror says. Right? I don't care what, I'm sorry, but I'm going to trust my own eyes before I freaking trust the television set.
So, according to you, all that Big Bang thing and solar system, this is all bullshit. Not true as they say. It's kind of different. So, what do you think about the solar system and all those things that they taught us in the schools, the Big Bang and all that? Are they also telling us wrong information about
There's
the
no
space?
evidence for any of that.
But I can see Milky Way with my own eyes at night time.
That's not the Milky Way anymore. You need to get the updated DLC lore. That's not the Milky Way anymore.
Why is that not the Milky Way?
They retracted that. Now it's a dwarf galaxy. I'm dead serious. I'll post you from Astronomer, dude. See, this is the thing about that crap. They change it all the time.
I'll see.
I'll post it in the chat.
So it's no longer a Milky Way.
It's no longer that what they call the rift in the sky is no longer the Milky Way. I don't know if I can play with this with the bot.
Okay.
I'll try and play with the bot. Hold on.
So if the Earth is flat, where does the center of gravity of Earth is?
What gravity?
Center of gravity of Earth. For example, right now as a globe, I believe the center of gravity is in the middle of the core. Okay.
Well, I mean, that shouldn't even be the case. But hold on a second. See if this actually plays.
I'll watch that. Yeah.
Showing you exactly where you are right here in one of these in the suburbs of the Milky Way, right? A nice quiet area. But what's interesting is, how did we get here? That our own Milky Way galaxy is consuming one of its neighbors in a dramatic display of ongoing galactic cannibalism. Sagittarius is 10,000 times smaller in mass, and so it's getting stretched out, torn apart, and gobbled up by the bigger Milky Way. So if you ever go night watching out in the night sky in a nice area with no light pollution, and you look up at the sky, and you see that giant band of stars whipping across, and you go, man, it's the Milky Way. Guess what? You've been wrong the whole time. It's not the Milky Way. It's the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy. Why is this important? Because right where the Sagittarius dwarf, not the Sagittarius constellation, the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, right where it actually merges and meets, there's a little tiny dot. I don't know if you can see it, a little tiny yellow dot where it meets and is being swallowed up by the Milky Way. That's where we are.
Yeah, kind of update your lore, dude.
That's interesting. I did not know that. Really got to
You didn't download that?
more often.
You didn't download that DLC, man? That update
Yeah,
pack,
no, I
bro?
didn't, dude. I'm complaining to
dude.
myself. Yeah, I haven't downloaded for
You're
ages.
still on the wrong side quest, man. Freaking, you
I
wonder
know,
why you're not
dude.
winning it. Freaking, they updated that shit. You're on the wrong side of the map.
The fuck?
Hey, Indio. Do you know we
Yeah.
can go from Alaska to United States and Alaska to
Alaska is the
Russia?
United States. All you got to do is stand still.
Dad, you are making fun of me. You're trolling me. Dad,
Oh, man.
I said
Hey,
that
dude,
by
it's our
mistake.
state. I'm having like national pride, man. When you say, because the Russians are
that,
trying to
but-
take their shit back, man. So, like, no, you
I
can't
said
have it
that-
back.
Hey, I said that accidentally, and you.
Oh, hold on, I got a phone call.
Okay, so what are you talking about with Alaska? Make your point again, dude.
Okay, so you can go from Alaska to Russia, and you can also go from United Kingdom to America. So how's that loop possible if Earth is flat?
What? You're talking about going from location to location on a flat surface?
Okay, so you can go
not
from Alaska
impossible.
to Russia, and then you can from Russia to you can go to United Kingdom, and
You can be
again go
traveling.
to
Dude,
America.
think about it. Think about what you're doing. You're asking, how do you travel in circular paths on a flat surface? How do I end up coming back to where I started from if I go in this direction, east or west? Now that's just a circle, dude. You're asking, how do you go in circular paths on a flat surface? That's really easy.
Not satisfiable also.
Pardon?
Like I'm not satisfied with that also.
You're not satisfied with the answer?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe ask your question again. Maybe put some more detail into it. Which direction are you traveling, may I ask?
Okay, I'm traveling in east while going from Alaska to Russia.
Okay, so if you travel east, what is north? If east being a direction around north.
Good day.
Shh.
Okay.
You must understand that if you're using these cardinal directions, east or west is either 90 degrees or 260 degrees from north. So if you were to travel in a path around a fixed point, by definition, that's a circle. You're asking me what happens when you travel east. I'm pointing out that that's a circular path. So I don't understand why the answer isn't satisfactory to you. You said east, that's a circular path around a pole. How can you travel in circles around a fixed point on a flat surface? It's a circle. Get a compass and draw one.
Okay, well, I don't get this at all.
Sorry, my friend, if you're going to speak to me, can you not mumble? Your English isn't your first language, so can you enunciate, please? So I and everybody else can clearly understand you.
English is not my first language.
Sorry, what?
Yes.
Do you understand what a circular path is?
Yeah, I do know that.
You understand that east and west are circular paths around the pole?
Yes, I do know that.
So is the answer satisfactory when you're confused about how you travel in circles on flat surfaces?
Yeah, I do get that, but why is that not the case when we stayed traveling from Greenland to Antarctica?
That's south. And are you going to say that if you travel in this path, you will end up where you started from? For this claim, I need verification. Do you have that traversal of the Earth from Greenland through Antarctica and back to Greenland again without changing direction?
Yeah.
Okay, so until you do, we're not going to be able to address that claim because the claim isn't proven to be true at the moment now, is it?
I'll refer you. There's a guy, old dude, and he sent a map of the Earth. According to you, flat earthers, maybe I'm strawmanning, maybe.
So hold on, excuse me. Someone else has given a map on our behalf. Now, in conversation with us here, if you want anything from us here, you ask us. Don't get third parties involved. I will dismiss any map that you give me.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Could you see? It's not the map of Earth. Actually, he's I guess trolling. Could you see the GIF in the chat? Is this how you?
That's
is this how you're
it's not
telling me?
necessary. It's not necessarily he's not necessarily posting it as a representation of the layout of the lands and the oceans. He's posting that as a representation of how you could possibly navigate, or a compass might point to north on a flat Earth. Right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, got it. So, if we want to go around Antarctica, so how would it be possible on flat Earth?
How would you travel around a continental island?
Hmm?
How would you travel around a continental island like Antarctica? The same way that you would travel around Australia or Great Britain.
Yeah, but that distance would be quite infinite, according to you.
No, see, according what? Infinite? I haven't said the words infinite.
No, I have no. You didn't say, but I got it in that perspective.
I don't understand what you're saying, sir.
Okay, I'll come later.
Have you been drinking?
Me?
Yeah, did you start drinking since you talked to me or something?
No.
Starting to become I don't know what. No,
Hey, I don't
incomprehensible.
want to call you India, so don't start
I'm
that.
being nice, dude. You seem like I don't know what happened since I started talking. You're slipping a little bit, boy.
Huh?
Never mind, bro.
Yeah.
You don't get it.
Yeah, I'm here to learn, so I would request all members to have a mature discussion rather than pointing fingers.
It always curves, but it's imperceptible at human scale. We already talked about this.
Okay, fine.
That may be true, but it's not immeasurable at human scale. Okay. We have
Imperceptible with
equipment
just
sufficient to the task.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, with your naked eye, yeah, we all agree with that. We don't need to repeat it. We all understand what you mean. It's not kindergarten here. Okay, but it is measurable by the tools we possess. If it wasn't measurable by the tools we possess, then it wouldn't be the case that many globers are claiming they're measuring it with the tools we possess, such as theodolites and other type such things. So if it's the case that it can be directly measured, which it should be able to be by the tools we possess, such as lasers, etc., then all you have to do is arbitrate the one principle, and that is water level. If water level is indeed flat and not curving, then the Earth is flat, ipso facto, period. if water level is indeed curving, then the Earth could be a globe. So all you got to do, Josh, is just demonstrate to the flat earthers that the water's curving, and then you've proven that it's not flat.
Okay.
Well,
There's no argument. Real quick, there's no argument that water seeks level, and that in its equilibrium, water is at rest, and it's the definition of level throughout human antiquity. Like anybody who argues that just needs to be slapped upside the head with a mental stick, right? We all agree water's level. The globe claim is that water level is actually a curve around a giant ball, and not a level, flat, horizontal surface, just like we all experience from our direct observations.
Yeah, I mean in spherical geometry, level is just holding r constant, right?
Yeah, I know, and that's sure. I mean, you could write that on a piece of paper. Well, that's great and all. You could draw that on a piece of paper. Nobody doubts that. Nobody doubts that if you made a sphere with a 3D lathe machine, that you could then make a concentric circle around the sphere, right, and say that these two arcs are parallel to each other. No one's doubting that either. Okay, the problem is that's all theory. Practice is when you apply it to the actual Earth and prove that there's parallel arcs, one of which is the surface of water.
And the other, which would be a laser you shoot over it.
Why would a laser have a parallel arc to the surface of the water if it was curved? We think lasers just follow the curve of the Earth? Are you kidding me, dude?
It's traveling through a medium of specific pressure and temperature lines. Like I mean, you can say the R word if you like, but it's how these things work.
Yeah, that's great. That's great and all, of which your side claims that they know all about it. So give us the accurate model so we can use a laser and apply it and measure the sucker already, instead of hemming and hawing and having to listen to people like you saying, well, I don't know how I would prove it.
Yeah, I have no idea. I haven't done that. I appreciate.
I know, we agree. Yeah, no worries, brother. No worries. We understand. Nobody's done it. Okay? That's the real problem, is that nobody's ever given any actual, quote unquote, the refraction model that we can use to understand what we're looking at. It's always a post hoc excuse of, I see something that's geometrically impossible on this geometry if the Earth was this size. Therefore, I'm going to assume, based on the prior premise, I already know the Earth is a globe, that the light must have curved to reach my eye or my optic, therefore it curved. That's how it actually goes in reality.
Yeah, because in reality, folks have other sources of data that are beyond, local long distance experiments or long distance observations. Like they have that
premise.
They lean on.
Yeah, they have this premise. I already know the Earth is a globe. And then when you actually test them on how they know that the Earth already is a globe, that's also stacked on a bunch of premises that also have to be proven separately, right?
Correct.
So we've never gotten down to the brass tacks of where's the foundation of this mighty, long, tall tower that's been built on the premise the Earth is a globe, when the premise the Earth is a globe hasn't been proven in the first instance.
From your perspective, yes. That makes sense.
Josh, so they're not leaning on it, they're kneeling on it and praying.
The leaning tower of hopes and dreams.
Just people, man.
He acts like
it is what it is.
We know the books are cooked for them because they've been wanting this to get God out of it, and that's all there is to it.
Okay.
Right, so reverse the Uno card. You came here to sociologically study flat earthers. We told you straight up. You believe the Earth is a globe based on a whole set of presuppositions and premises that aren't proven in the first instance, that are circular reasoning, and a whole bunch of loop-de-loos. And when you're just asked to demonstrate that the surface itself is just actually curving through a direct measurement, you have no answer. And so if that's the case, my friend, then you understand already the sociological phenomenon of why flat earthers are flat earthers. Because everyone experiences the Earth is flat and stationary, period. And someone like you who should know and should be able to help them out and give them the one truth to rule them all that supposedly is the truth of all truthiness, which everything is founded on, that the earth is actually a ball floating in space. You can't do it. So why do they care? I'll tell you why they care. They care because you're denying their experience. You're basically saying what you experience is a delusion. You experience the earth as flat and stationary, but you're a delusional person for just coming to the conclusion, well, it's obviously flat and stationary, whereas you claim it's something that you don't experience. So who's the delusional one that should be studied?
Well, no, I think the delusion is not that. It's the extrapolation that because my own observation, my own senses are telling me A, that A must also be correct at at a scale way larger than myself. Right. It's that faith in that extrapolation.
Yeah, cool. So basically, you just shot uniformitarianism in the foot. So, for example, the same thing applies to you, and I'm having a faith at scale that spectra in a lab and something that looks similar to that spectra coming from something which I can never go validate. I'm going to say is the exact same thing and functions in the exact same way based on that quote unquote extrapolation by faith. So, yeah, I would agree with you that your belief in the cosmos, where it is, what it's doing, and where it came from is just out of faith. Borderline a religion, if not a religion de facto.
I can get down with that.
I know you can.
You are
because you're an honest guy, and you recognize that your worldview is a religion, and I applaud you for being honest.
I was going to say where usually my head goes here is just diving into a pragmatic fallacy, which is
pragmatic.
No, shit works. Therefore the way that
I knew he was
it's
going to say
described to
that.
work.
People get their packages. Therefore, Earth is a ball.
Yeah,
that's lunacy.
I understand that. I'm just explaining where my head's at.
Yeah, fair enough. So I could also say the transverse is true, which is the alleged claim of the globe being a shape that actually has any impact in anything we do is so negligible that it's technically irrelevant. And even if you account for it or don't account for it, the end results will be that everything works within a small margin of error that's inconsequential for pragmatic ends. In other words, shit works. So we both have the same answer, dude. So the difference is how are you going to prove one or the other? Yeah, so the burden of proof is on you. I know you're not. That's how it works. That's how it always works.
Because that's not my purpose.
Oh yeah, that's fine. So meanwhile, people go out, they measure with lasers, they use dual bands, they use multiple frequencies, they account for refraction, they apply PhDs in optics do it. All kinds of people go out, they measure the Earth, they find the hump of Earth curve isn't there, and so they know it's flat, and they know that you believe it's a globe, and so they're happy to go to sleep at night and have you sociologically crunch them because you're curious of why people don't believe in your religion. So cool. I think we solved it. So now you know the answers and the reasons for your sociological write-up. So good for you. You win.
Like I said, there's a lot of nuances person to person, but I think that's a good general thesis. I appreciate that.
So when did you learn, person to person? When did you learn that you're participating in a religion? During your time here?
No, I don't say I agree with you. I say that
You said you could
understand.
get down with that.
Yeah, exactly. That doesn't mean I agree.
Please define you can get down with that. I can't believe it's come to this.
I'm saying that perspective makes sense hypothetically to me. From the person from the worldview of the person that makes.
That's what you're demonstrating. Every time one of your claims a thread is pulled, you say, well, I'm just believing it. So it's not hypothetical, it's what you are. Self-admitted.
Okay.
So you're the one that should be studying delusion.
Sure.
Okay, good.
So, guys, I'm trying to figure out here. So, our friend Josh here, especially early on in today's conversation, told us about 100 times that he didn't want to talk. He just wanted to do his laundry and listen to us. et cetera, et cetera. And it seems like he continues to talk from almost a compulsion that none of us have controlled his microphone. None of us have forced him to transmit. All he had to do was just say, hey, guys,
I never heard him say that.
Now,
So
what is it, Josh, that keeps you coming around? Is this like a study for a course of study that you're doing? Like, what is it that has you continuing to return to us?
Well, I mean, I'm writing an IOC paper for not next year. I'll give it another year. I got already one cooking for 2026, but there's a big space conference every year in October ish, and I like doing independent research for it.
Are you going to be talking about the phenomenological expansion of the social phenomenon, of the social pretense, of the social expanse of the flat Earth movement?
No, I mean, I haven't really put together a full abstract yet of what I want to look at, but I think there's some interesting
You should talk to Scott
correlations.
Mackey, brother. You should talk to Scott Mackey. He's been a quote-unquote studying flat earther psychology, and he supposedly has psychological credentials in some regard, and he's putting together this study. I just got to warn you though. Scott Mackey said that if the Earth turns out to be flat through direct measurement, he would check himself into an insane asylum, because his belief is that he's concluded that the Earth is a globe based on its faculties, and if that was proven wrong, he must be insane. And he chose insanity rather than mistake. That's pretty weird, don't you think? I think that type of behavior should be psychologically studied.
Yeah, I can get down with that as well.
Yeah, imagine the ego on yourself. There's no way I could be wrong about my premise of what the Earth is, so if it turns out to be wrong, I must be insane, and I'm literally going to check myself in an insane asylum, then just admit I was wrong.
The funny thing is, Mackey, if past performance is indicative of future, he would even call you out on some of your bullshit, Josh. But yeah, include a chapter, since you haven't decided what you're going to include in your writing. Include a chapter on yourself.
Oh, sure. That's
include a chapter.
Chanting religious zealot thought they were speaking science.
Yeah, let's do something more important. Let's include in there that there is tensions between people, individuals, family members, sectors of politics, governmental agencies, social companies, et cetera, that are exacerbated by this not being definitively with a stake through its heart by a direct measurement of the Earth. And get some plea funding for a direct measurement of the Earth that can be actually direct. That's something that doesn't require a whole bunch of loop-de-loos and la-di-las, but it's just straightforward. Like, a structure like Brian Mullins, the engineer, came up with called Force the Line. It's less than $1 million in cost. You just need a piece of land and a crew to execute it. Or like the gyro box thing, where you take a multimodal gyro system across 35 miles of the surface of the Earth. 3,500 north, east to west, and then 1,500 north to south. Brian Mullen. Oh yeah, let me tell you real quick where he went. A Globe zealot decided to attack his family and his livelihood by attempting to get his license pulled, harassing his workplace, harassing his customers, basically saying, because he's a flat earther, he can't be a competent engineer. Right? That's what we've had to deal with, this sociological study that you're so interested in. I suggest you study Glober zealot crazy people and why they are so psychotic about the idea of flat Earth, why they are so visceral and full of vitriol. Because rest assured, friend, people's mothers, grandmothers, aunts, uncles, loved ones, spouses, children are flat earthers. Okay? Your family members are flat earthers. Everybody you know, there's somebody that's a flat earther. Do they deserve derision, hate, disrespect, being called that they can't have a job, et cetera, et cetera? Right. So why is it the case that that kind of nonsense is not only tolerated, but often endorsed in the public sphere?
To be fair, like I tend to go to bat for y'all pretty hard.
Good. So go to bat and say we want a funding for either Force the Line or the gyro box, which is,
What
by
does
the
that
way, just a
even
whole bunch
mean?
of gyros that are going across the surface of the Earth to be the longest continuous measurement of the surface in the history of mankind. So any of those types of things could be funded and just done, and it'll be over. Because let me rest assured, Will Duffy thought he was the savior of mankind, right? I'm going to save everyone from flat Earth, including flat Earthers from themselves, because being a flat Earther is morally bankrupt and you're poor and all that stuff. You know, all his ad hominem nonsense. And he said, the way I'm going to prove it is by going to Antarctica and looking at the sun. That's not a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth. That's why it wasn't final, because what flat Earthers want, and if you want to help them out, you got to give it to them. You got to give them a direct measurement of the surface. So get some of that funding into that, because let me tell you what that's going to do for you, Josh. It's going to increase the esprit de corps to be tolerant of all this space nonsense and to be exuberant about paying money for it and to be like, yeah, let's do more of it. So it'll help you out.
What do you mean? I got to ask, dude. What do you mean? Yeah.
One more second. Plus, you could write a big Amazon sticker on the top of the structure. Be like, Amazon finally proved the Earth was a globe through a direct measurement methodology that you can drive down I-40 and just look at with your own eyes. Look, there it is. Force the line. Clearly, the Earth's curving away from the level line structure. Boom, shabam, it's done. Amazon. Buy now. Subscribe.
Just making it very clear that my presence here and my this endeavor is 100% independent, has absolutely nothing to do with my employer.
Oh, fair. Then have the UN fund it.
What? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I'm glad.
What was the question?
But see, the problem is, brother, instead of guys like you actually helping us out or helping the Globers out, either way you want to look at it, we got guys like Dr. Shiva, right, who says he wants to oversee the scientific method to prove the shape of the Earth, which is a category error. You can't prove the shape of the Earth with the scientific method. You need to just directly measure the thing. This is what we got to deal with on the globe side. We got to deal with doctors, right, in front of their name that are too stupid to realize that a direct measurement of something has nothing to do with the scientific method. These are the kind of morons we deal with, Josh. You see my problem? You feel my pain?
Oh, yeah, they're awful. No, they're awful. I mean, honestly, like, you know, Indio and Jin can tell you, I tend to call out bullshit Globers in the other rooms as well.
But they think, brother. They think the thing is, they think they're self-appointed to teach us and save us from ourselves with their knowledge of how they're going to figure out whether the Earth is a globe or not, and they're too stupid to realize that the scientific method is not the thing to use. This is the problem, brother. These are the kind of morons we deal with, all the way from the average person up into the most educated person. Even people that allegedly search for quote-unquote exoplanets are too stupid to know any of this stuff.
Well, they spent the first, 18 years of their life catching up on quote unquote human history and human knowledge, and then they go off in their specialized field to go
Exactly. Like we had a guy who was an astrophysicist specializing in the finding and classification of exoplanets, and the dude didn't even know the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder. These are the kind of morons we're dealing with, bro. He has no idea what he's doing. He could be fed any kind of data, and he just sits there and puts it out like a stupid person that's no different than a temp that says, hey, when the A button flashes, press the B button. That's about his intelligence.
I had a friend like you who, I know I'm no saint, but I had a friend like you. If you ever brought something up to him and he wasn't privy to it, he would always bring up something sort of parallel to it with extra information. I don't know, man. I need, you're here to learn. I'm here to learn. I need to have more level conversations. I got to be in my bonnet. I'm not attacking you. I'm attacking the bullshit stories, but you seem to have this in your back pocket, always wanting to substantiate these stories as if they're real. When it comes down to it, you admit that you're just believing that they're real. I think you want to have your cake and eat it too.
I mean, I have first-person observations of our spacecraft working in the way that they're described to work, and that tends to be the crux of my understanding. But that's
Sorry, Josh.
just me.
That's
But I'm not going to
untrue.
make that
That's
assertion
untrue, Josh.
and what?
That's not true. Come on, I brought this up yesterday in terms of what actual evidence there is of any of these craft, any of these probes going to any of these places, and there is none. Beyond
I
the odd
disagree with that.
CGI image or
I mean,
attempted
all
video, there's
their
absolutely
trajectories are
nothing.
public. Like an exercise I did during grad school was I built an antenna to downlink imagery from NOAA satellites because they're not encrypted.
Yeah, there's no evidence for any of these fantastical claims about robots on Mars, robots going to the sun, robots going to a star. None of that is real. We all know that it's not real. And I mean, you sound like you're trying to be a nice guy, which is fine, but everyone in here already understands that none of that is real. So it's almost like you're just trying to convince yourself at this point. Because all of us understand that in order for any of those stories to be remotely true, it necessitates a physical geometry of the surface that we do not have, right? And it's like you know this as well, because whenever this subject is brought up, you avoid it, right? You cannot even discuss, let alone substantiate the base assumption of all of your stories, which is that the surface of the earth that we live on is curving commensurate to a 3959 radius ball. And if that is not happening, Josh, you would have to be honest with yourself and say, well, then, yeah, all the things I'm saying consequently cannot be true. And you're not even making an attempt to substantiate that. You're jumping right to the pinnacle of this house of cards, which has no foundation. Right? So, I mean, you're fine to be here and talk to us and stuff, but really, I mean, I can't I can't imagine that you don't understand what we're actually saying here, which is like, I know you say you're not trying to convince anyone, but it's like you're trying to convince yourself, because we all know that this fantasy globe in space story is just that, a fantasy. Now, I don't know what it is you're doing in your work or your day job, but you can't say, I've seen it. You've seen none of it. You've seen arguably data on a screen with no idea of where it's coming from. I mean, these people are on interview with people saying they don't have any kind of observation or physical knowledge of where these objects are, where they are purported to be. So none of this is real. None of this going to Mars or sending a robot into deep space. None of that is happening. And really, I would ask, before you go on talking about those things, you would have to make an attempt to substantiate that they are leaving a globe like you're claiming. Because so far, all the empirical data is telling us that that's not the case. We don't have any curvature. So we can't have little robots blasting off from a curved ball into space. That can't be the case. Right? So sorry to burst the bubble. And I'm not trying to say that your work has no value and that you're not setting up, I don't know, communications for people. That could still all be happening, not to take anything away from your work. But it's certainly not taking place on a 3959 mile radius ball hurtling through an infinite vacuum. If that were the case, we would have some evidence of that, when we don't. At best, what you tell us is, oh, you could apply to go to a radio telescope in Spain and maybe they'd let you hear the robots on Mars. Like, dude, come on. Are you serious? In 2025, this is what we have to resort to know that we live on a spinning ball? Just hearsay stories from unaccountable, unaudited organizations that say they're doing Star Wars sci-fi stuff when they can't even measure 8 inches per mile squared of surface curvature, but they can travel hundreds of thousands of miles with little robots and take samples and send them back to Earth. It's Star Wars on one hand and Dumb and Dumber on the other. Can't measure Earth curve, can't explore the galaxy. It's just contradictory nonsense because it's just propaganda. Not to say what you're doing necessarily is propaganda. Your work, I'm sure, has real world impact and benefit, but it's certainly not in the technical backdrop of what you're purporting it is, because the geometry that is required for that does not exist. And I would really like to hear you, after the amount of time that you've spent here, address that point. Because surely you would agree logically that if the geometry of the globe does not exist, then the globe does not exist. Therefore, all these stories ancillary to the globe, such as space exploration around the globe, consequently cannot exist. I'm sure logically you would agree with that. Therefore, the curvature being in contention is really the thing you should be addressing if you have an interest in purporting that this whole thing is true. Okay?
The last line there is important. I don't have an interest in purporting that's true.
Okay. Well, then I would recommend that you stop suggesting that it is true by talking about we have satellites going here and going there, because whenever you say that, you are implicitly, explicitly making the claim that it is all true, when we know that it's not, by direct measurement. So that's not to say you shouldn't hang around here and you shouldn't talk and ask questions, do all that stuff, but you can't on the one hand say, hey, we're going to space and we're doing all these things that NASA claim we're doing around a globe, and then at the same time say, I'm not arguing for a globe. Yes, you are. By pushing this propagandistic nonsense that flies in the face of observable, measurable reality as every human being on Earth knows it to be, you are implicitly, explicitly pushing this fantasy, whether you know it or not, whether you mean to or not.
Can I say something just for a second? I don't have a lot of time, but just for food for thought. So, orbital propagation models are built off of WGS84. So just like what AI Overlord was talking about with regards to the cosmic distance ladder that the astrophysicists didn't know about, WGS84 is built on the same or similar a chain of requirements. And if you walk the dog all the way back to its original premise, you're going to find the same thing that we're talking about today. Like SGP84 built off of WGS84. It's an arbitrary coordinate reference system, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's a nice guy or whatever, but I mean, the fact is, you can't push space stories and then say I'm not arguing for a globe. Yes, you are.
So I'd like, if you don't mind, Wolfgang, I'd like to hear Mr. Ingersoll reply to Yoder. So please, Mr. Ingersoll, do you have commentary to share with Yoder there?
If he can't reply, he's taking care of kids. I mean, that's totally understandable.
I may have missed that. No. I may have missed him saying that if he said he's taking care of kids. That's 100% understandable. That's not a...
So maybe we have some kind of genuine person here we could talk to. That'd be cool. Is there anybody else? Lewis is here. Methuselah. Anybody but Josh would be amazing. VLTK. Glad you have supporters, Josh. They love you. Ent Monk. What'd you say, Neil? Kopsky's back. Love you.
I was kind of interested in the satellites there that Josh was talking about because I had put up my own there for Dish. You have your 110, 119, and 129. Those are those dishes that have the 3 eyeballs. And then I had a special one since I live close to Canada. I had 91 where I could grab the Sunday ticket. So I know about, and those dishes, they just point up a little bit like you're pointing to a tower down my street.
Yeah, the higher the latitude, the more horizontal they go. Typically, I mean, there are going to be some cases where going to be some orbital propagation that puts them at an inclination that sends them close to what's called a polar orbit. In which case you could aim them up higher. But most of these things are said to be orbiting above the equator. So it's going to be facing south from you, or north if you're in the south.
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to add in, so the more north you are, the more your dish would look like it's pointing, like you say, to an antenna down the road, or the alternative, the further south of the equator you are, then the same phenomenon it would.
Yeah, so like Globies will show us like 2 pictures, one of images of people getting reception from Ecuador with their satellite TV pointed straight up, and then people in Canada pointed more horizontally for the same satellite TV. Ignoring the fact that, like, if you've been to a third world country in South America, people take these massive satellite dishes, like what's shown in these images, and they hang their clothes to dry on them. It has nothing to do with TV reception, at least for the meme.
I don't think I've seen that meme.
Okay.
But it is interesting here that obviously he's admitted to having some research grant that he's attempting to obtain to study us, and he goes to bat for us. So I sincerely appreciate his honesty, but I'm a little more curious as to.
Please, I'm sorry. Like going to bat, I mean, that is just so obviously a ploy. Please. Yeah. It's like, oh, yeah, those big bad Globers, they think you guys are dumb. This is the other side of the coin of Mansky from yesterday, Kopsky, who's like, did you guys know that other people think you're dumb? Do you not see that this is just a snake oil salesman version of that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Continue with your thought by all means.
Yeah, so anyway, it'll be interesting to see he's already mentioned a former executive of Google, and it'd be interesting to see a little more of this. Who, what, when, where, how, and why. That, because it is interesting here that I do detect in him what I detect from people who are doing research that is not here to actually learn and discuss the topic, that he's definitely here with an intention on a purpose. And so, frankly, all of our breath on talking to him about the subject is wasted. He's not here to actually talk about the topic. He's here for whatever that research is. And
that's my feeling as well. When you're surrounded by all the belief, okay? When you're surrounded in this industry by the power and technology of belief, this topic is absolutely 100% interesting, a curiosity. Like, it is such a bizarre canard that it is absolutely interesting to somebody like this. I totally get the mindset because I was there.
Yeah, but his line of questioning leads me to think that he's making some kind of research, which is, I think, this is what Mr. Barrington was talking to. That's how I feel.
Yeah, he
Maybe
admitted
for marketing.
Yeah, he said that in 2027 he's doing an IRC, whatever exactly that means for a conference. So he's admitted to it. He's told us a timeline. He's told us that some of the grant money might be coming from a former executive of Google. So he's been transparent. So I'm going to give him A+ for transparency. So
I smell cat. Right. So it's an evaluation of our thought processes. But what he seemed to when he was asked what is our position, basically, that was the first question asked of him. He said, "Oh, it's because you don't see the curvature, it's flat." But it's a bit more than that because we actually measure. It's actually being measured whether or not it's flat or not. It's not just we look and we don't see it. He was a bit basic on that. He didn't seem to speak enough to that we actually painstakingly taking the time out to go and check and measure over a given distance. So it's not something that you just look at with your eyes and then you don't see curvature, that's it. Because it can be deceiving. So you make sure. That's all. So
yeah, every time he describes it, he forces himself to be dismissive to frame it in that way. Yeah, he says
putting psychological distance between the thing that's causing psychological harm in you. It's a total ego protection.
Yeah. And he was pulled up on that by saying, "You all," yo, that was a perfect timing to pick him up on that because he's excluding himself from the experience that we all have and we all know. So well done anyway. I thought it was good. He deserved. We treated him amicably, and that was that. I don't think we were harsh on him.
Yeah, I don't think he's nefarious at all.
We just
curious.
Dealt with him. Yeah, we just dealt with him fairly. The logic was pressed to him. If you haven't got the radius of the Earth, and that would be a Wolfgang cyclone, if you don't have that dialed in, you can't claim the Earth to be a globe. Therefore, whatever you're making isn't going to where you think it is. You might be making it, but it's not going there. So you can't claim we have satellites in space. If you do that, then you're doing that disingenuously because you know that you don't know that they're up there. You're guessing or just what's the word I'm looking for? Guessing and believing. That's it.
Yeah. Well, he believes he knows and thinks he knows.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean he
No,
has.
but this is the problem, though, because
not at all. No way.
Well, but to be fair, though, and this is why I would step in, is because it is disingenuous. Because on the one hand, saying he's not trying to prove a globe, but on the other hand, all the stories he's telling are exactly told to persuade of that notion, and he's not actually saying this is what I think I know. When pushed, he is actually saying I know this. And we had this conversation yesterday when India was asking him about the nature of the sun. And we said the same thing to him. Well, I said exactly that to him. I said, would it be more fair to characterize what you're saying as you believe you know or you think you know what these things are, but you wouldn't actually say you definitively know? He was like, doubled down. He's like, nah, I know. So
yeah, that was the end of it for me. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Wolfgang. I was just going to continue on with your thought. I just wanted to give you amazing kudos for both yesterday and today, your incredible patience, adherence to the topic, and so on. Indio replayed, or he posted that audio last night and replayed some of the audio from that, because for me that was like the end, for me, because the way he treated both you and Indio was so incredibly rude, while also saying, I'm not here to argue. I 100% applaud you for calling him out on that disingenuous, use snake oil salesman nonsense. I get it. A bunch of people here want to be your buddy, Josh. You got so many buddies. You can DM all of them. They love you. You love us and they love you. I'm not one of them, as we know. So thanks, Cyclone. Love it.
No, you're very welcome.
I
No,
can relate
thank you.
with him personally,
And,
so
and yeah, I'm sure, but I'm sure this is discombobulating. I'm sure it's discombobulating for him because a person like him, I'm sure, goes into these spaces and has a raptured audience waiting to hear about the space stories and what robots have been sent to what light in the sky and what they know, as if he's some shamanistic priest come down from on high to the Amazonian tribes to regale them with infinite wisdom. When it's the total opposite here. Not only are people not enthralled or raptured, we're calling it out as bullshit because we know that's what it is, at least in the setting that he is trying to insinuate all this is taking place, without actually arguing that that's what he's arguing. So it's a kind of underhand way of convincing an audience of the globe without actually having to confront the fundamental arguments that we're having here, which is about the geometry of the globe, just bypassing all of that and going straight to the space stories. So I'm sure I know some people have time for that, but personally I don't. It's like, well, we could sit here till the cows come home talking about the Dungeons and Dragons rule of space exploration and satellite fantasies. But if we've got none of the geometry that requires, then it's not an argument. How are we going to waste our time? So that's what annoys me a bit. It's that he's not just harmlessly like regaling space stories. There's an intention to promote the globe space fantasy without actually
that's his
having
job.
to have it scrutinized. Well,
Yeah, that's his
that
job.
might be his
He's
job.
an
Maybe that's his
evangelist
job,
for
but
his product.
here it's not his job. Here his job is to provide some evidence for his claims, and if he can't, well then don't make the claim.
Good point. So maybe the point of our discussion should focus on the epistemics of this and the philosophy of mathematics behind what he understands from a more technical standpoint.
Well, to me, it's not getting into the mathematics or the philosophy of what he's saying. It's prove the geometry of the Earth that you claim this is taking place on and is
that's
essential for the story. Because if that's not the case, if that geometry isn't there, then none of these stories hold up. I mean, that's not to say that there's not some alternative possibilities in terms of high altitude technologies. That's not to say that. But that's not where he's coming at it from. He's coming at it from globe in space. And that's what I have a problem with low key pushing, but being entirely unable to actually defend or evidence.
Good point. Yep, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I was calling him a Kool-Aid drinker. I'm like, because he was like some sort of like government space business liaison, so he's also into the political aspect of it.
Yeah.
Like he's got his fingers in all of it. Like he's not at the like the engineering stuff. He's at the like the evangelizing the government crossover. Because
wow,
I was like,
I find it stranger that he's here. Then that makes it weird. Being he's just an evangelizer for space.
He said something like, "You can't do that in space. That's illegal." I'm like, how are they going to stop me? Like, they don't have no jurisdiction in space. And he's like, well, you're a citizen of that country, and you got to, like, dude, it was, dude, the conversation is just so crazy because we covered so many different aspects of like, the whole outer space from the government to the military aspect and how everybody's like, well, there's 127 space stations, so, like, da, da, da. But then, on the other hand, all that shit's inaccessible, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like this same old thing, right? They talk out of one side of their mouth, but they do another.
Yeah.
Right. If we really wanted to know what's really going on, that aspect would never be accessible. It'd be black box, right? Because we'd have to be in the military aspect.
Yeah, of course. You need special clearances and stuff as well.
Yeah, exactly. And he's controlled by ITAR, right? So his technology, which is the International Trafficking of Arms regulations. So restrictions. So even he said his the floor he works on is restricted, is a ITAR restricted section where like normal employees can't go because ITAR, you can't violate ITAR, you're in deep fucking doo-doo, it's a crime. So it's simultaneously, there's 127 space agencies and 400,000 employees on NASA. How could they all be lying? And all he did was support our, the contention that they don't know anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't have any access to the actual information, which would go one way or another. Yeah,
you can glean pieces of information from people like him. It's good. Probably sounds like a good conversation. Yeah.
He's got contacts or whatever. What he's saying, like, we can go to Ames and I know people there and we can run around and we can touch the rockets. Basically, what he's saying is we can look at all them building it, and I mean, it's I was very entertained by it.
Was this in here or in politics?
It was on politics. No, it was in here, actually. As a matter of fact. It was in here. It was a few mornings ago.
Trying to remember which server he frequented. So it is this one. That's cool.
He's in politics, though, but he was here.
Oh, was he? Oh, okay.
In the middle, he's like, I gotta get my flu shot in 10 minutes. I'll be back in 10 minutes. We're like, what?
Okay.
I wonder why he's popping up now.
How do you mean?
Did he come back alive?
He hasn't been back, man. So, no, I don't know.
Oh, send it a search party.
They got an autism section in the mental hospital.
Of course.
T-Dub, you were here that morning.
Was I active? I don't know. I might not have
You
been.
talked for a little bit. Well, at the beginning of so when I pulled the video, you were talking at the beginning of it. So we were talking about
okay.
The level thing. Remember the freaking the level diagrams, like the canals and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah, that day. Yeah, I think you might have left. Yeah.
Speak there.
Oh, sorry, did I talk over you or something? Sorry about that.
No, you just did like a spazzy impression right after I spoke. And I was like, oh, my mic must be muffled like shit or something.
No, I was talking about the guy that went to get the flu shot.
Oh, okay, right.
Like right in the middle of the conversation, it's like, I'll be back in 10 minutes and go to get a flu shot. I'm like, what?
Isn't Josh the guy who always makes excuses at the end of his conversation as to why he leaves?
Josh? He's the freaking Amazon dude.
Really?
Amazon satellite dude? That dude?
Yeah. I know the guy you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah, he does make excuses to leave all the time.
Oh yeah. He was in here earlier actually. Yeah. Well, probably about 5 hours ago.
He only talks to us on short windows, he has available during like commuting, whatnot.
We got him for like a couple hours, man. At least 2 hours he was in here. Because he didn't go into work because Amazon was laying a bunch of people off. And he didn't want to go in there and deal with the freaking wreckage of watching people bring their belongings out of the building or something. So he was out here running around getting flu shots and, getting cooked by us because it was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why a personality like that is showing up now.
Yeah, I mean, just look at his resume on his LinkedIn, and you really wonder. Oh, if you listen to it and how he got his jobs, it's very. He said he hasn't applied for any of his jobs. That people have just called him and been like, "Hey, you want a job at NASA?" And he goes over it in the little freaking podcast I made. He goes over all this. Dude, it's something that like I can talk about it in parts, but it's something that has to be listed about in totality.
Yeah.
And then think about like what this dude just said in totality, and how fucked up everything he said is. It's just a jigsaw puzzle where the pieces just don't fit together, man. And I think probably at the end, I think that he was like, man, some of these dude, the space pills, man. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, I haven't even heard Globers claim that. Regular Globers.
That they're making pills in space and sending them back to Earth.
Yeah, I haven't heard that.
Are they dick pills? How do you even do the clinical trials on those? You don't have enough pills. Anyway, so what else I asked? I asked him about like who's responsible for the pay? Who's responsible for the who's liable if the rocket blows up? Is it SpaceX? Is it their payload? Who has to pay? And then we start like, he's like, well, it's insurance companies. Like, who the fuck would insure that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what insurance company's gonna insure that shit?
Hey, Indio.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm a Globarter. You wanna try and convert me?
No.
Why not?
I'm not in the conversion business, dude.
You're not in the conversion business.
You need to convert yourself.
He's been talking to too many space evangelists. That's what it is.
Yeah, I know. Why would I try to convert you?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'd just be like them, right? I would just be like, hey, believe me. And then you, just like the same reason you believe the globe because somebody told it to you and you just believe them. Then I would I would just replace them with me. Why would I want to do that?
Yeah, well,
I'm here to brainwash you to think for yourself, brother, not to follow me.
I get that, but like I did like astrophoto, but because like
photo of what?
Astrophoto, like taking pictures of the stars, and like I don't know how a flat Earth would work with that, like the stars perfectly aligning with like a globe model.
Want to know what? So here's another question you should ask yourself: how does the globe model work with a flat Earth?
How does a globe model work with a flat Earth?
Yeah. So you're wondering about how the stars would work over a flat Earth. We're wondering how the globe model works at all, considering the Earth is measured flat.
But like the Earth isn't measured flat. You can just see like
it is.
both.
So it certainly
but
is.
you can. How can you see like boats, curve and like disappear?
You see boats curve?
Yeah, you see them. No, you don't see them curve. You just go. You see them go over the horizon or like under the horizon. How does that work?
Well, do you live by the ocean?
I've went there.
You've
before.
never seen this for yourself, right?
I've seen. There's a beach.
Seen videos
like,
here and there. Yeah, I'm sure you see like 10, maybe 20 videos. This is not a common occurrence.
I've seen it.
Hold on, bro. I live by the ocean. I'm like literally a mile away from the ocean right now. I have never seen this ever. In fact, I've seen a ship sail 30 miles away and still be visible 30 miles away.
But I've seen them disappear.
Not with your eyes. You've seen videos.
Yeah, honestly,
and you ask, how does it happen? And I just told you, typically there's an inferior mirage right at the horizon that makes it so you can't see the bottom of it because you can't see through the inferior mirage. What you'll see is kind of like a little mirrored section that's a really thin mirrored section at the horizon.
Am I wrong? Yo. The Earth might actually be a flat or whatever. I don't
Really know. We don't need to rely on just looking at a boat and just going, And I should also tell you that we can replicate this on a surface that we know is flat. The same visual thing, right? So say the globe horizon see 2,600 feet
Yeah.
away. That's like, I don't know, freaking 700 meters or something, right? And you take a camera and you put it really close to the water, and you use a lake, which isn't that far, right? So say the lake is 100 meters across, right?
Yeah.
But the horizon's supposed to be 700 meters away, right? So it can't be Earth curve blocking any boat or anything. Well, we can observe. You take a miniature RC boat and sail it across, you'll see a horizon and little boat disappear behind it. The same way. But in that distance, a distance that short, it can't possibly be the curve of the Earth doing it.
Like, yeah,
Because the lake is only 100 meters long.
I gotta test this for myself, bro.
Yeah, you should.
That's crazy,
Look,
though.
bro, listen, don't take my word for anything at all. Test it
Yeah,
for
I get
yourself,
you.
dude. Like, I'm dead serious. You could test this. Just find a very short lake, right? Get like a little remote controlled boat or something, and you could just but you don't even need the remote controlled boat. Just get a short lake that's shorter than where the horizon distance should be, and see if you see a horizon on the water, because there should be no horizon there if the horizon is the curve of the Earth. You understand? It's the curve of the Earth, and the curve of the Earth should be 1,000 feet away. There's no way you should see a horizon at 500 feet away, right?
Yeah, I mean, I get you, but like, yeah, I guess you are. Well, I'm not a scientist or anything, but
I'm
it
just
does
saying
kind of
I wouldn't rely on that, right? That's an interesting observation, but that's not like proof of a flat Earth or proof of a globe.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that is actual measuring the surface of the Earth, not just looking at it, right?
Yeah, you know what actually kind of at one point why this kind of actually made sense to me. It's because of Antarctica. Like no one lets us go there for whatever reason, or like anyone actually, for that matter.
Well, they don't want you to
And,
destroy the environment.
Yeah, no,
That's
I
what
get
they
that, but
say.
like,
Well, think about
but
what's
like,
the environment that they don't want destroyed, right? It's the coldest place on Earth. There's no plant. There's no animals. There's nothing there. It doesn't snow. It doesn't freaking do anything. It's just like a frozen wasteland that no one can live in, and they don't want you to destroy it. How can
but
it get worse?
apparently,
Like literally, how could it get worse already? There's no plants or animals there. How can you destroy something?
I mean, yeah, it's
What is
kind of
it?
impossible
You
for
gonna kill the
anyone to live
ice?
there. Yeah.
Like, what are you gonna do to the ice, dude? Is the ice like?
I bet there's answers for this.
Well, let's get back to the measurements, right? So tests have been done so I'll just give you one example of a laser test that was done in the Netherlands. This is a lake like IJsselmeer. It's a saltwater lake they blocked off the ocean and turned the bay into a lake. So some people some engineers took a laser, and they shined it across this lake to multiple distances. And they did it a couple times, like 3 weeks apart. So the height of the laser above the water is like 1.92 meters, which is 10 feet. They shine the laser 40 kilometers. Right?
Yeah.
Right. So at that distance, if you go from that 10-foot end of the laser to the other end, the globe Earth should be curved away from the laser and be under it 127 meters. Okay?
Yeah.
But when they did this test, they measured the laser height at 1.5 meters. It's a
Yeah,
big difference,
get
right? 127 versus 1.5 is a big difference.
I mean, I feel like it's still not evidence, right? It could be faked, and I feel like it's more difficult to like.
They did it again 2-3 weeks later. It's
I
all
don't
films,
know.
documented. There's a report, all that stuff. And that's not the
Looking
only
crazy,
one.
like-
That's just one that I know, and the reason I used it is because I know the values in meters, right? So
Yeah.
the only way you should have seen this laser is if you're standing on top of a 42-story building, which is pretty tall building, right?
It's pretty tall.
Yeah. They saw it at the level of the lake.
Huh.
Okay, so this is just one test. So these people actually, they were doing that was like their 5th test that they did. They'd done them every year, probably starting in like 2015. And Globe Earthers were like, no, you did it wrong. You're supposed to do this. You're supposed to do that. So then next year they would approve the test and improve the test and improve the test and improve the test. So in 2019 or 2018, they got a powerful enough laser. They engineered a aiming device because it's really hard to aim 40 kilometers away. It's freaking difficult because even if you move the laser a tiny bit. So it took a while to get up the resources to get the proper equipment where you could actually do the test. So this isn't just like someone taking a handheld laser and shining it across a lake.
Yeah.
These are actual engineers. In fact, the guy Mike Kavanaugh has 3 engineering degrees. Okay. So that's just one test. That's just one laser measurement test that someone posted. Kiwi Buzz posted in the chat, as a matter of fact. So the point is that when we measure the Earth, right? So the idea is that water is conforming to gravity into the shape of a ball.
Yeah.
And that the surface of Earth is mostly water. So we can test that water and we measure the water and figure out if the Earth is a ball. And that's all we have to do, because if the water does not curve and if the water lies flat and level, then the Earth cannot be a ball.
Yeah, that does make sense.
It's pretty simple. It's a simple proposition. It's really not complicated. It's not complicated math. It's not none of that stuff. They tell you that. They tell you that so that you're too lazy to inquire. They tell you, oh man, dude, you have to be a scientist. You can't figure this out for yourself. You gotta have an advanced physics degree. You gotta be an astronomer. You gotta be a big egghead. You can't figure it out. But they also tell you what? What do they also tell you?
What?
If you think the Earth's flat, you're dumb.
I mean, yeah, that is.
So how can you be dumb and smart at the same time?
Yeah, I don't know. Why would they do this anyway? Like, why push the globe Earth?
Most people
Globes
don't know.
even cost that much.
I mean, why did you just push it? You came in here trying to push it. Why did you do it?
I don't know why. I'm being forced to
Dirty
study
globe pusher.
physics in school and stuff.
Dude, we don't want no that globe, man. I'm scared straight. No, like listen. The globe is kind of like it's an idea. It's like a meme. It's literally a meme, and it just spreads and has spread just like Santa Claus. Everybody believes it. They don't know it, right? I could bring anybody in. Like when you got in here, I was talking about a guy. He works for Amazon. He thinks they're putting satellites in space, and they're connecting people's internet.
Yeah.
And we've talked to him a bunch of times, but we're like, no, he's worked for NASA. He's worked for like all these space agencies. He was the freaking UN liaison for freaking youth outreach or some shit for space shit. But what does he actually know?
What?
Does he have any primary knowledge of that the Earth is a globe? Has he been to space himself? Has he looked at the globe from space? Does he actually know anything, or does he just believe a lot of things?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I get where you're coming from.
Yeah. So, and then think of someone like you, or just the average person, right? They're believing that people like him, that they know. So they're placing their belief in someone like him. But then when we talk to people like him, he doesn't know anything either.
But
You know
like,
what I
I feel
mean?
like I feel like it's more than a meme when you like send billions of dollars up to space for nothing, or like, you know what I mean? Why would they do that? Like, I feel like it's a waste of their time.
That's a good question. That's the number one. Like, really, you can ask.
"24/7 Flat Earth Discord, the best place on earth to talk about Earth."
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. live.